Mm. Yeah, man. They say they want that old born rich back. They want that old born rich back. Let's get into it then.
If I die in police custody, I did not commit suicide.
They want that old born rich back. I gotta get the people what they want. Let's go.
They hate me cause I'm black and proud and unapologetic, and I wear the crown, and they cannot forget it. Yes, I'm. Feel me? They hate me cause I'm black and proud and unapologetic, and I wear the crown, and they cannot forget it. Yes, I'm.
I didn't bring the Jack Daniels with me today. No Jack Daniels here with me today. Oh, this is going to be a good one. Let's go.
Dirty study your genetic code, then give it to the highest of the soul. Fish out the fire like a bendigo. The devil diggers cause we been the gold. Melanated bodies on a sugar boat. Back in mid-December with no winter coat. Now they buck breaking on the whipping post and put a foreign language on a nigga though. Hella black, hella proud. A Bob you could feel when we come around. A Babylon fear us and gun us down. The skin is the weapon that harness power. I pity the fool if he act funny. Disrespecting the queen, we act nutty. Came through with the Mac dumping, all praise due to the black woman. Unapologetic, fuck who got a problem with it. My life in the scripture. It happened cause I said it, now man. I said so all painting the pictures. Niggas breaking bread.
They say Born is starting to look and feel like G Block 2.0 over there. Okay. Let's go.
Drinking blood now, that shit look like voodoo. I'm feeling tired every time the song come around. Do you?
They hate me cause I'm black. They hate me cause I'm proud. They hate me cause I'm black. They hate me cause I'm they hate me cause I'm black. They hate me cause I'm proud. They hate me cause I'm black. They hate me cause I'm black and I'm proud. Black and I'm proud. I'm black and I'm proud. Black and I'm proud. They hate me cause
this is that energy. Niggas couldn't put a price on it, no dollars. I am T'Challa Kamanga wrapped up in the finest linen, no collars. Are the gods the same? Jesus, Jehovah, Kukulkan, Buddha, and Allah. All war names, just to separate our people, divide and conquer. So much more to gain, cause we suffer through all the rain, through the hunger and all the pain. We open the doors.
They say, Born, I think you selling your soul. You would smash the EDL chick, the racist chick. I'm like, let's go.
We are the people, under the eye of evil. Ready to ride on the evil, that shit I've been trying to teach you. Dying to reach you, cause nobody fly and regal. Yeah, black and I'm proud, never lacking a lot. I created that bullshit, so God, I'm allowed. If you on that bullshit, it's whacking them out. Booking these shows and we packing them out. I don't act for the clout, you know what I'm about. System designed for us not to get out. We must be divine, I'm not finna doubt.
they hate me cause I'm black. They hate me cause I'm proud. They hate me cause I'm black. They hate me cause I'm black and I'm proud. Black and I'm proud.
They say, Born, I thought you was doing it for the truth and the rights, but lately it's become all about the views and the likes. I'm like, let's go.
Black and I'm proud. Black and I'm proud. They hate me cause I'm black. Black. They hate me cause I'm proud. So proud. They hate me cause I'm black. They hate me cause I'm
all right. Let's get into it. Man, first and foremost, thank y'all for pulling up, man. Another episode of Rich Rhetoric. We back, baby. We back, man. It's been a while one, but we back, man. Yes, like the brother Sawyer said, get well, Empress, man. Get well, Empress, man. That sister is matter of fact, I gotta go ahead and show her some love off the top, right? You know what I mean? Yes. Oh, and my brother, off the top, yeah, I've been this been heavy on my heart, Bo. Want to apologize to you, brother. Good to see you come back. I didn't run the brother Bo off because, like I keep saying, Bo, I really like you on the panel. You're a great panelist, great brother to have good discussions with. It don't always have to be argue, debate. You know what I mean? Sometimes we can just chop it up. You know what I mean? Jack, I'm not gonna blame it on it, but as people could tell, Jack Daniels was in the house late Sunday, early Monday. But you know, that's no excuse for my actions. You feel me? I got called to the carpet today. You know, the tribunal had to say, "Yo, boy, you moving mad out here, boy. Come talk to us." You know, and you know me as a man, I'm never gonna tuck my tail and run. So I stood up, listened to all the criticism, and like I said on the earlier show, yes, all the criticism will be taken into account. You feel me? Another thing, as I do my analytics, man, 70% women on that's watching this. You know what I mean? Never want to disrespect the women. So, you know, like I said, it's duly noted. I heard the complaints. You know, we'll see. Like I'm telling everybody, I'm figuring this YouTube shit out in real time. So, hey, we're gonna do it, man. But yeah, like I was saying, get well, Empress. Let me find her Insta, y'all. It's because if y'all wanna, I want to make sure I get the platform, give people the platform to support this sister if y'all want to. But yeah, man. Let's find it. Let's find it. Yeah, man. She's I'll go show this. Hope I don't get a fucking strike for showing this, man. But yeah, the sister Empress that y'all heard on that song right there, man. She had a like a tumor inside of her. So I want to make sure that you know, this was the tumor. I hope I don't get a strike, but it's graphic, family. It's graphic. If you got weak stomachs, you may want to close your eyes for a minute. But yeah, man, they had to get a tumor up out of the sister, man. So I really hope she's doing better. Like I said before, I met this sister in real life in Atlanta. Real good sister. You know, so y'all keep y'all prayers with her. This is hold on. What am I trying to do? Trying to get to her support. So yeah, let me grab this. Y'all can see it highlighted. That's her Cash App, family. I don't think she have a PayPal or nothing like that, but yeah, several tumors. You're right. She has several tumors, man, and that's her Cash App. You know, she goes by Tazara Pot now. So, you know, if y'all want to support that sister, you know, keep in your prayers, your blessings, and all of that, man. Yeah, we you know what I'm saying? You really made an impact on my life and a lot of people on these online streets, man. So we want the sister to get well. To Zara Pot, I ain't gonna bother her until she's fully healed. When she's fully healed, hopefully I can get her to you know, do an interview with the brother. Cause when I met her in Atlanta, man, she had some good shit going, man. Like a food pantry. They had land where she was growing her own shit and feeding the homeless. So salute to her, man. Salute to that sister to Zara Pot, man. You know what I mean? If y'all can support, I put her Cash App right there in the chat. If y'all can support that sister, man. Powerful sister, and it's a shame that she got to go through it. But, you know, life happens, and we got to keep pushing. What's going on with your Paylu? Oh, Paylu, you muted, bro.
Yeah. I just want to say peace and black power to everybody. Peace and black power.
Yes,
Where my
sir.
fist? See my fist? Where am I?
I see it, man. I see that little bit. You got a little man fist.
Man, I got a grown man fist. What you talking about?
Yeah,
Grown
salute
man,
to Paylu.
grown
Salute to the
man
brother
fist.
Paylu. Yeah,
What
salute
happened?
to the. No, I'm just saying salute to you, brother. You always pull up, man. Salute, Sosa. Kiss by the
Yeah,
sun.
thanks.
Uh, salute, Miss Eclectic Spirit. Salute to everybody. Like I said, man, I had to go. I had to go stand in front of the sisters today and you know get my spanking. You know, not in a kinky way. You know, but I had to get my spanking today, and I took it. You feel me? I took it, hashed it out, and we're gonna move forward. Um, oh man, first story, Pelu. Hold on. I'm gonna start off with some sports topics, y'all. Start off with some sports topics. Ladies, don't run. Don't do not run. It's not gonna be a sports show, but I do have a couple sports topic that kind of leads into everything else, man. You know what I mean? So I do got a couple sports topics. What up, Bo? I got some yeah, that's what I wanted to tell you, Bo. Yeah, man, I really appreciate you, Bo. Like I said, it was just crazy. Sunday was crazy, bro, and like you said, you was actually trying to help me. I guess I misunderstood what you was trying to do, and I don't know. I kind of fired back at you. You feel me? But get your mic settled, and it's good. Yeah. Um, but yeah, all right. So the first show, man, is a lot. I mean, the first story I want to talk about local
Hello.
story.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't take that shit personally. I seen what time it was and where it was going. But that's why I ain't unsubscribed. I just when you said that's why I ain't say nothing. I just was laughing, right? And even what I said in the comment, right? You gotta look at the perception, right, of what it was giving off.
Yeah,
And a lot of people will make that deduction, like, yo, you wilding. But this what I want to say, right? Because this your thing, right? And like you say, I'm a newbie over here, right?
yeah,
So I can only go by what I see, right?
mhm,
But you got to be cognizant, man, of the fact that at the end of the day, this is your platform. You know what I'm saying? And you got to keep that in perspective because not only do you represent you, you also represent by it being an international platform. In a lot of regards, you represent us too. You know what I'm saying? Over here,
yes,
and you know we move different. And even though you do got a large audience, you know that support you from outside, from over there, I think you got to be cognizant, and it's just my perception, right? I don't, I can't say definitively, right? But even from judging in the comments, right, of the people in the reaction, right,
yeah,
a lot of people was entertained, my nigga, and was feeding into it, right? That come on here, that be on here, right? So it's like as though you got a lot of trolls, and it's like you got kind of like a trollish energy, right, around the platform, right? And it's counterproductive as far as to you. And if you trying to build your platform, well, they don't really mean you no good, dog. And they just coming for like shits and giggles, my nigga. And to kind of like push you, it's like, how can I put it? Like, you just gotta be cognizant, dog, of what's real and what ain't, my nigga, and who really for whatever movement you got going on, and who just here for shits and giggles, my nigga,
hmm
and just confusion.
yeah.
That's all
Now,
I'm gonna say.
now, on the
That's
same
all I'm
note,
gonna say.
and I got you. But on the same note is, I just want the people to know that sometimes we're gonna have those shows, right? Because see,
Right,
I was speaking to people and said, okay, look, I did 7 shows last week. 4 of them was pretty serious.
right,
3 of them was shits and giggles. I ain't gonna lie.
right. And that's what's up. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like understanding. You know when a certain energy going a certain way, and like you say, like 75% of your audience sisters, and you know just understanding what's up, what you represent. You know what I'm saying? And
Mhm.
you ain't gotta like. And it's just my perception, right? And like I say, I'm new, so I don't know the whole full extent, right? But it's just certain shit, and you know it. You know it. Where if you was over here with the brothers on this side, that certain shit you won't entertain. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So just keeping that balance, my nigga, and staying true to who you is, and not going down that wormhole with clowns, and not letting
yeah. Well, it's just
clowns bring you
yeah.
down. You know what I'm saying?
No, I
On their
got you.
level.
Because I don't want it to just be, you know, arguing and shits and trolling.
Yeah.
And I don't want it like that all the time. Like today, I want to talk about something a little bit serious today. You feel me? You know, I'm trying to find a balance. Like I said, family, look, I apologize, but I'm trying to figure this shit out in real time. So y'all gonna grow with me, see my flaws, see me be on Jack Daniels some night. You know what I'm saying? Some nights I may not say a word and just let the people talk. So we figuring
Right.
it out in real time, man. And we're gonna figure this shit out, man. Thank y'all for rocking with me. Keep
Right.
rocking with
Right.
me. Hit the
And
like
ain't nothing
button.
wrong. And ain't nothing wrong with getting on that jack, you know. But you know, sometimes when the jack start talking and it ain't born no more,
Yeah,
then it's time to end the show. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
it is. It is. It is, bro. It is. I listened back to a little bit of it, and it's like I could tell the moment where I switched and my volume got turned up and my words got slurred. But you're gonna get that sometime. I'm human, so you know what I mean. I'm human, man. But I guess, man, like I said, let's go ahead and get some of this sports shit out the way, man. For the ladies, take their handbags and run. So they did they made it where the college players, they can start using their name, right? They can start using their names and make money off their names, which they should have been able to do forever. But they've opened the door for that, man. So the first one I want to highlight is the brother Hersey Miller, Master P's son. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
He's
that 2 million. What he got? Like 2 million, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me pull up a picture of the brother. Yeah, pull up a picture of young Hersey, man, Master P's son. He's coming. He's coming to Tennessee, y'all. He's coming to Tennessee State, the city. We ready for him. And he's bringing a little clout, bringing his father. And soon as they change their rule, y'all know Master P being the hustler he is. This kid right here, Hersey Miller, has signed a $2 million deal with the technology company called Web Apps America. You know what I mean? So the brother already getting paid. Read some quotes from Master P. Master P said he's not only stopping with his son, he wants to make sure some of these other brothers that attend Tennessee State, and Tennessee State ain't number 5 minutes from my house. So
HBCU too now.
yes, sure.
Don't
Yeah,
forget to tell
yeah.
them.
That's a fact. Historically black college. Hey, I tell everybody this, man. We got 4 historically black colleges and walking distance from me. So shout out to that, man. Shout out to those. Well, actually, it's 3. It's Tennessee State University, Fisk University, and Meharry Medical College. So we got a little hub. We got a little hub of black colleges, man. But now that they open the door to what some of these young brothers can get paid, that's a beautiful thing. And I like what this young brother Hersey said. This young brother Hersey said he's taking his $2 million and he's gonna put that money away. Of course he is, because his daddy's already rich. And he said he's gonna play basketball like that money don't even exist. He's gonna play like he's still at zero.
Hey, Lane, that ain't in Tennessee.
Lane is in Jackson, about hour and a half away.
Oh,
Mm-hmm. It's in Jackson, Tennessee. So yeah, man. So I mean, what do you think? I know you think it's a good thing, Bo, because they were saying, the athlete. I guess I can ask
that's
you this:
monumental.
what do you think about the notion that athletes are modern day slaves?
That's stupid shit.
Because you hear that thrown around. You say these modern day slaves, and these boys get
Slaves
rich.
don't get paid.
Mm, mm,
Period. Slaves don't get paid. Period. So LeBron can't be a slave, and
gotcha.
all these other crybaby athletes can't be slaves. If not, you could easily quit and go do something else. Slaves ain't have an opt out. They couldn't quit and go do something else.
Mm.
So I feel like it's disrespect to the ancestors to even equate these high paid, soft ass athletes to a slave.
Okay. All right. I hear you. I hear you. That's the link in the chat. Yeah, I dropped the link again if anybody else want to pull up. But yeah, I thought this was a dope story, man, because I got some actually I got a home. Actually, I know the coach of Tennessee State University. Used to play basketball with him coming up. Y'all go look for that interview. I got an interview with him I did maybe last year. And that's on the channel. Y'all check that out. I'm trying to lock up another interview with him this year because we expecting big things from this team. We got the spotlight on us. Even the Tennessee State football team got Eddie George for the head coach. So we trying to get, make Tennessee a black hub, Nashville, Tennessee a black hub,
Eddie
especially.
George from the Oilers, who went to
Hell
the
yeah,
Oilers.
and the Titans, but yeah, all the
Titans, yeah.
Titans, yeah, but yeah, he's the head football coach now. So I think they're trying to catch the wave. What you think about the wave of these big high school recruits choosing HBCUs over your Dukes and your Kentuckys and shit like that?
And see, that's the way, and especially with them being able to monetize their likeness, that money will get to trickle around even more. So it make even more sense because not only can they cash in, it can also bring spotlight to the HBCU, like Dion. By Dion going to Jackson State, when I
Yeah,
heard that, I was like, God damn, because Dion could have went to any D1. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
PWI, but he chose Jackson State and finna put them boys back on the map where they should
Mm-hmm.
be at. So yeah, man, this big things, man. You know, it all go back to the whole do for self mentality, in my opinion.
Yeah, I love it, man. I love it, man. I was talking to some brothers from Nashville. I'm just like, and I heard one of our nice little rappers, pretty famous local rapper, and he was just like, "Look, y'all, this is a chance for us to show our solidarity while the lights is on us on our small little town. We can't fuck it up. You know what I mean? We can't fuck it up while the lights is bright on us. So I really fuck with that. And I like that rule because for years on top of years, man, these black athletes was making these colleges not millions, but billions of dollars and wasn't getting shit, didn't even own their name.
Right.
Didn't even own their name, man. They selling jerseys with these people names on the back and they don't get a dime. They told them they get an education. So
Niggas were getting disqualified for getting slices of pizza and shit.
that's a
Box
fact.
of pizza. You know what I'm saying?
That is a fact.
By leveraging their name.
No, that's a
Right.
big fact. That's a big fact, man. So yeah, I did want to share the put a spotlight on Hershey Miller and the whole not just Hershey, man, but the whole Tennessee State University sports division, the academics. It's a great college, man. Great college. My son is actually about to go there in August, so he'll be all hyped up. But
Tennessee State
yeah, he's going to Tennessee State. So he'll be all hyped up. You
on
know,
athletics or just
he's just gonna go. He's gonna try to walk on if he can, but he didn't get a athletic scholarship. The one athletic scholarship he got, we was just like,
where to a JUCO?
I was like to a Christian school in Illinois, and it was just, I don't know. If I'm honest, I don't know if my son is ready for that. I just don't know. I'm beyond. I don't know. I want to say he is, but I don't know. He's been doing some things these last couple months. It's like maybe you're not ready for that. So we'll just see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. As long as he's in college, you know what I'm saying. You know how it is in black families, man. A lot of us don't choose college.
Right.
So just for him choosing college and saying, "Yeah, pops, this is what I'm gonna do." You know, he a young man. I'm gonna let him live, make his mistakes if he's gonna make them, and
What happened to Palu? Palu dropped off.
Yeah, Palu dropped out. He'll come back. You know, Palu's still out. He ain't sit down yet. He's still out running, ripping and running.
Palu went to Morehouse. You know, that's like a elite HBCU.
Mm-hmm.
So you know he get his little perspective. He done been with the Martin Luther Kings and the Spike Lees when that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with Spelman right around the way. So yeah, shout out to Palu, man. Shout out to all the black kids that's choosing education. You know, choose it, man.
Right.
Change the direction of your family, man. I had my successful cousin came down on the 4th. He came down and fucked with me, man. And I just appreciate the way his life is going. I appreciate all that. The next story, I guess we can get on into this mental health. I want to get into that, but now we can get into the mental health, right? The mental health. What am I looking for? This sister right here. So y'all gotta make sure. That's what I heard, Sosa. That's what I heard, Sosa. That's why you gotta try. That's why I try to be transparent, man. I don't come on here telling people a bunch of lies. And I don't know. I just don't think we do. We don't really do that in America. Like y'all know me, man. You know my channel, Sosa. I put my daughter on here, my son's on here. Shit, you done seen a couple of girls I mess with. They show their faces. Just like you be transparent. Nobody can expose you for nothing. You running around here saying you this, that, and this, and then a person comes out of nowhere who's really about that, and then you expose, and now you got to run. Right. And I like DC Brad. I hope you somewhere listening, DC Brad. Come back, bro. I don't know what I heard that they said you wasn't a Mason, bro, and somebody Palu really exposed you for not being a Mason.
But ain't no future in Florida.
Yeah,
we learned that at a young age.
Yeah, come back. Even if you can't go to other platforms, come back and fuck with your boy Bourne, man. I don't give a fuck if you ain't a real Mason. Shit don't matter to me, no. Don't matter to me, no way or the other, man. You ADOS at the end of the day, brother. So if anybody see DC
Don't really like them niggas, to be honest with you. Personally.
If y'all see DC Bread out there in the YouTube streets, man, tell him he always got a home over here, man. He ain't gotta leave YouTube forever, man. Yeah, I don't know, Sawyer. I missed it. But I haven't seen him ever since they said it. I haven't seen him. But I did want to chop up this story, right? So the sister Sha'Carri Richardson, track and field star, was scheduled to go to the Olympics. I just read a story today. They was hoping because she got a 30-day suspension for smoking weed. She failed a drug test for marijuana. So they said she couldn't go to the Olympics. Then I heard it was hope that she would miss 3 or 4 events, but then she could get it was only a 30-day suspension, so she could come back and run the relay. But then I just read the article that I don't even think they're gonna let her run the relay. So she's going to miss the Olympics, right, for a failed drug test for marijuana. Now, she said the reason that she was smoking marijuana because she used marijuana to cope with the discovery, which she learned from a reporter during the interview, that her biological mother had recently died. So she was saying, look, I used the marijuana to cope, to cope with, I had a lot of shit going on mentally. So I smoked a little weed to cope with it. And then I just happened to get a fucking drug test and I failed. So
she fumbled. She ain't failed. She fumbled. Fumbled the bag.
She fumbled the bag.
Bees like that.
Mm.
Bees like that.
Yeah. And and I gotta salute that sister, right? Because she didn't take any she didn't make up no excuses. And she stood on her square. She said, yeah, it was weed in my system. I got some fucked up news about my mom, and I smoked. Now, what's your thoughts on that, Bo? She fumbled the bag. I know that, but what are you thinking? She got to be smart in that. What's that?
Fuck it. Knock out them little 30 and double back on him and do it again. Fuck it. It's over with.
And the good thing is she's a young
she's
lady.
Still young.
So 4 years from now, she'll still probably be running circles around most.
90 days, man. She still got a long career ahead of her.
Yeah, she do. So
she'll
man,
be right back at it once them 30 up. Shit ain't even nothing else to talk about. Like I ain't saying as far as the discussion, but I'm saying like as far as having to explain herself, just don't fuck up no more. Don't do it again.
Mm-hmm. Now, what do you think of us? I guess that's a way of numbing the pain. So she found out some bad news. She went to the weed. I don't know. I guess, Bo, give me 1 or 2 other ways that we can deal with our pain instead of drowning it out with the drinks and the drugs.
Therapy. Therapy.
But therapy is stigmatized.
Not in her world. Not in her world. She an elite college athlete on the college campuses. She could have got, if she needed somebody to talk to or needed therapy, trust me, they would have had some trained professionals lined up for her. So, I mean, to the average black person, out here, that may be. But I'm saying when you in them type of positions and in that circle, nah.
Yeah. It's easier to get it. Buddha Red, if y'all free, bro, I know it's late. If y'all free, pull up. I want to really talk about this because I want to know, even in the chat, if y'all don't want to pull up, answer me in the chat. Why is therapy stigmatized in the black community? I'll start with you, Bo. For like you said, for the regular average person, why is therapy come with a stigma?
That's a different question. Now, I think that history we got, I think our history, and it's like a lot of the shit, I don't think them aspects of mental health or mental illness was really taken serious due to the physical trauma and just everyday life traumas that we had to come over, period. So it's like when you talk about mental health, like people not gonna sympathize with you because we all come from the struggle and all got different shit we trying to get through, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we was raised. So when we go to our grandmothers who came from that era of segregation, Jim Crow and all that other shit, and I'm been through all type of shit that we couldn't imagine, grandma ain't finna sympathize what you talking about mental health, she gonna be like, boy, take your crazy ass somewhere and
And that's a fact. That's a fact, bro, man. I mean, shout out to Leo. He come around, man. But me and Leo, we just kind of say it casually, bro. We can just look at the people in our family and we may laugh about it. Like sometimes he'll say, bro, you crazy. And he'll say, bro, you know your family got a history of crazy motherfuckers in your family. And we'll laugh it off as a joke. But when you sit down and realize, I be thinking, all of my family members that's quote unquote crazy or suffering from mental illness, they never got help. You just deal with
well,
it, like you said. Boy, sit your crazy ass down.
where you gonna get it from though? We can't go to our family to get it because they ain't gonna sympathize.
Mm.
Because everybody is like, in some regard, everybody got a sad ass story. You know what I'm saying? Or going through their own struggles and challenges, and people that done made it out of them struggles and challenges, they don't sympathize or empathize with those that still may be going through it, but didn't really handle it how they handled it. So it's like, man, you just need to take your ass to work, or you just need to, like
Man,
it's
oh
all
my
it's
God,
always just what
bro.
you need to do. You know
Oh,
what I'm
bro,
saying?
you hitting it on the money, bro. Without giving away too many details, y'all. I got a close family member, man, that suffers from depression. I actually lived with that family member for a while. And I would get up, go to work, come back, that family member still in the bed. I didn't understand that, Bo. So I went to that family member like, yo, you can't just be laying in the fucking bed all day, man. Like bills got to get paid. You got to get up and get moving and do something. And she was just like, yeah, it's not that easy. I'm like, yeah, it is. Get up, find your job, go do something. But you just laying in this bed, drowning in your sorrows and in your depression. Ain't nothing gonna happen. And I wasn't empathetic at all, Bo. But as the years come around, I'm becoming more empathetic. But I had to really feel it and had to really see it on an everyday basis to not be like, get your ass up out the bed. Why the fuck you still in the bed? Get up out the bed and make some shit happen. So I was even guilty of that. But like you said, I get that from my mama
And the worst thing, and I'm gonna say with like our family, we sympathize for outsiders more than we do with our own. So
mm,
like we might even be watching TV and listen to somebody's sad ass story or some shit and be like, oh man, damn, that's fucked up. Woo, 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 woo. But the people that's in your everyday life, you ain't really trying to hear it because you feel like they struggle or their story. So it's like you less inclined to really like be willing to help. It's just the same way you see like bitches will be ready to feed kids in Africa, but you won't give $2 to the shorty coming out the Arab store. You know what I'm saying? You want to talk shit to him, man. Take your ass. You know what I'm saying? But you'll talk about donating to Africa or something.
nah, that's a fact.
But
That's a fact. Dr. Gold, you there, bro?
Yo, respect, power, blessings, all
What's
the
up,
good stuff.
man? What's
Yes,
up? I mean,
yes, yes.
I'm coming straight at you with the questions, Dr. Gold.
Come
Why
through, man.
is I'm gonna start with therapy. Why is therapy stigmatized in the black community?
Why is therapy stigmatized? Because, well, it denotes you trying to get in touch with your emotions, and that's been somewhat downplayed and stigmatized. Like, oh, it's a very effeminate thing for you to do, and I think that's unfair, especially for males, So I think that's already difficult for a man now to look at psychology as a positive thing, and they're called, and it's intelligence as well. So it's now like, now there's words like, it's quite cool to be like not geeky, it's cool to be dumb something in certain, in parts of the Western world, like, parts of society, and it's quite popular and trendy to be that. So
Yeah.
how that's what needs to be somehow changed. But I think it's very important for people to know about how the brain functions, how it works, what affects it, um, and all the rest of that, because it's great, isn't it? People can, it just
All
it
right,
just it just shows that you'll be able to control yourself more. You know what I
let
mean?
me chime in. Let me chime in real quick, Kingo. All right, so Kiss by the Sun said something that I know we all can feel. She said if there were issues, they remained in the house. You're not about, we have that saying, what goes on in this house stays in this house. Is that a dangerous way to think moving forward?
what goes on in this house stays in this
Especially when
house.
it comes to like mental illness. It's like we don't want to get therapy because this is house business, family business. We don't want to bring in an outside stranger to help us with family and house business. What do you think about that, Bo?
Facts, facts. Because I've seen it personally. Well, yeah, man, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. Because they don't want that attached to the family. Well, don't be telling nobody ain't nothing wrong with that boy. He ain't gotta go see no, like I've had relatives who went through different things. I'm talking about things worse than mental illness, like real life shit, man. Real life shit. And it's a portion of the family that don't want it to get out. Like I could understand like the whole thing about like women being abused as kids. Like I've
Yeah,
seen that.
yeah, me
I've
too.
seen that in real life
Yeah,
where they don't really care about protecting the. It's not that they trying to protect the person that did it, but they feel as though it's an embarrassment on like the mother. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Like
yeah.
how many kids suffering because the mother can't afford to feed their kids or properly clothe them or something. But instead of asking for help because she's so concerned with how people gonna perceive her, she'd rather just send the kid to school any kind of way or don't let them go to school. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
And I think that same mentality transfer over when you talk about like family members getting mental health treatment and stuff like that because they don't want it to seem like it's something wrong with them as a parent or with the family. So yeah,
Oh
Mhm.
yeah, also that's very important. Yeah, the legal sides of it, of classifying yourself
You
in
got a little
legal
static. You got a
categories.
little static, Kingo. You got a little static, brother.
Okay, I put my mic in.
Yeah, and it's doing that robot thing where it's speeding up your words, Kingo. I don't know why it do that when you, but it's speeding up your words and you got a little static, bro. You may want to drop out and come right back in. So, Red, you there, Red?
Wagwan, it's the
You,
King of England.
yeah, same question to you, man. Why is therapy stigmatized in our community, bro?
Because there's many reasons, but I just wanted to big up Masterpiece. I didn't even
Uh,
know Masterpiece son is coming through a 2 mil.
yeah, to
Yeah, mate,
years,
that
man.
that guy's living a good life. I tell you, like that's good. That's good news there. And yeah, I just wanted to say something positive on that. And yeah, the aunt or the person you knew that lied in bed all day long. I just put a cheeky
Yeah,
little.
yeah. I didn't. I didn't comment on it. You know what's crazy though, Red? I didn't comment on it, but that person didn't even drink. Like I didn't understand. I
No.
still don't understand depression. I'll be honest with you. I still don't understand depression, but I am more empathetic now because now that family member is starting to lose weight and not look like
Mm-mm.
themselves, and they're
Well, I hope that family member, I hope that family member doesn't tune in
yeah, nah,
into your YouTube because
they don't.
boy, they might
They
just slip
don't.
back into
Yeah,
depression.
yeah, I
We've been
hope
giving out the
they don't
compliments.
tune in. They don't tune
You've
in.
been giving out the compliments all day on this stream, like.
Nah. They don't tune in. But it was hard. It was hard, Red Gold, just to see a family member going through that, and I didn't know what to do.
Nah, nah,
I come from the age of tough love, man. You
nah,
understand,
no,
Red?
but yeah.
I don't know what to say, but get your ass out of bed. I'm gonna tell you this, Red. I even went so far as to build this family member a resume and sent out resumes just to find out that this my family member got interviews that they just didn't even attend
Wow.
because the depression was getting the best of them.
Yeah, but I'm sure you heard like other family members talking about them behind their back, which might have made you approach that family member like, I'm gonna hit you with the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Because normally when you hear people talking behind other people's back, it can amp you up to kind of say the right thing, and then you say it, and then everybody's like, "Why you say that for?" You know what I'm saying? Like you
yeah.
meant to shh. But you know, like if you study mental health properly, you'll see that all people related to slavery have got mental health like ingrained in them, and that's what another reason why black people in particular have got a weird relationship with the health services. It's like the same relationship that they have with the prison services. They don't trust the white man. They don't want to get sectioned. There was times before the 60s when black people were getting sectioned. I don't know if you've seen that film One Flew Over the
Mm,
Cuckoo. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest with
Mhm.
what's that actor called? Oh, hello, Johnny. Jack Nicholson.
Yeah,
Jack Nicholson.
yeah.
He was in a deep film about mental illness, called One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, where he got trapped in a mental home, went wrongfully trapped in a mental home. Then he helped a Native American Indian break out of the mental home at the end, and they was cutting their brains out and doing all kinds of weird shit, and he had to pretend to be mad. When he was saying "I'm not crazy," they thought he was acting crazy and pilling him up. And I don't know if you've seen the film Interrupted with Angelina Jolie. It's a similar thing that the people who are the psychologists and psychiatrists, they've got to have counselling themselves because they've got to be monitored by the system, the powers that be. So
Mm.
it's a bit of a rabbit hole when you go down there because it's fashionable for everybody to just be like, yeah, I've got depression, yeah, I've got bipolar, yeah, I'm crazy. Oh, I'll just take a bit of Prozac. But really and truly, you don't know what kind of religion or kind of system is being manipulated. You know what I mean? It's like Ivana fixed my life. She's not qualified to do that. She's just a lawyer. She's not actually. She's got a psychologist assisting her. It's not her. That's not her position. She's a writer. She writes books and she does self help and she does lectures. So you have to be careful who you talk to about your life, whether it's your girlfriend, a new friend you're making, or if you're trusting a new counselor, you have to ask the counselor questions like, do they know about racism? Do they know about bullying? I mean, it's all good sitting down with someone and going, yeah, I'm going to tell you my whole life story. But if they don't understand your particular life or your religion, if you're a Muslim, then that's more damaging than actually speaking to them in the first place.
Nah, I hear you. I hear you. I guess I want to ask. I'll ask you this, Bo. So if we are gonna do therapy or any type of counseling or anything, you as a black man, you think it's healthier for you to sit down with another black man as your therapist, or a black woman as your therapist, or a non-black person? What do you think? To get the most out of therapy, should it be a person of the opposite sex, same race, opposite sex, same race, same sex, opposite race? Like, I don't know if it's your mic. I don't know if it's your mic, Bo, but I can't hear you. I pose a question to you, Red. If you had to
Yeah, I
do
don't
that,
think it should be. I don't think it should be the opposite gender because
You
that's
can
just
hear
going
me?
to turn into like some LL Cool J video. You know what I mean?
yeah, I got you.
So
Got you, Bo.
yeah, I said I'll sit down with a sister, most
Yeah,
likely.
I think so too. I think so too.
That's gonna. Do you remember that LL Cool J song? Imagine that when he was the school teacher rapping to the school girl in the class. I just think if you're and he was licking his lips and shit, and it was just going all perverted. I think if you're chilling with a chick, it might just go left. I'm not saying it would,
So,
but it
so
could.
every woman you sit down with, you can't your dick get hard and you think about fucking them. That's what you're
No, I'm
saying.
not personalizing it to me. I'm just saying there's a possibility that it could go from crying about your divorce to banging on the middle of the floor. These things can happen, innit?
Well,
I'm
that's
saying
all a
same
part
thing
of the
with a
therapy
woman.
then.
Same thing with a
It's
woman. A
part
woman
of the
could be
therapy.
a woman could be vulnerable
Therapy.
and she could be crying about her husband and all that thing. Shit happens, It's not. It's the real world. Shit happens.
All
You
right,
know what
let's
I
go
mean?
to this comment from my sister Sosa. Personally, I couldn't sit with the stranger and tell them about me. I don't see the benefit. So that's gonna make me ask you guys, what's the benefit of sitting down with a stranger and telling them about what's going on with your life?
These people study this type of stuff.
Okay, okay.
Like,
They are the professionals.
yeah, they professional.
I got
I don't think it has to be professional. I think it just could be someone that shit ain't gonna come back to you. So if you're gonna talk about your wife or you're gonna talk about your kids or you're gonna talk about your aunt, it shouldn't be in a setting where that person knows your aunt or that person knows your wife or that person knows your child and is gonna go back and be like, you know what your dad said to me yesterday. As long as it's like in a setting where you could have that kind of trust, but it's not gonna fuck up what you're doing, then yeah, it's good to offload. And it could be just a friendly person that so like someone that's not from the same city, or it could be professional. You know what I'm saying? But if you don't um, erase the memory from your memory bank, like your brain, some of the trauma, then it sticks with you, and it sticks there, and it manifests in your life. So just like you clean the house, or you know have your car have an MOT and service the car before you do a long drive, you do sometimes need to find a brethren or a therapy. Some people just bun a zoot. Some people just smoke weed and meditate and try and calm down, and that can work for some people as well.
Anyway, I think this sum it up though. The stranger gonna be objective. He don't
That's
know
what
you.
I think too.
He don't know you. He don't have no already judgment on you. So he gonna be able to tell you from just what he's seeing you exhibit. You know what I'm saying? Where if you talk to somebody that know you, they gonna keep on telling you. They more inclined to tell you what your problem is before they even listen to it. Like
Yes.
you just need to do this, and it's like, bro, is you listening to anything I'm telling you? Like,
Mm, that's well said. Well said. Well said. How you doing, God, Jacob? You all right, brother?
Yeah, man, we good. We good here with the late night crew doing what we do.
Yeah,
What's
man.
up, Mo?
what's
Yeah,
up with
man.
you? Unc?
You know, we chilling, man. We chilling over here. The best
Yeah.
crew, the late night crew. I love it.
Yeah, and thanks for the platform earlier, brother. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah, you know
Like
you had to
when
go
we
get
when we
us
speaking
breakfast.
of and as we speaking of therapy, I needed
Uh,
some
What
therapy. I got
you
my
got a
therapy.
channel? God or Jacob
yeah,
got a channel?
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
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 he's got a
yeah.
I
channel.
post. I grab it. I
Put
grab
What
it.
his
happened to
name
your
up.
film you played the other day, fam? It just
What
cut
fail?
off. You was playing some film on your channel and it cut off. Then
Oh well, you know when you play copyrighted music, they cut you off, and that.
Yeah.
And for me, that was the show. Shit, I said, let me see how long I'm gonna get away with it. And when it happened, I
you're
went on
funny,
about
bro.
my business.
What's the
You're
name of your
funny.
channel?
Charcoal
Char-
black. I'm finna
Charcoal
drop
black.
a link. I'm gonna drop a link
Uh,
if you can hit it, Bo.
nah, so you don't get no black card. We'll discuss that later.
That's God of Jacob's channel, man. Y'all go get that, man. I woke
Yeah,
my ears was itching this morning, so I
yeah.
woke up to see what was going on, and yeah,
But
I
hey,
was
Rich, you know
coming.
I was you know I ain't mad, man. But
Yeah, I
you know
know.
I was mad when you said you wanted to smash RoboCop.
No,
Yeah, that got
Nah,
me.
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie, Born. I've got to tell you the truth. When you said it, I had to clean up my ears and then press pause, clean up my ears, press play again, and I was like, nah, he must be on the JD. He's got to be on the
yeah,
Hennessy.
no.
Like,
That
there's
was.
no way. There's no way.
I ain't
And
gonna
then
lie.
I clocked.
Sometimes I could be a troll though, Red. Like I knew when I said that and it got the reaction. I'm like, oh, everybody's mad. So then I went into troll mode and just started saying, yeah, I fuck. I just started.
But
You
did you
know,
know that? Did you know that she was in the news that week? Did you know that she was being discussed like in the main news that particular day that you said it? Did you know that?
uh-uh.
Yeah, fab. She lost. She lost.
Who is she? Like a UK Tommy Lauren or something?
Yeah,
She's related
yeah,
to that, but she
yeah.
lost her seat because basically they had an election and she flopped, and they were all the white people, racist and non-racist, were talking about it because they tried to gauge her success with how to talk in public in a political way anyway, and she lost the seat. And the girl that got stabbed to death, Joe Cox, her sister got the seat. You know what I mean? Because they have to fight for seats in the parliament. So she was. It's not being a good week for that redhead woman that you said you'd bang. So that's why when you said you'd bang her, I was thinking, oh my god, is he saying it because he knows she lost? Like I was laughing, like I was thinking,
That
does he
was
know she
it's
lost?
really like an inside joke that started on another channel. And then when I said it on my channel, like I said, I saw the reaction that I was getting. And Sosa just put in the chat, like she don't even have to see it just to know I was bullshitting. Gotta Jacob know I was just bullshitting. But
Yeah, yeah.
I gotta clear it up because the sisters was like, even Red left a comment like, bro, what are you talking about? That's why I said I'm gonna address it today and just really be done. But I joke, man, y'all know it, man. I mean, I hate to call it trolling, but we can call it trolling, joking, whatever. It was just a joke. But
But
I,
you know, I already told you my initial the first thing I said was my main gripe. That was it. Everything else was me messing with you over that lady with the RoboCop face.
you that's no big deal, bro. It's all good, man. But yeah,
Yeah. What's the topic, man? What we talking about?
Yeah. But the topic is, man, Sosa, you want to touch on that before I get it back to the mental health, sis?
No, you're good. You're good. Big
Okay.
up, brother Jacob. I like the way you
What it
handle
do?
Born. That's the way we need to handle family.
Oh,
Polite,
boy, this
calm.
my dude. Boy, this my
That's what I'm
dude.
saying. I like that. I like the way you handled him.
Well, you
Yeah.
know, well, boy, no, I don't like another Elmo. And I ain't like the way Elmo, like I said earlier, I didn't like the way Elmo was talking at my homeboy Bo.
Yeah.
And that was it. I said that on my show. I said the way he was coming at Bo, I ain't like it. So that was it. That was my main gripe.
And that's up to me to try to find a balance, right? I know Bo and Jimmy ain't gonna never get along. So it's up to me to try to figure out that balance. You know what I mean? It's up to me. I have to.
Yeah.
I'm learning. Like I said, I'm learning in real time. I'm even
But
on.
that's the thing,
Yeah.
Born. Like at the end of the day, you can't put too much thought process into it because you cannot control. I mean, yes, you can control who comes on your panel if you choose to, but you can't control who comes in your chat shit, do what they're doing. Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
So if you start putting too much emphasis on that, you lose yourself. Continue being you, and you'll fall into your role. You get what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
That go
Outstanding.
both ways too, though. That go both ways too. When you being you, don't minimize who you are just because your audience might be a little more and you feel as though this is what they do over here. It's
Yeah.
like, nigga,
Exactly my
I'm from
point.
Nashville. I'm from Tennessee. We don't rock like that, homie.
That's the point I'm making, Bo. That's exactly what
Right.
he needs to do because that's what brought us here. You being you. You get what I mean? So
Yep.
don't
Right.
Yep.
people will have issues, they won't have issues. Who cares? You're still gonna be you. You know?
That's a fact. That's a fact. And I mean, happy we got that out the way. But yeah, so you were saying, okay, you wouldn't do the counseling or therapy. I guess I want to ask you why. So why would you choose not to do that?
Um, I mean, like my other comment said, like for me, it seems as though you go to the doctor's just listening for trigger words that you're gonna say, and then he knows what to diagnose. And it's the same with a counselor. We're too individual, we're too complex. I could have gone through exactly what you've gone through in life, but the way you've internalized it will be totally different from the way I internalize it. So it's like, if we go and see the same therapist, they're going to tell us the same shit, but I just don't believe that they can really do me any good by,
That's
yeah,
not how
I don't see the
therapy works,
point.
though. That's
Well,
not how.
quite possibly, I've never been therapy, so
Right. Yeah.
I'm just going from
It's
a.
not like a cookie cutter. It's like they pretty much let you bury yourself. Like just let you talk until you know what I'm saying, or whatever. Or
Until
just
you say something that makes
they
their
train
ears
to
prick
ask
up.
certain questions to
Mhm.
get a certain response, and then they go from there. So I don't think none of us
Well, a
have
doctor.
the same gonna have the same experience or the same responses. So
Okay, I hear you.
yeah,
And yeah,
Yeah,
I
there's
get
definitely
different
that.
types
does.
of therapy as well. Like I went to like a group meditation thing, local group meditation thing. It's voluntary and it was related to the Buddhist church, but I didn't join the Buddhist church. But it was very much about mindfulness and breathing in and breathing out. And bearing in mind, I think at that time, did I smoke a bit of weed or was I taking CBD? I can't remember, but it worked really well with the cannabis. I'm not gonna lie. And if I was smoking weed like full blown, like even in the room, I think that would have just made it so much more impactful. But the CBD was powerful enough, and then like it was a different type of therapy. Then you've got physical therapy, you've got trauma therapy, talking therapy, psychotherapy. There's levels to this. You know what I'm saying?
right.
And then there's a new thing coming out about narcissism
I
therapy.
tell you
Yeah.
what, man, I had therapy and I needed it because
Okay.
there's the shit that went on in my life that I needed therapy. See,
Right.
cause my people came up from that old school, take it to the altar and let the pastor
Pray
deal
on,
Let
with
the
it.
pastor,
pray
yeah,
on it.
Yeah,
Oh
I'm like
yeah,
that
pray on
that
it.
that motherfucker got warrants out on him and he got 3 bitches pregnant in the church. What the hell I'm gonna yeah, the fuck I'm gonna go to him for? So
They
that's
were
how we
praying on
came up.
it, literally.
Yeah, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? So it wasn't until I got into the military where I needed that. I needed that there because shit was bottled up, man. I'm glad it was a total stranger. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Can
So
I ask you
Another
when you
thing
were
they
having?
teach Another thing they teach you though is just how to respond to shit. Like they don't all it ain't all about
yeah,
trying to kill you or nothing. It's just like helping you respond to situations that trigger you or that put you in certain situations. You know what I'm saying? So and how to
Exactly.
analyze
Yes.
certain situations.
Ooh, yeah, that's true. I tell you that much. That shit is true.
Sorry,
But
God, Jacob. I was just going to ask, what was it that made you feel okay? Yeah, I mean, without telling me the issues, but you know, like when you left and you thought, you know what, that was good for me. What gave you what? Do you think you could have spoken to anyone else, or just lived your life and got to that place anyway, or do you genuinely feel that without that counseling, you'd have never had that peace of mind?
I think I could have lived my life like normal. Like I could have lived my life, and whatever deaths or anything that was happening in my family that I was dealing with, whatever the situation was, I could have put on that facade. You get what I'm saying?
Okay,
You wouldn't have
but it
never
would have been
known
a
the
facade.
difference. Yeah,
Yeah,
but inside, it's constantly on my mind. You get what I'm
I
saying?
get
So,
you. I get you.
and you had to go through talk to somebody, and
Hmm.
I didn't want to talk to nobody close to the family who ain't never went through, death or seeing death or anything close
Yeah.
related to that because they can't tell me nothing. So,
Hmm.
whatever the situation is, man, I didn't want no family because they don't half of the time they don't know what's going on. Like I said, I come from a family that's like, oh, take it to the altar and anoint your head and spit in buckets, and I'm like, what the fuck is all this shit doing? Except giving me a goddamn sore throat, So it was some situations that black people, man, we have to engage in mental health,
Mm,
but
yeah,
okay.
we talk to toughen it up, tough it out.
yeah.
Yeah. Walk it off.
Yeah, that's like I just lost my leg. What the fuck you mean you walk it off? Like don't.
like both said earlier, my grandmama tell my family member, boy, take your crazy ass in the room somewhere.
Go sit down. Exactly. When he said that, I could relate so
Oh
much.
shit.
For real. And then you really deep down and start learning this shit. You like, yo, that's a
Yeah.
fucking schizophrenic you dealing
Mm.
with, and you telling him to
Uh,
just take his crazy ass out of here. Like, oh man,
But they say that slavery has produced post-traumatic stress
that
disorder.
ain't got nothing to do with no slavery, man.
that's what I want to ask though. Got it, Jacob. Do y'all subscribe to that? The post traumatic slave disorder? Y'all subscribe to that?
Listen, I don't because like even though we were like, oh, we the descendants of slavery, we ain't go through none of this shit they went through. You get what I'm saying?
I agree and
But
I don't agree.
I do believe it can transfer, that
I
that
think so
that
too.
the mindset can transfer and hold you
Yeah.
down. But that physical part of it, ain't no way. I mean,
I
yeah,
don't
I
know.
mean,
I don't know
I
if it's.
don't know, it's hard.
I
We're
don't know if
too
it's.
far removed for that.
Not slaves. See, y'all.
No, there's a
This is another
legacy of
thing
it.
we got to stop doing, right? Everybody revert back to slavery, right?
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
that Jim Crow era though was a mother.
That
Like
was the
my
mother. Come
grandma,
on, Bo.
But
my
that links
Damn.
to it
my
as well,
Talk that
man.
grandma,
talk.
my mama and grandparent are a direct product of that Jim Crow era.
That's
So
where we
it's
at.
it's certain behavior that's more so related to that and not slavery.
But it's still related to the same,
No, it's
obviously,
not.
It's
But it's a
not different.
mentality. It's not
It's a
because
totally different.
I
it's
believe for
related to
me.
the historically,
For
it's
me, I
related.
believe it. You know, like if you're raised a certain way, you've got certain characteristics from how you were raised, and that I believe has been transferred down. Yeah, but I don't believe that
Yeah, I
mentally
agree. I agree.
we have ingrained traumatic stress from what our ancestors went through. It is just because of the way we handle each other, the way our parents deal with us and their parents dealt with them. That has been handed down, and that I can, yeah. But I don't believe that somewhere within my DNA there's some. Some
No,
people
I'm not
say that.
talking about DNA. Though.
I didn't say
I
you
didn't
were.
get to
That
express what I
I.
was saying, but yeah, I wasn't talking about
Go
DNA.
ahead. I mean,
I'm
go ahead.
talking
How
about
about the fact
the
that I was
cultural influences.
talking? I don't like this boy, and I don't like Shifla.
I don't like you either, but it's fine.
Come on, so we can get through this, so you
Yeah,
good. You
please come
good.
on, man. Please, let's get
You know
to
what? It's funny she said that, because like I realized that it's the women that are the problem.
Oh
Like
no.
that's what's the problem, man.
Let's
Like
I've
stick to
whatever
the
never
you're
topic at
against.
hand.
right.
Let's
Yeah,
not be
yeah.
like girls.
Let's be cordial. Can we be cordial, black people? Let's be cordial today, man. Let's
But
be
just to
cordial.
respond to that though, like I've never been on a panel really where the women even had enough airtime to really like shift the vibe.
Yeah.
But it's always been like some buffoonery when it be a panel full of niggas. So I think it's unfair to say that it's the sisters. When if you have a panel full of niggas, it's gonna be a different level of buffoonery.
Mm.
The sisters won't even get a chance to even influence it.
Yeah, that was part of my
Luckily for
statement
you, my
earlier.
brother, I'm not. Luckily for you, my brother, I'm not a nigga.
Oh man, don't come with that energy. But I
All right, let's
understand.
go with this.
I understand.
Now,
I
okay, I want
understand.
to try to hold on. I just want to try to keep it focused real quick. I want to try to keep it focused.
Right.
Let me ask you this, Shiffer. Do you think that trauma can be passed down generation to generation?
I think anything can be passed down. It depends on who the parent is.
Do you subscribe to the post-slavery part and whatever it's called, PTSD, but for the
Um,
post-traumatic slave disorder?
I'll be honest with you, yeah. I don't subscribe to most mental health disorders. I just think that they're things that exist. People believe in them. You know, it's for me. If I really disbelieve it, it's for me to prove it wrong, and I can't do that at this point. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I believe it. Or I think there are some, but PTSD, um, from slavery, from people who lived 100 years ago. I don't know, bro.
One more question I've been asking everybody: why is therapy stigmatized in the Black community?
Because we never had access to it. You get what I'm saying?
That's what
Right.
both
No,
said.
no,
Right.
no, no, no. That's
Right.
not. That's not. I don't think that's the truth, bro. I think it's because a lot of black people are in the mental health system. I.e., like if I was to take you through South London, they got a numerous mental homes, and you see young black men in there. They got the weed psychosis, every type of psychosis. There's a lot of drug induced psychoses, and then what they do is once they get them in there, all of a sudden they got all sorts of issues, schizophrenia. They're just not making up as they go along. Before you know it, they're just in that system. They don't come out. So I think
Brother,
there's a fear of that.
the only access to mental health we had was that CO. Most of us gonna do a little time somewhere along the line, and that was the only the jail doctor or whatever. That was the only access we had. You get what I'm saying?
Introduction to it.
Introduction to it, yeah, man. It was the CO. That's the first. That was the first therapist I
I
had.
think
That's it.
like I can't speak for
Mhm.
the UK, right? I don't know nothing about the UK, but I think we discount the level of dysfunction sometimes that a lot of us grew up around. Like, well, I can't speak to everybody experiences, but by the time you gotta before you graduate high school, like a lot of us already got like a wardrobe full of dead people. You know what I'm saying? And like that
Facts.
shit ain't normal. Like when you look back on it, you
Yeah,
get what I'm saying? Like how many RIP T-shirts you had by the time you graduated to the point where it was down there like a fashion statement.
that's a fact. That is a fucking fact, man.
I'm gonna wear that red jank, that red RP to
I
go
had
with these
saw a
J's.
fucking, I had saw a dead body before I graduated high school.
Me too. I
You
saw a
know what
nigga
I'm
fall
saying?
out the window and bust his fucking head.
Yeah,
Shit stuck with me forever.
it's crazy. That
Yeah,
is
and
crazy.
that's why I was saying culturally there are links with obviously Black history and mental health. You know what I mean? Because we are a culture, whether it doesn't really matter what part of the globe you are, we're all kind of connected by the same historic things that affect our culture. So whether it's street life, gang violence, whatever it is, restrictions based on racism or whatever, it can have a damaging effect on the family structure and we um, how we end up excelling in a white supremacist society. I mean, and I'm not saying the
Yo,
way
Red.
I look at it, everybody else has to look at it. I'm just speaking in my mind
Yo, Red.
from
That's how we
what I've
do it.
researched.
That's all we doing,
Yo,
bro.
Red. Can I ask you a question, though, Red, on what you just said? Like, because I think that I find that quite interesting, yeah, and I think it's not far from what I personally think myself. But I think, like, you see, there's a big difference, in my opinion, between America and England, and the environments that our people are set for living in. Because like these men said, they got to certain young ages and they already got closets full of bodies, and how they describe it. I don't want to get too much into it because I don't know. I don't want to start like 1,000 words. But um, do you think in England things are considerably different and people have got more of a chance?
I can't speak. Um, I can't put my individual experience on the whole culture, but what I will say is the Windrush experience and the whole fitting in to British culture, you know, for the generations that's been here since then, and even for the new, you know, the new immigrants that's arrived. There's things that affect different communities in different ways that the more established communities don't actually have to deal with psychologically. You know, people talk about discrimination trying to get a job if your name doesn't sound English. You know, so what does that do to somebody's mindset? What does that do to somebody's mentality? You know what I mean? And there's a lot of things that have effects on different groups of people, men, women. You know what I mean, women often will complain about certain things. Men will complain about certain things. It's a cultural thing. You know what I mean? It's the system. You know what I mean? But it's the same system that's going to try to officially heal you. You know what I mean? And that's what I was trying to point a finger at earlier when I was speaking. That it's, you have to pick the
Yeah.
right type of help, because some people might go blind into it. Oh, I don't need therapy, or oh, I'm going to just take the first therapist that comes along, the first counselor, and they don't actually know what type of system they're engaging in. You know what I mean? And it can cause more damage. I'm saying.
I hear where you're going with this, but then the point I was getting at is really that like in America, it's got to be a lot different because you don't get free healthcare, you don't get free dentists, you don't get no benefit
Yeah,
system
yeah,
like
yeah.
what
You
we got.
can. That's a misconception. Like you get
What you get
Medicaid, it's
everything
called
free, man.
Medicaid.
What's Medicaid? Talk to me, man.
It's like if you on Section 8 or you low income, you can sign up for Medicaid and pretty much get health care. You get, but you won't be able to go to a doctor's office. You'll have to go to like a clinic or something. You know what I'm saying? And pay like a
Okay.
little co-fee. But that's a misconception about in America people dying on the streets because they ain't got health care.
All right. So what about if you get?
It's a.
What
Oh, go
about if
ahead.
you go? What about if you get shot in the hospital? What happens?
You going straight through the doors of the emergency room, straight up top.
Okay, you don't have to pay for that.
You gonna get a bill.
You gonna get a bill?
Look at y'all, man. Y'all sound like black people. He says you go get a bill. Fuck that bill.
Yeah,
Y'all sound
That's what
and that shit gonna go with the rest of the bills, right? Up
Right.
when I was coming up.
that shit, you ain't lying, bro. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah.
Chunk that shit right on the table. Look
What
at
we
it.
say
Yeah,
Chunk it
when I
right on
hit
the
a lick?
table.
I'll get back to it when I hit a lick.
yeah. My daddy, he couldn't. He only care about a couple of bills: the light bill, the gas bill,
That's a fact.
and the rent and shit like that. Anything else was shit. Wait in line.
Yeah,
That is a
they can't
fact.
refuse. They can't refuse you medical care.
Nah, they
Yeah.
can't. They can't. They can't.
Hey,
We got somebody in Arts. Big Arts, you there? Yo, Big Arts.
Yo, big up, bro.
What's going on, Big Arts? We talking about mental illness, man. You a Pakistani guy, right?
Yeah.
Do you do so? Does the Pac? I know not the whole, but you can only speak for your personal life. The Pakistani community, man, do they go get therapy when they're suffering from mental illness, or do they deal with it in house?
I think the Pakistan is more comparable to the black community. We deal with the shit the same as you lot, man.
Say it again,
We,
Arts. I didn't hear you.
I said we're more like the black community. We act like it don't exist.
Is that dangerous?
Very, very.
Yeah, I think so too, man. I think so too. But I'm still skeptical of therapy. I'm a guy who's never had therapy, and if I'm honest, I don't even think I know anybody who's had therapy, unless some people I met at like the workplace or something like that. But I've never, nobody in my inner circle has had therapy.
Think anybody need
You
it
see,
in your inner circle?
the problem is,
I
brothers.
think
Yeah,
so. Shit, I
like
probably do, bro. I probably
yo,
do.
yo,
Bro. We
yo,
talking about
Yeah.
death,
knowledge. Can I ask
deaths
you a
and
question,
murder.
bro? Yeah, and the people
Go
on the
ahead.
panel. When we say therapy, what do we mean by therapy? Because if we go back to our roots, we have different kind of therapies to what they're trying to give us.
I
Any
think.
traumatizing. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say professional because that's
Yeah.
what I have in my mind. A professional therapist, right? A person who studied, supposed to be a professional, bro. This is what they do every day. Like you go to your job every day. This
No,
person is a
no.
therapist every day. That's what
Bonrich,
I mean.
what I mean is, we have traditional therapists and we have medicinal therapy. You get me?
I think your phone's cutting out a little bit.
Yeah. Archie.
I think with mental therapy, it could take on a lot of forms. You get what I'm saying? So
All right. One second, brothers. If you don't can hear me, what I'm trying to say is, do you believe that people that need therapy should they be medicinized with medicine, or should they be given therapy with other means, like other avenues?
it
Well,
depends. It
I've tried
depends. It
acupuncture.
depends on what the condition is. Some situations may require medicine, and other situations may require just a breakthrough. Somebody mentally to get it together. I've seen being in the military. I saw cats take medicine for anxiety, and I saw people get talked through anxiety. Same situation.
Right.
Both of them suffer from anxiety, but one guy needs medicine, and the other guy just need to calm the fuck down and get talked down off the ledge a little bit, and he's right back in it. So everybody's
Mm.
different. They both suffer from the
Brother
same thing.
Jacob, Brother Jacob, I've tried acupuncture alternative therapy. I didn't think it was going to work, but it seemed to have like some ancient Chinese kind of effect. They gave me some horrible tea that I didn't like, enjoy drinking. It was like some herbs. Like it was. Some people might think that's
Man, what the
witchcraft
hell are you
or
talking about?
therapies, alternative therapies. I think that's what
Oh,
Ard
okay.
was trying to talk to you about when he was asking you questions about the different types of therapy. So like
Yeah, exactly. So what
acupuncture,
I
they
was
stick
saying,
needles.
big up, brother. So what I was trying to lead to is this year. When we go back to Africa, Asia, there's a lot of therapy that we can give to people through food, through recreation, certain practices that we divulge in. Whereas in the US and the UK, people that are diagnosed with mental problems or any kind of mental health, the doctors are very quick to medicinize them. Understand? Give them
Well,
medicine,
that
fill them
well
up
that,
with
that
tablets and shit.
well, you got psychiatrists and you got psychologists. You know what I'm saying? One of them don't prescribe medicine. You know what I'm saying? I think that's another misconception that all
Great point.
therapists just
Great
trying to
point.
put you on medication. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a misconception about therapy in America.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. There's therapists, there's counselors. Counselors can be good if you have got a temper, if you feel like you're gonna like if you've got really bad temper, or if you just got some issue that can be, not so heavy, not too deep. You know what I'm saying? But needs a bit of assistance. Counseling is good. And obviously people with good friendships, some of us are lucky to have a good friend that counsels us and we don't even realize it. And that's why they're our best friend, or that's why we just roll with them because they're just that they're good for us. You know what I mean? Other people don't
You're
have
red.
that.
You're red. You're red. What is counseling actually for?
That's a massive question. I'll give you a simple answer, yeah.
Can I
A
answer?
short
Go on,
version.
go on, Khalid, go
Go
on.
on, go on. I'll let you take over. Go on.
Sorry, bro. I was just gonna say, from what you said, it made me want to explain to one answer quickly. Was that counseling, in my opinion, in this Western world, is for us to adhere to their rules and regulations.
That you see the way you said that, yeah. Like, let's not think about the Western world. Let's think about counseling on a whole. Because I hear
But can
the
I ask you a
sentence.
question, bro? Who out
I
here on the panel, any one of us, do we not live in the Western world? So why should we not talk about
no,
it if we live?
I hear no, but broski. I hear what you're saying, yeah. I hear what you're saying. But if we lived in the Eastern world, it would just be to make people,
Bro, if I lived in
do
Pakistan,
the same
I would be
thing.
complaining about the corruption in my country. I wouldn't
All
be
right, thank
complaining
you.
about my country putting me on medicine of a normal illness.
Yeah,
What these men are doing. Understand?
uh, I hear you. I hear you. But hear what I'm gonna
Yeah?
say to
I
you, yeah.
wouldn't be worried
Let's,
about the feds trying to kill me or my brothers like you, yeah? That happen to be black or I
yeah,
happen to be brown. I wouldn't be worried about the
yeah,
feds trying to put it on, man, because they all look like us. So yeah, there's a
yeah.
big
But
difference, brother.
your odds. Did you know what it is, yeah? You see, because this man them on the panel now, yeah, and we're big men talking, yeah. Let's not do this woman thing where we start throwing emotions around in between the
Honey.
intellectual
Yo,
conversation.
yo, yo,
Bro,
yo.
Now,
you're
hold up,
putting it
hold
on
up,
me like
hold up.
trying to say I'm
Hear
emotional like
me,
a bitch or
hear me.
something. Like, come
No,
on,
no,
man.
no, no, no.
Come on, bro.
Hear me out,
The
hear me
words you
out.
All
chose
right,
there
man.
was
Let
not
the man
right,
Respectfully,
answer
man.
your
Like,
question, man. Let the man
one
answer the
second,
I'm
one
telling
question.
the brother
second,
to his face, innit?
one
It's not
second.
like rephrase that, bro. Rephrase it,
Respectfully,
please.
my brother. Listen, respectfully. This is what I'm going to say to you. Yeah, I didn't ask you what is therapy for in the Western world. I just asked you what is
Mm.
therapy for, and you gave me the Western world because you wanted to.
I
Now, I
gave you
get
the
you, and I
answer that I
respect
know
your
from
answer.
here,
All
bro.
right, man. He answered the
Respect your
question, man.
answer.
Can we go to somebody
Okay.
else? He answered the
Yeah,
question.
someone
That's a
else,
great.
please.
If
Yeah.
I can tap in, therapy is. I can only tell you what I've been taught. So therapy is supposed to help you get it out, right? And then we even say little shit like "get it off your chest." Therapy is a way to get it off your chest. A professional therapist, in my mind, I've never been to one, so in my mind, a professional therapist is trained to ask you certain questions, and they go off of your response. So it's a form of getting it off your chest and trying to come to some type of resolution.
Brother Rich,
In
can I just add
in the
something in there,
UK,
please?
that same therapist will get you nicked under the act of terrorism for you expressing your views.
Wow.
Yeah, you shouldn't
Allow
be
it, allow
saying
it,
that. There, you should be
Brother,
allow
talking
it.
Brother
about
Rich,
the. You can't talk about
I'm
the
sorry, I'm
Taliban.
just
Think
being
about it.
real. And there's people in the chat saying that I hate black people. I don't know what that's about.
Yeah,
Brother Rich,
Ars, hold on real quick, Red. I'm coming to you, but
Let's
Ars,
keep it to the
you
subject,
get, yeah, yeah.
answer.
Over here, Ars, you only get three times to respond to the chat, and use them wisely. That's it. I give you 3 rebuttals to people
Was
in the
that my
chat.
first? Was that my first? Was that my first?
Yeah, because you just left it out there. So yeah, you got one. That's one. You
Big
got
up,
two. You
big up,
got two more times
big
to
up,
respond
Rich.
to the chat. You know what I mean? Because we got to try to stay
Yeah,
on
man.
topic. But go ahead, Red. Sorry about that, bro.
Sorry,
yeah,
homie.
big up, Brother Rich. I like what you just said there. Also, I just wanted to just obviously clarify that, like counseling in comparison to like psychoanalysis and therapy, they sound similar if you're not really into it or you don't like you're not into that kind of understanding it. But like you've got different levels of mental health. So I'd say anyone that seeks counselling is probably not got the higher level of mental support that they need. They probably like can be helped with minimal counselling. Then you've got like psychoanalysis where you might have a personality disorder because they would work out about your FOO, your family of origin, and they'd work out if there's any abuse in your history, any alcohol abuse, any kind of childhood neglect, and then work out if you've got one of like 10 personality disorders. And then
Okay.
if they find out you've got personality disorders, then they might medicate you or guide you how to kind of snap out of your personality disorders. And then
This brother is talking real talking.
you've
But let me
also
ask you
got
this
like
though, Red.
sorry, I better shut. Go on.
No, only thing I was gonna say, Reg, is in layman's term, if I know if I have a family member that's suffering from let's just say depression, is that psycho? And which one would that
Do you
be?
know what? That's a very good question you asked, and I think that's a question that everyone in the panel needs to think about. Like that is a powerful question you just asked. How
Can
do
you
you
not
distinguish?
elaborate on psycho
Yeah,
depression though? I don't
how
understand
do you
psycho
distinguish
depression.
it? That's a good question. I like
Before
it.
before you do that, you see, hold on 1 second. Before you do that, yeah, I just want to elaborate on everything I've just heard because based on what you guys have just said, yeah, this is what I'm saying now, yeah. You see, as far as therapy is concerned, from what I've heard from everyone, this is how I'd word it. It
Oh
is
shit, that's
used to
Shifa. Big
help
up Shifa.
people, yeah, to help people that are struggling with reality to come to terms with reality in some cases. Or, in some cases, it may be used to help someone who's not struggling with reality but going through grief then or some deep depression or something to come out of it, to snap out of it, to realize what they're actually in. Do you know where I'm coming from? Now, that's still bringing that person back to reality to some sense and giving that person a reality check. Now, I realize, Brother Ards, I respect what he said as much as I said it was emotional response because he was direct with his approach. He went straight to, they want to brainwash us into, dealing with their society and accepting it. Now, that's the reality of everything in life, isn't it? Like that's the reality of
No, but that's
therapy.
real
Then
talk though, Shifa. Shifa, that's real talk, brother.
that's the
Especially
reality,
for us in the
bro.
UK.
But I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I'm saying that's the reality, innit? Because at the end of the day, there's got to be a right way and there's got to be a wrong way, innit? Yeah.
See, for
Like if
me,
you're,
I've had I
um,
have a little bit of both. I had therapy for traumatic experiences, and I've also had counseling, whereas regarding my work performance. You get what I'm saying? So I think counseling, and this is my opinion. I'm not qualified in either field, but counseling puts you on that path to achieve that objective. Any one of us up here can be a counselor to somebody if you're
Right,
proficient in what you're talking about. You get what I'm saying? For
right.
yeah,
instance, if Bo know how to fix engines, I'm going to seek his counsel. You know what I'm saying, to tell me how to do something.
Mm.
But
No, but
those,
God, Jacob,
mhm.
you see the problem is, yeah, people don't want to hear
Yeah,
what other people got to say, especially when what the other person's got to say means that they have to
brother.
reflect on themselves. And counseling directly makes you have to reflect on yourself, your actions, what you're doing. You can't use anyone else as an
Shifa, I'm
excuse. You can't
sorry, I
say,
have to cut you,
oh, but
bro.
that
The reason
person did
why
that.
I just want to ask
And now
God
go
of
ahead.
Jacob, God of Jacob, have they ever medicated you?
Nah, they have never
Did you
medicated
give
me.
us
I was in that.
experience?
Hmm?
Right. So the reason why I brought up the point I did earlier, God of Jacob, was because in the UK, Shifa will testify to this. In the UK, especially to black brothers, they will medicate you straight fucking away, bro. Am I lying, Shifa?
Yeah, but that's not for job counseling. No, that's something
This
different. That's
whole
what I was
this
trying
whole
to explain earlier.
counseling and that this counseling thing we're saying, God of Jacob, it don't happen in the UK. They might give you some medicine, they put you under some tablets,
Mm.
make sure you don't fuck up and whatnot. You get me? Get hyper. They make you lazy, bro. You get me?
Arts, I
No,
hear
no,
you
no,
on
no.
that because in America, there was a
I
point in time, big arts, where they start putting kids on Ritalin and all this shit,
written.
and now they needed was a good ass whooping. You get what I'm saying?
Nah,
But
that's
the
a
first
fact.
thing,
That's a
first thing
fact,
they
God.
said was Ritalin. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact, God,
Right.
Jacob. I can speak to that personally, man. I took my son off of that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Took my
yeah.
son straight off of that
Bro,
shit.
all of us, I bet all of us as kids, we was hyperactive. We used to do a lot of shit back in the day that they never said we need Ritalin for. But now they say we need Ritalin.
Hey,
Like, what the fuck?
exactly, Arts. How you gonna put a young boy on medicine for being a goddamn boy? He broke a
That's it.
window.
And it
Okay,
made me a
yeah,
Exactly. The
zombie.
boy's
yeah.
got
God,
energy,
Jacob.
man. Listen, if I got a puppy, yeah, I got a dog, yeah. For example, I'm not comparing nobody's kids to dogs, but I'm just saying, for example, right now I've got a puppy. He's 4 months old. Anytime he sees anybody, bro, got a Jacob, yeah, he wants to go there and play, and he's waggling his tail. He wants to go and see who it is, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah. He
like
been a
that's a kid,
dog.
isn't it?
Shit.
He's got energy. So what am I gonna do? Give him some fucking Ritalin and calm his ass down?
Yeah,
Oh, hell no.
bro, broski, yo, odds. I think we're going a bit off the subject here. You see what we have to understand it. Yeah? Like counseling is like a replacement for parenting. Let's be honest about
Shifa, we
this.
don't have
Yeah?
counseling in the UK. What are you talking about, bro? This
No, no,
counseling he's
listen,
talking
we
about,
do.
you
No,
know the
bro,
Hey,
way
why?
he's talking about counseling
broski, one
in the
sec,
US, we don't have that in the
relax.
UK, bro.
No,
We don't have it, bro.
relax. Listen. No, we do. Listen, relax. Hear what I'm saying to you. What you're talking about is something different. What you're talking about is these young boys when they start going mad on drugs or when they get in trouble with the police and then half of them lie, they ain't even got no mental health. But by the time they take them in there and juice them up, they probably have got mental health after. So I definitely agree with you. I'm
Shifa,
just saying
I agree with you on that.
it's a
But listen,
different
bro, I
thing.
can walk out my house
One
now,
second.
walk 5 minutes away, and I can show you on my camera 100 youths, yeah, that are not
Bro, I know them.
certified
Bro,
insane or
listen,
whatever. These
I know
man,
them
if they saw them,
personally.
they'll put them on
Bro,
medicine, bro.
broski, listen, I not probably know the youths personally. I know too many youths that's on mental health registers and they see the area I come from, bro. You see Maudsley, I know half of the people that's in there, I probably know them by first and last name.
You're
So what I'm
from up
saying
north,
is,
innit, Shifa?
bro, the thing is, yeah, bro, like we still got to talk the truth. You see, counseling, we can't demonize something that's a good thing. You see, without counseling, bro,
I'm not
I won't be
demonizing it. I'm
honest.
just saying there's a
No, no, no.
different type of counseling we get in the UK
Yeah.
compared to the US. That's what I'm trying to
No,
differentiate.
that's not counseling. That's not counseling. You see, when these people go to their doctors and their doctors are giving them pills for depression, yeah, and they lie to get extra benefit payment and they say they're depressed, and then they start taking the pills. Before you know it, them pills are gonna have an
Yeah, but
effect.
Shifa,
And then
me
what's
and
gonna
you are not
happen
the
is,
judge to say that
broski,
they're lying, innit, bro? Come
broski.
on, man.
No, but broski, listen to what I'm saying to you. It's not about being a judge to say that they're lying. I'm saying going to your doctor and saying you're depressed is different to getting counseling, bro. Now, people get counseling for all different types of
I
things.
agree. I
They don't
agree. I agree. I
necessarily
agree.
they don't necessarily get
But you do have to
counseling because they're
self-refer because on the
yeah,
NHS there's big
yeah,
waiting lists. So you have to
Yes,
yeah.
self-refer on
I
the
like that.
website,
And it's
Yes,
hot,
and then
bro.
they
It's
Flaji.
get
hot.
back to you
Listen,
on email.
broski, listen, it's so difficult to get counseling because counseling is an expensive thing. These people, they cost money. Yeah. And then you have to think you got things like couples counseling, wedding, marriage counseling, whatever. There's different levels of this thing. So that's all I was trying to get at, odds, that when we're saying counseling, you're taking it to the extreme. And we're not necessarily talking about the extreme level
No,
here. Does
no,
that make sense?
I'm not taking it to the extreme. What I'm saying is the counseling in the UK is minimal, whereas counseling in the US, I really think it is much better than the UK. And I think God Jacob, if you can testify, bro, I think counseling in your where you're from is actually
Bro, it's
beneficial for
probably the
people.
same thing. To be real with you, it's
I
probably
doubt
what
it,
it's
bro. I doubt
probably
it,
not
bro.
too
Shifa,
far off because a lot of the medical research coming out of Oxford in the UK and all that, and I'm pretty sure it's pretty much all the same Western. I don't think it's that big of a
it's not.
difference.
It's
Maybe
not,
just
bro.
in
We had
how
a
you,
counselor
Broski,
in
maybe
school.
broski.
We
This
just
had
how
in
it
how
is.
odds.
they.
Hold on, no, odds. You didn't have a counselor in school then, did you? Because we had a school. We had a youth guidance counselor. That's
Shifa,
it.
how
Youth
old are you,
guidance
bro?
counselor. I'm probably
What?
older
You
than
must be
you,
from the
fam.
next generation. You had counselors and shit.
Bro, when we was
Come
in
on, bro.
school, in my school,
I
we
swear
had
you're
youth
30
guidance
something, right?
counselor.
You're 30 something, right?
Yeah,
I'm 35. I'm gonna be 36 this year, bro. See, when I was in
yeah,
school,
yeah,
secondary school, primary
yeah.
school, we ain't have no fucking counselors. We ain't have no
What school
mentors.
did you go?
Our,
What
our,
school
our
did you go?
schools were not academies. And now
What
my
school
school is a
did you
fucking
go?
academy, bro.
What school did you go?
The same, I went to a school that was down the road from Big Nasty. What's it? This is school.
I went in Brixton.
No,
Well,
Nasty's
where?
from Plaster.
I
From
ain't went to
Plaster.
school in Pakistan, man. You know, you go to-
I know Big Nasty from
Yeah,
Brixton.
I
I
did
know
go
him
to
from
school in
Brixton.
Pakistan for the first two years
Either
of
way,
my
yeah.
education. I
Do I
came here
never
when I
say
was
to you,
5, bro. I'm sorry, bro. Is that a problem?
bro? You went to school in London, right?
No, but someone just said you went to some shit in Pakistan, so I thought
Now
that was a
forget
problem now.
Pakistan. Forget Pakistan.
Yeah,
I'm just asking. You went to school in London, right?
Yeah, bro. I went to primary school and secondary school in London, in the same borough that I live in.
Ah, that's why. That's why London schools, not only are they congested, they don't care about you lot, man. There's too many black kids in them schools, man. They're not looking after you, right?
Bro,
What you lot
more
need
like
to
there's too
do
many Asians
is come
where
out
I'm
of
from.
London.
I don't know
Too
about
many
black kids, but
Asians too.
there's too many
Blacks,
Asians.
Asians, Chinese. Do you think they care about
Asian
any one of
motherfuckers
us,
are running
bro?
the town, bro.
You think
Mostly
they give a damn?
Bangladeshis, and then Pakistanis
Bro, they
come
don't give a
second, then
damn.
Indians, and then blacks,
Bro,
and then
let me
white
show you
people.
something. Bro, let me show you something. As far as they're concerned, your schools are congested. You lot deal with your own problems, innit? But you see, the moment you come out of London, bro, you're gonna start seeing a different life, bro. That's what I'm saying. And secondly to that,
Who
yeah,
the
we
fuck
had a
wants to
youth
come out of London
guidance.
and go where you are, where the fucking
Bro,
rain just
listen, go
fucking
somewhere,
everywhere, bro?
What's
bro,
going
go
on?
somewhere else,
Hey,
bro.
man, we can
Bro,
move
go
it
somewhere
along,
else. Go
man.
to the beach. Go to the beach. What I'm
Shipper,
saying,
nobody wants to go
we had
there
a
where the
school.
rain is constant,
Go
bro.
to the
It's
beach.
raining
Go to the
24 hours a
beach,
day
man.
where you're from, bro. Come on, man.
All right, let's move along. Go to the beach, innit? But
Sorry, bro. Let's get back,
what we should
bro.
do, what we used to have
Let's
to
get
do.
back to the conversation. Everyone,
Yeah.
I'm
So like
sorry.
I was saying, we had school guidance counselor, yeah. So that was or youth guidance counselor. So that was for people, if they're feeling upset, if you're getting bullied or whatever's going on in your life, that's stopping you from achieving.
Yeah,
There's
you
someone
went
you
to a
can
posh
talk to.
school, bro.
You
You went
understand?
to a nice
That's the
school.
best.
I went to a
Yeah.
school that was so rough. I'm telling you,
You
it
have
was
that shit,
rough.
man.
It was rough. I think everybody in my year had a fight at school by year 8. Simple.
I
Everybody,
read, sorry.
even the yuppies. You know what I'm
I
saying?
read, I forgot to add there, yeah, that was my school outside of London. When I was in London, all of my schools were whack. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't like school. That's the truth. Because
Mm.
school, it
I
was just
thought you
like
lived in
school was like,
London. Where the hell are you?
listen, I don't live in London, bro. I used to. I grew up in
So
London still.
what? Are you in
I
Oxford?
got kicked.
Cambridge?
No, I'm nearer to Bristol still, but I got kicked out of London schools. I used to get in fights every single day in school, bro. School was like
Yeah.
gangland, bro.
And
No,
you
That's
I
what it
got
said,
was
family
like.
around there.
and Schiffer,
It was like a breeding ground.
and Schiffer, you said y'all had a counselor in your school.
In my school, in the posh school in the side, yeah, but not in London schools, not with the rough kids. No.
Now
Yeah, I went.
In America, you get a guidance counselor in every grade. I can remember a
Right.
black
Yeah,
woman, and then when I look back on it, it was so strategic because they gave
yeah,
you a black woman, a motherly figure that was your
yeah.
guidance counselor, and she was the one that could
See,
set you straight. See what I'm saying, Schiffer? Man, you could get
you
into a
see,
fist fight in the hallway, and the white principal can't calm me down. The white teachers can't calm me down, but you get that black woman guidance counselor, she could pull me in her office and say, "Yeah, Born, you bullshitting. You bullshitting.
yeah,
You in here fighting. These white folks gonna put you out of this school if you keep fighting." You see what I'm saying? She was just
and
like
it
a
was.
motherly type of figure.
Do you think that was a good thing for you though?
It made me get a level head. It was the
Yeah,
motherly figure, right? Shift as a man,
Yo,
you
who's that
gravitate.
masculine?
Hold on,
Who's
Ars.
that?
Hold on, Ars.
Who's this
Ars. Let me
masculine
finish.
looking bird, man?
All right. I know, Ars.
Hey,
So go ahead.
bro, hey, what's up with these Crackers be tripping over here, man. That's the
Yo,
same way they talk about Serena, this
Yo,
masculine
bro,
looking.
I
I'm
ain't
just saying,
no
where that be
cracker,
coming
my
from?
brother. I ain't
Asian man,
no
in
cheesy
America,
brother,
you'll be
fam.
considered a cracker.
I'm darker than you.
I'm just saying to just come out and disrespect the sister like that and
I'm
call her
just saying,
masculine
I
out
have
the
more
blue.
melanin. I
Where
have
that
more
come from,
melanin than you. I'm darker than you.
brother?
What's
You
your
just
problem?
burnt.
you're not
You
ours.
just
You're not
you just
darker than him.
sunburnt. You
Yeah,
just sunburnt. You don't have no melanin. You just burnt by the
it's
sun.
two
That ain't
different.
melanin.
It's two
What you
different
say? I'm
cultures.
sunburnt, yeah? Back
It's
that
two
with
Yeah.
some
different
fucking
cultures,
science, you
man.
dickhead. Because when you get
Yeah,
sunburnt, your skin burns and it peels off. Yeah? Whereas if you have active melanin, like
Man,
me,
ours. You're gonna
yeah,
go this way, ours.
man, your skin
Ours.
gets
Listen,
darker when you
all
go in the
right,
sun,
ours.
brother.
Yeah, ours. You ain't gonna last long over here, ours. Be 100 with you, bro. You're gonna get pushed and say some
Yo,
racist shit.
Bonrid,
Run off.
you can keep. I haven't said no racist shit,
Yeah,
nothing.
that's what I'm saying. But it's going that way, Ars. I've listened to your
But what
conversations
I'm saying,
before.
if I do,
It's
you can
going
keep
that
me, but I
way.
haven't said no racist
I'm
shit like
telling you,
that, bro.
Ars, if you relax now, it won't go there.
I've been relaxed, brother. I'll meet up.
Yeah. The more you mute up and just listen, it won't go there, brother. But it's people on this panel that's gonna contest you and fight you, and you're gonna end up saying some racist shit and
Bro,
running out.
that could be a Pakistani bird, and I'll say the same thing. Who's this masculine looking bitch? You hear me? Same way, bro. Like, come on, man. It's just a simple thing, bro.
Yeah, I get you, but I can't say everybody else on the panel is gonna, you know what I mean? Let that
Bro,
slide.
she got
Let
broader
that ride.
shoulders than my brother, man. My brother don't have them shoulders, like, damn.
that's
She
because
got
your brother don't do shit but probably sit around and jack his dick. That woman an athlete. What the fuck you talking about? You know what I'm saying?
Bro, she ain't bigger
You
than
What's
see
me,
up
the
with
so
way
this
she
that
ain't
you
no
sucker,
see the
fucking
man?
way that
athlete, is she?
you
What's
see
up
the
with
way
this
She
that
ain't
sucker,
bigger
brother
than
you
me.
man?
see
Listen,
the
all
way
right,
that
let's
brother
get to
Rich
it.
spoke to you.
All
That's
right,
an
let's get to
example
it.
of that's a sample of counselling. You see the way that brother Rich just spoke to you, and that he's actually like a counselor. I ain't even
Nah,
gonna lie.
Rich is
All these,
perfect. Rich is perfect. You're correct, you know. He done it perfectly.
yeah, he's like a counselor.
You said those
Like,
shoulders
you know,
are broad.
Rich, you actually
Yeah.
wound me down. I was on a hype, and then you brought me back to earth.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, it's cool, but everybody ain't gonna agree with that. I could make the joke, and Bo would have said, "Bro, what the fuck you talking about?" You know what I mean? I could have made
Nah,
the
but I
joke.
just say that's a big bitch, man. I can say that, man.
The shoulders are broad. The shoulders are broad. I don't
Yo,
think
Whoa! I don't
what
appreciate.
we
think you're meant to
doing,
call
yo?
black
Yeah,
women
I don't
bitches,
Oh
think.
bro.
Hey, what
man,
we
I
look.
doing
don't think
now?
you're meant to call
What we
black
If
women
doing?
bitches
we
like that, you
do
know.
this,
What we doing?
let me tell you why that's
We got
offensive.
crackers over here
Art.
just disrespecting sisters for no
Yeah,
I
reason out the blue.
I
yeah.
I didn't
What
put a
we
picture
doing?
up
Hey,
on the
we're
panel.
gonna get to
Yo,
it. We're
listen,
gonna
there's
get
a
to it.
picture on the panel. I reacted. I'm sorry.
No, ain't nothing wrong with it because then we could get to it.
Man, that's a young sister. She ain't nothing but like
Yeah,
what we doing? What we
That's what
doing?
I'm saying. I don't know what we doing, ours, but
that
let
sister
me say
beautiful.
this, bro. Yeah,
That looks like
That
a
sister
young brother.
beautiful.
That looks like a young
ours.
brother to me.
She's
Now,
A
beautiful,
pack,
man.
hey, a
that's
Beautiful.
what on
Pakistani,
here.
a
Hey,
Pakistani would have never disrespected a sister in America. Never. That's some UK
nah, it's the
shit.
internet. It's
They
the
would have
Yeah,
internet.
never. I'm
yeah,
saying
yeah.
they
What?
would have
What?
never
Never.
been.
Never.
Oh yeah,
What?
it is.
A
That,
What are you
Pakistani would
trying
have
to say?
never been
What are you trying to
that
say?
comfortable.
what
We
she.
don't have no
Yeah, I
balls in
don't
that.
want to
There's
go here.
skeletons in there.
Now,
Hold
I don't
on.
want
No,
to.
but I don't
You
get
see
it.
what I'm
What you trying to
saying?
say?
Now
We
look at
don't.
that queen. Look at
What
that
you trying to say?
queen.
See, I
Okay.
don't want to go there, odds.
Look like she
That ain't a
just got
Pakistani
out.
though.
She just
She ain't
made bail.
Pakistani. That's Sikh. That's a Sikh.
Odds. I don't want to go there, odds, but
That's
we
a
can
Sikh
go
from
there,
India.
bro.
Get
What
the fuck out of it,
Pakistani
bro. I'm not
woman is?
Indian. I'm not
Yeah,
Indian,
Same
They
bro.
thing.
don't like Indians.
yeah, it's a
Pakistanis
Pakistani.
don't get on. Pakistanis don't get on with Indians or
Bro,
Bengalis.
she's a
Man,
Sikh. She's an
in
Indian. Are you
America,
dumb, bro? She's
listen,
not fucking a Pakistani.
in
No, that's an
America,
Indian.
she's Pakistani. You,
All right.
August
Right.
and
In
her
America, you're basically
are
racist
brothers
and
and
you call
sisters.
Indians Pakistanis and Pakistanis Indians. I get
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. Because we don't even,
I get it. You
we
just
don't
are
even
racist,
tell
innit? You don't give a fuck. I get it. I get it. I get it.
that. Yeah, yeah. So we could go if we want to do. If we're gonna go picture for
Yeah.
picture,
She look like
yeah.
Raj.
But that's not really picture for picture because she's
Yeah,
public
but if
already.
we going picture
And
for
you
picture,
got a bitch out here looking
come
like
on,
fucking Mike Tyson. Get the
you
fuck
know
out
it
of
can
here.
Oh,
get that
bro,
way.
I'm trying. Please don't call her a bitch, brother. I swear, please.
No,
Let
I had a
all is
cousin back
strong.
in the
Hey,
bro,
day,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, bro.
That's
He's
a
strong minded.
young,
Yo, you know the bro. One
beautiful,
second, bro.
gorgeous sister.
One
Yeah,
second.
he ain't gonna
I
last.
had a cousin back in
One
the day.
second.
Listen, I'm
One
gonna
minute.
break it
I'm
down. I'm gonna
apologize
break
for
it
that.
down quickly, yeah.
Because the way the
Odds,
brother
I'm
said
gonna
it,
break
I'm
this
apologize.
down.
One second.
Odds,
Well,
listen,
Aki, I
listen.
will. You don't have to.
Odds,
I
odds,
recognize
hear
it
me out,
already.
hear
One
me out.
second. One second.
When
I
I
will
was younger,
apologize.
Hear me
The
out,
reason
fam.
why
When I was
that is
younger,
my
All
sister
right, all right,
too,
listen to what
Scrappy,
I'm
and I'm
chill
saying.
sorry
out.
for that.
All right,
Listen to what I'm saying. When I
all
was
right,
younger,
Scrappy.
I had an older cousin that was a bit of a bad man, yeah, and he had a Pakistani friend. And the first people I met Pakistani, yeah, his mum was traditional Pakistani, yeah. and she let my bad man cousin go into the yard. Yeah, that was a big cultural shock for me as a child growing up, thinking, "Oh my god, my cousin's gone into that Pakistani people's house, and they let him leave his shoes on the
Wow.
doorstep, and they don't see him as a black like racist." But I've
Was it a
engaged with
racist thing
Bengali
or something,
people.
bro? Like, I
No, it
have bare
wasn't a
black friends
racist,
in
but
my
I've
house,
engaged.
bro.
Let me finish my point. I've never had that experience with Bengali people. I've met some really cool Indian people as well. But I know that there's some cultural clash between Indian, Pakistani, Bengali, and I know that a lot of Pakistani brothers
There's no
actually
culture. It's a
like
Islam.
since
It's a religion. It's a
since
religion thing,
since
bro.
Apache Indian days, they rarely do vibes with the Jamaicans. I know that. But Lau calling the girl bitch, brother, please.
What did you just say, bro? I don't understand.
But I think it is. What I think it is,
No,
Arts,
one
is
second, Boris. 1 second, bro.
no,
No
Arts.
disrespect
Hold
here. I
on,
just want to
Arts.
understand what
No,
the brother
Arts.
was
You
saying,
came in
please.
with the bitch, but listen, Arts. I think you came in with the bitch trying to be like Americanized, like thinking that okay, I'll throw
Bro,
words around
everybody
like
uses the
bitch.
word bitch. Like,
Yeah, but I
basically,
really never heard you do that on other panels though, Oz. But then you get around a panel full of black people, and it's like, yeah,
hold
let
on.
me,
What
and
panel
they're
have you not
American,
seen me say the
and they're
word bitch
American.
to?
So
It
you
always
When
happens.
have you not heard
know
me?
what I mean? It's like
Now, Boris, when have you
it's
not heard me
culture
use that word, man?
vulturish.
Come on, man,
It's
Boris.
culture vulturish. You know what I mean?
All right, fine. So, bitch is your word, right? Don't you speak like
No,
It's
no,
not our
American?
don't
word,
use
You
it
man.
to
speak
describe.
It's
English.
not
Don't
our
use it
word.
to describe a
So, are you
black
It's not
saying
person
our
that
on
word.
you
the
But you
invented
know
panel.
what I've
English,
never
right?
heard?
So,
Let me say
bitch
this.
is your word,
Out
right?
of
It's not
character
my
for
word,
you.
right?
It's out of
Big
character
up
for
yourself,
you.
bro.
Got a Jacob. I've never heard
No
ours
joke,
called
bro.
a Muslim woman a bitch.
That's what I'm saying.
I
Like
have, bro. I have though.
But I haven't heard it.
what I'm saying.
Okay,
What I
then.
think it is.
But
I
one
think
second, one
Let's
it's
second.
see
out
it.
of
Bonus, do
character
you
for
watch
you,
all of
man.
my
That's all.
shows or something?
Let's see.
Bonus, do you watch every
Bitches
single
and
one of my
hoes,
shows and
man.
stuff?
Bitches and
Hey,
hoes.
hey, why is this even a debate, yo? Born, you supposed to just lay low. Let this cracker know, hey man, don't come over here just disrespecting
I'm not a
no
cracker,
black.
bro. I'm not a
Hey,
cracker,
in
fam.
America, if you're not black, you're a cracker where I'm
Cracker.
from.
Bro, you a fucking
That's how
cracker, bro.
that's how we lay
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
how we
yeah. But
coming with
anyway,
it.
even you know what?
But
Fuck
what
it.
I'm
I
saying,
am white. I am
all
white.
right,
Call me a
Christmas
cracker in
what
it.
I'm
crackers,
What's up?
saying, what
motherfucker.
I'm
You'll get
saying
slapped in
is
your face if you call me a cracker in my face, bro.
like what I was saying
You
earlier
don't
to
do
you,
They,
shit.
Born
they,
Rich,
they
about
don't
your
talk
panel,
tough.
about what I was saying earlier
Everyone
to you
says
about
you
your
don't do
panel.
shit online, but say something to my face, bro.
Hey,
Man,
Born,
stop
like I
all
was
that.
saying earlier to you,
Hey,
There
man,
you
Oz,
go.
this your
don't have it.
panel,
Man called you
this
a
your
Christmas
panel,
cracker.
it's
Tell
a
you, don't have
reflection
it.
of you. It's a reflection of you. So
Bro,
Mm.
no one's calling me a Christmas
you
cracker
just
to my
got
face, bro. Come on, man.
You got
Hey, Oz,
Pakistanis
don't have
feeling
it,
Okay,
bro.
so
comfortable.
Man called you a
now I
Christmas
understand
cracker, blood.
how the black people in America
Nobody ain't
You
calling
got
you no
Asians.
Christmas
you
It's
cracker.
got
not even.
Now I
But
know how you lot
It's not
see
about
Asians, innit?
black in America.
I
It's
see
about you
it.
being
Yeah,
disrespectful,
no, it
black
you
is. It
got
is.
but bro,
Cause you lot are saying we're
Well,
crackers.
you called him a
I
Christmas
get it,
cracker,
bro.
cuz.
So we're white to you, right? We're a
brother.
whole different thing. We're
but
not
why?
colored.
Art,
We don't.
Art,
Listen,
Hold
why
on,
would you
hold
be
on.
mad at
We're
that?
not
you had a
colored.
sister.
We
You had
don't
a
have
sister.
no
How you think
problems.
we gonna react
Hold
when
on.
you put an
You
American
are not
sister up here and call her
colonializing
a
none of
bitch
that shit,
and
yeah?
masculine?
So we're
How
just
you
out
think we gonna
here,
feel?
we're
You think we
crackers,
gonna let
right?
that shit ride and kiki
Big
with
up
you?
yourself, man. Big up yourself.
You know what I
At
mean?
least we got fucking nuclear bombs. You motherfuckers ain't got shit, bro.
Well, you
Oh, God,
okay?
oh,
Let's
Yeah,
go
God.
somewhere else with it, man.
Crackers and cheese, man.
this what I'm
Crackers and
saying,
cheese.
boy.
yeah.
This what I'm
No,
saying,
I mean,
boy. That's no, it ain't no disrespect. You know, I'm just saying you gotta be cognizant of when you got like outside, cause you know we from America, so this how my mind wired. We not used to Pakistanis coming into our spaces and disrespecting our women. That's not gonna happen on no ADOS platform
I
you'll go
got you.
on.
I got you.
No, no,
But
no, no. I'm not. It's
yeah,
not. It's not about criticism of you. I'm just saying
yeah,
like
yeah,
the
yeah.
cultural clashes and cultural differences. Whereas I guess in the UK, Pakistanis are a little more integrated into the community, so they probably feel a
Yeah.
little more comfortable saying certain
No,
things.
no, no, no. They
But
don't. They don't.
No,
They
no.
don't. They
I
don't.
feel that
But,
there was
bro,
some kind of like more less racism aimed from Pakistani people towards Caribbean people at some point in the
I don't
80s.
care about that
But
shit.
I've never heard a Pakistani person call a black woman a bitch before in my life. But
see,
what
I
It's
never
like
what I'm
Rich
heard
trying
that.
to
said,
say,
man. It's like Rich said. He came over
I
here. They
never heard that,
always
man.
do that. They come over here. They see black Americans on the
they get
panel,
comfortable.
and
They
they
get
get
comfortable.
comfortable. You get
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
can't
And
get too comfortable.
yeah, and
Let me ask Bo a
Yeah, you
question,
just
please.
can't let them get too comfortable.
Yo, Bo, I got one question for you, my brother. You see,
What's
when you
up?
said crackers, which kind of crackers was you talking about? Like
What
Christmas
cracker?
crackers, Jacob crackers? Are we talking Chinese crackers?
Hey, you
Talk to
know
me, bro.
cracker. Hey, you know cracker in America, right? like, well, where I'm from, right down South Florida, cracker, you could be black and be a cracker, right? Like if you work in any forms of law enforcement, you're a cracker. That go
That's
for
true.
the mall
Black and
security.
white.
That go for the mall security guard all the way up to the police officer. a correctional officer.
Bro, you must know I'm playing with you, brother, man. I know about cracking niggas, man. Don't worry,
Oh,
man.
And
I
okay.
that's
know.
why I like, and I ain't gonna lie, this gonna sound horrible, but that's why I like Florida. Cause that's just they don't say white folks, white man, white, it's just the cracker.
Cracker. Yep.
It's just the cracker, and that's that's how them boys talk.
Yeah, you could be Mexican or
That's a
whatever.
crack.
Latino, if you ain't black,
That's a fact.
That's a crack, yeah.
but the crazy part about it though, right? I could even see if it was relevant to the discussion and he slipped up and said it, but it's like he came way from out of left field, and the first thing come to your mind is just disrespect the sister on the screen. Like, where that even come from?
I guess we was all supposed to joke with him, like, yeah, that's the big bitch. Yeah. We supposed to get down with it.
That's
You're
what he
funny.
thought
You're
was gonna
funny.
happen for
You're
real.
funny.
That could be somebody's
Yeah.
daughter. You know what I'm saying? That's a
Exactly.
young girl, man.
That's Naomi Osaka, the #1 black tennis player, female in the
Come
Yeah,
world.
he
on,
You
man.
know
tripping,
Talk that
man.
talk.
Shout
Talk
out to the
that talk.
Zoes, man. Shout out to my Zoes.
Talk that talk, man. And I'm gonna all
No,
right. So the
but
reason,
bro's right, man. He's right. People don't respect it. Like when they come on a channel like yours, born yeah, and they see a lot of dark skinned people over here having sensible conversation. Like they don't respect it, bro. They want to come in with foolishness. I don't understand why, but gotta be
and I ain't gonna lie,
careful.
I didn't say it. I didn't say it, bro. But they was telling me he came from the G block on some anti-African shit. He just got to arguing with an African brother. I'm reading the comments, but I'm just not mentioning them. So I got my eye on him soon as he come in. Plus, he got a history. Always got a history of being cordial and acting and moving with decorum at times. Then he's got a history of just getting drunk and wilding the fuck out and saying some racist shit and running from the panel. So, just trying to see what he was on today. And, it went horrible. It went horrible for him today.
I'll be honest. I don't know if that was his agenda, but I just think that in general, when people are going to jump on panels that are hosted by black folks, dark skinned folks, whatever you want to call us, I'm not going to use the N word though. I think people need to respect it more, and that's why I'm not using the N word, and that's why I'm cleaning up my language because I think you have to command respect as much as you demand it.
I've watched ours before on some of the panels, but sometimes I think he tried too hard to be accepted by black people. Like he feel like he has to be to
Extra
prove
class, yeah.
himself.
Had to
Yeah.
overdo it.
Yeah. Like
But this is what I'm saying because you lot don't not live in London. I've met so many Pakistani brothers that will come and talk to me about reggae music, and I've seen them bun weed with a couple yard man, and like they really embrace their black people. Like I've never met a Pakistani person that's made me think, what you think you're better? But I'm not trying to diss the Indians because there's a few Indians that I like on YouTube and all that. No shade to the Indians, but I've been dissed by a couple of Indians. But I feel more love from the Indians. Now the Bengali community, I don't really want to. I don't really want to go down that conversation because someone's gonna pull me up and say, "Yeah, you're racist. You said this that night." Rare. But like, yeah, the Bengali community today,
rich.
today I had to complain to Tesco's, yeah, which is a shop.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I can't even tell the difference between the three of them.
Whoa.
I ain't lying.
I can though. But I can see why you would say that though, Bo, if you're not familiar with the accent and everything. But
To me, it's all the same.
I got racially harassed today in a shop by a deputy manager, and I kicked off. He tried to call an African security guard over, telling me that I can't go through the door to the car park. Did I buy anything? What did I buy? Where's the receipt? And I already spoke to a Rasta woman at the customer service. So I said, let's go over to the woman at customer service, and she can tell you I bought something. And as I went to walk over, you went, oh no, there's a long queue, there's a long queue, there's a long queue. I said, it doesn't matter, I'll just ask her. So
Hey,
I
you
asked
know what?
her,
You know what else though?
let me tell you, because this was a Bengali guy, innit? So now like I've gone over
Red, we
to
got to put
customer
a
service.
time on your ass.
Sorry, I better shut up.
Shit.
Basically, I was just like, you better respect black men. I said it to his face, and I was just like, I think you're racist, blah blah blah. And I was thinking, oh, calm down, you just look like a loud black person. And then I rang up the head office, and I spoke to customer service. I was on the phone in my car like for about 20 minutes talking about it, and then she was just like, oh, I'm so
Dog,
sorry.
no disrespect. God damn. Shit.
Hey, but
I better
let
shut
him
up.
in
finish.
here,
Let him finish though.
Yeah,
Let him
you're
finish.
right. You're right. My bad.
Let him finish.
That's
Yeah.
disrespectful. Go ahead.
No, but
He said, "Red do me like that."
I
Larry,
told
this my
customer
long-winded.
service.
Yeah, this my
I told customer
long-winded brother,
service.
man. Let my long-winded brother let him get it
No,
out.
I'll be back.
GM.
I'm going to make a drink. By the time I finish
Yeah.
drinking it, I'm pretty sure you'll be
Hey,
done.
brother Jacob, you're too much, man. You just,
Hey, let me say this though, cause maybe he ain't racist, right? I ain't gonna say he's racist because I don't know. He want to be here, so maybe like you say, he want to be down, right? But I think not in 2021. That whole like manosphere influence where all these niggas be like into that whole manosphere, like, oh, black women did this or women this, women that like red pill whole ideology. I ain't on that shit either. Like, I don't like niggas that be into all that, like gender war and all that. Like, I see it all the same. So you know what I'm saying? Like, don't come around me and think you finna get a friend like trying to disrespect females or something. Like, I'm gonna be a friend
yeah.
with you. Like, I don't hang around niggas like that in real life. You know what I'm saying? That I don't know. So I don't believe in that whole manosphere. We gonna sit around and laugh at females and out the
No,
blue. Like,
I agree. I
Ah,
agree with you. I
that's
agree with
rough,
you.
Bo.
I
That's
agree
rough,
with you.
Bo, because
But you,
I don't know about the manosphere label and all of that, but Bo, when the homies get together and we vent to each other about what these women are doing, I think what I mean. Sometimes we're gonna have those conversations over here.
okay,
Sometimes
but
yeah,
those
it's a
conversations need
way.
to be brought to the
Okay,
forefront.
but
Yeah,
this what I'm saying though. This what I'm saying though, right? It's one thing to talk about situations or whatever issue, but
yeah,
it's another thing to just come out of left field and just disrespect
I got
one.
you.
I'm talking about an athlete, a apex predator when it come to black women. You know what I'm
Fact.
saying? Who smashing shit. You know what I'm saying? And
Mm,
representing. You
I hear
feel
that.
me? And you just
yeah,
Yo,
gonna
some
come
bro.
in
talking sense.
like like you
Yo,
tripping, bro.
bro.
I don't know
Yo,
what you
bro.
on.
Yo, bro. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
Like, I respect everything you're saying, my brother. Yeah, and by the sound of your character, like I've got maximum respect for you as long as you maintain that character offline, also. But I want to say one thing to you, my brother. Like you would increase the respect levels I had for you had you not used the N word. Because
Hey,
when
I'm
you're
Yeah,
from I'm
talking
from
about
Florida, bro.
yeah,
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
listen
it.
to me,
no,
right?
I
Shiver,
got
Shiver.
you,
Hold
I
on,
got
a second.
you,
Go ahead,
I
No,
go
got
ahead.
you,
let
but
me
go on,
address this because, like I say, this one of them cultural
go on.
things, right?
Yeah,
This
go
one
ahead.
of them cultural
Um,
things, right? And I respect the
mhm,
fact if you tell me, hey, don't refer to me as a nigga, right? I
mhm,
respect that, right? But what you got to understand is, I'm from Florida. I'm a nigga. I come from that bloodline. You know what I'm saying?
mhm,
You check our great grandparents' birth certificate. It said
Oh
nigga
man.
on it. You know what I'm saying? That's who
yeah.
we are, or at least that's who I am.
Can I show you something?
And
Can I show you
it's
something,
cool
bro?
if you don't come from that, if you don't come from that culture
Yeah,
and you don't understand that culture and what it means or what it represents, then that's cool.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But that's who I am, though. You know what I'm saying? But if you say don't refer to me as a nigga, though, I'll be like, I respect that.
You know, you see what just happened there, though, bro. When you was talking, someone started laughing, and the reality is this, bro. Yeah, I understand that you think it's your culture, and I understand that someone lied to you and called you niggas or whatever. But there comes a point where ignorance is no longer bliss, where we have
Brother,
to
it's not about
understand
it's
it.
not it's not about
One
ignorance.
second,
It's
brother.
about the
One
struggle.
second,
No,
brother. One
no,
second,
because
brother.
you
Please listen. Listen to let me
come on.
finish, and then you go after. We go one at a time, innit? We'll be
Yeah, you're
brothers
right.
in it. It's not disrespect. So hear what I'm saying to you, my brother. Yeah, I tell you why I'm getting so onto this year, because it's embarrassing, brother. Now you see, like for instance, like we could be having this live stream going right now. Imagine I was at work now. We're having a conversation. Conversation, beautiful, bubbly, everything's cool. And the next thing, this guy says, "Nigga, nigga, nigga," and then the whole place is looking at me funny, like. We was cool with you on your talk show, but now this it's the same thing with music. I'll be at work, I'll be playing music, yeah, and the nicest song will come on, Usher, no limit or whatever he's saying. I don't even know. And then all of a sudden that word comes in and it's like it just destroys the whole vibe because we don't need that. And then it's like the white people feel awkward because they're like, well, you're listening to this N word, we're N word. We like the song, so we can't even sing along now. Can we sing along? Can't we? They're confused. I'm confused because I'm like, I didn't even need to do
Mm.
that. Why did every song, like every other song, have to have that in it? So now I've had to start deleting people off my playlist, even good songs. I got to delete you, and I like the song, but you just had to say that word. You had to just do profanity. You can't just keep it clean and just be normal. I don't
Hey,
Yeah,
understand what your
I
audience
don't
is.
mind
hey,
that bit of swearing.
I feel you, right? And I hear everything you saying, but like I
Mm,
told y'all before, right? Like, I'm ADOS, right? So we got our own thing, our own lingo, our own culture. You know what I'm saying? How we communicate and all that, right? And by you being in the UK and you being offended by it and you don't want to be associated with it, it's cool with me. You know, I respect it. You know what I'm saying? Don't call you the N word. Cool, I get it. It's what's up. All you gotta tell them is be like, man, I'm not like them. Them people, ADOS, they from Florida, they country, they got a whole other thing going on. I'm from the UK. I'm Jamaican. You know what I'm saying? We not the same. Don't confuse me
Yeah.
with them. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, we got
I
our
got
own. We got our own lingo and our own history and culture. You know what I'm saying?
I
And
got
it
one
is
Do you
what
quick
know
it
what
is,
I
brother.
clocked? Do you know what I've
bro.
noticed?
One
That
second
you
before you
got
go, Red.
like
I got
you got 5
one real
minutes to
bro.
tell him
You're Red.
about the M word, yeah. And when I
You're
was
Red.
trying
Hold
to
on.
talk about the racism in the shop, I got like 1 minute 30 seconds.
No, no, Red. We heard you, man. But 1 second, I got one real quick question, and then Red, you can have the floor if you want, bro, because I need to ask him this question. Now, my brother Bo, yeah, I need to ask you this question because it's a very serious one. This is showing the levels now, yeah. Now, when you're in your grandmother's house, do you use that type of language?
Well, hold on. Let me ask you this though, Schiffer.
Again, hold on. I
Answer
missed
this
it.
no.
I broke up. What he
Uh,
said? Say it again.
he was saying, all right, let me say this though, Bo. He was saying when you're around your grandmother, do you use that type of language? I'm gonna say no, but then
Who?
hold
Who
on,
you?
Bro.
Hey man, speak for yourself, man. Just speak for
I'm gonna
yourself.
say for me, but then Bo, I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you, Bo. I'm gonna say no, right? Until I became an adult, right? But I don't know if the UK brothers is saying the man them and the tings and saying all of that in front of their grandparents either. So I will have to ask you
Yeah.
the same question, Schiffer.
No. You see, when you say the man them, yeah, and them things there, yeah, you see West Indian too. My nan's Jamaican because we were talking about. My nan knows what man them is. My nan was young once. Do you understand? So as long as I'm not, you see, when it comes to certain things like swearing, you think I could sit there in front of my nan and swear? You're crazy. If you came in my nan's house and you swore in front of my nan,
Hey
me
man,
and
you
you
want me
might
to
fight.
But
answer your question or not?
I got you, Bo.
We
But
might
it's
fight.
nigga. Let me ask him though. Is nigga a swear word in America, Schiffer? You can't.
100%. 100%.
Yeah, you don't really know. So,
It is.
Bo,
It
go ahead,
is.
Bo. Let me,
It
Bo,
is. I do
Bo,
know.
tell him
It
your
definitely is a swear word.
Because
Because if
like
a
I,
white person said nigga, you
hey,
wouldn't allow
listen,
it, would you? It's a
listen,
swear word, bro.
listen.
but
My
bitch is the
granddad used
same
to
word though. But bitch is the same word though, right? Like I
Which is
always
a
say,
swear word
I can
too.
call my
And
bitch.
if some,
I mean, I said my bitch. I can call my bitch, but you can't
I got
call her
you.
my bitch. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. It's a swear word. It's a
But
swear
go
word,
ahead,
bro.
Bo. Go ahead, Bo.
Yeah, man.
Profanity.
Like I was saying, man, we different, and you don't really truly understand it because my grandma come from that era. So my granddaddy used that word so freely, he wouldn't give a damn what you said as a Jamaican. You know what I'm saying? If he see, he gonna be like, "Who the hell that nigga is you got in my house?" You know what I'm saying? Like
Mm,
that's just how I was raised, and that's a
mm,
part of how they was raised, and that's just a word that if you not from it, it is best that you don't use it. So
mm,
if you're not familiar with it, so like you say, I would be mad if a white person said it. A white person would know not to play with
Not
me,
to say it.
The
Facts.
not to
cracker,
play with
one of
me.
my
the
And
crack,
grandads used to
the
any
cracker
white
is back
person,
on the panel, man.
and any hold on, because like I say, I'm from Florida. So in any white person who
Yo,
you do
fuck
see,
Florida, man. You don't own shit in Florida, bro.
oh my God, bitch.
Go
Hey, I really,
ahead,
hey
Bo.
man,
Go ahead, Bo. Go ahead, Bo. Go ahead, Bo.
Schiffer so respectful, man. I ain't gonna go in left field, and
Yeah,
I'm
I
really
know.
about to
Go
go
ahead,
in
Bo.
left
Go. We
field,
done.
right?
I tried to hear him out, but yeah, he done
But
for the night. He done. He can relax for the night.
but
yeah.
yeah. So even with white people, if you see a white person using that word, you know he battle tested and he done certified and grew up different. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, you
So
can't
it's
be
levels
using that
to it.
word around me if you're white.
Listen to
I'll
me,
have
listen to me,
I'm an
listen
epileptic.
to.
I'll have an
Hey,
anaphylactic
bro,
shock attack.
Let me tell you something, right? If you come to Florida, I know some
I ain't
crackers.
coming. I ain't
Okay,
coming
it's
then.
best not to come, but I know some
Yeah.
crackers. Confederate, you go around their parents' house, Confederate flags, rednecks. They got 16 in their mouth, Chevy, all that, pits, all that. And if they say the N word, and if they around and they say the N word, and I fuck with them, and they like, "What's up, my nigga?" You not gonna say nothing to them because they really living like that because they done been around us so long in our culture so long that they
I'm
don't
not
really,
down with that. I'm not
in a
down with that.
sense, in a
Wait,
sense,
let him finish.
they
That's the
done
difference
already been
between.
through.
Yeah, we don't have
Wait,
that.
let him finish.
We don't
All
have that
right,
in the
bro.
Let
Caribbean.
him
I'm
finish.
done
We don't
talking,
have
bro.
that in the
I'm
Let him
done
Caribbean.
finish.
We
talking,
don't have that
dog.
in the
Like I
Caribbean.
say, man, I'm gonna say
Yeah.
what the fuck I want to say,
Hello,
man, and fuck
check,
however
mic check.
whoever feel about it.
But
Yo,
yeah,
mic
no,
check, mic
the
check, mic
Bengali guy in the
check. Can
shop,
you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. The
All right.
Bengali guy in the shop said he was gonna get me, phone the police on me and get me banned from the shop. Yeah, and then he tried to take my phone off me when I tried to take a picture of him. Well, I did take a picture of him, innit? And he got shook and he's like, "You're invading my privacy." I was like, "I'm gonna upload your picture on Google Maps. Don't worry."
Man, what the
Yeah.
fuck are you talking about?
I'm
He's talking
talking
about
about
the
the
experience he had.
Bengali. Today,
Maybe
I went into a supermarket today and I was racially profiled, innit? So, like, I kicked off. I said to his face, I was like, look, dude to dude, yeah, I'm going to tell you what I think of you. You're blatantly racist and you need to learn how to respect, you need to stop disrespecting black men. You know what I'm saying? Because he tried to call over the Nigerian security guard to dash me out the shop and phone the police on me. I said, no, we're not doing that today. We're not doing divide and conquer. And then the bloody Nigerian brother gave me the complaints piece of paper and said, yeah, he is racist. Because I was like, that brother's racist, you know? And he gave me the piece of paper that I've got in front of me. I rang up the head office. I rang up head office. I went on my mobile, innit? Looked at the number. Rang up head office. I was on the phone for time telling the girl on the telephone about what happened. Like literally as I left the shop, like telling her what happened, innit? Two. She was like, yeah, the store manager might call you back. I'm really sorry that this has happened to you. This is disgusting. I can't believe this happened to you. This is England. This is not meant to happen. Then
Bro,
the store manager rang me back and was like trying to ask out, like, what happened? What happened? We need to get to the bottom of this. This sounds so unrealistic. I mean, how do
bro,
you?
Excuse
file a
me. Sorry,
complaint,
sorry.
man.
No, I
File a
already did.
complaint,
I
man.
already did.
All
But what
right,
I'm
man.
saying is that the manager first when the manager rang me back, he was like, "This doesn't sound real. I mean, this is, I don't understand. The guy's not, the guy's Bengali. I mean, what are you trying to say? How could racism happen?" So I explained it to them. And by the time they came off the phone, they was like, "We're really sorry. We're going to send you gift vouchers, whatever. We'll make you happy. Like, come to the shop, please come back." They were shocked. They was like, "We're going
What's
to
the
talk to
moral
that
of the
guy."
story, man? What's the moral of the story?
The moral
That
of the story is that there's different types of Asian people and there's different ways that they
Bro,
engage with black people.
we done got past the Asians though, bro. We
Yeah,
passed
can
the
I
Asians.
talk to
Fuck
Bo
the
now, please?
Asians.
yeah, but
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
Bo,
let him talk about his experience, though, man. Because it's interesting
Now
to
we've
hear.
heard him now. We've heard him now. That's why I didn't
I got,
interrupt him. But
let
can
me
I reply to Bo now, please? Is
if
that
we
all right?
if we can, I want to
Okay,
get
go on.
to this one. I want to get to this because this picture is the one that took the conversation left, right? So our sister, right, Naomi Osaka, we know that she withdrawed from the French Open first, and then she took herself out of Wimbledon. You know, shout out to the UK for Wimbledon. You know, Americans kick ass over there, if you know what I mean. But she withdraw herself from Wimbledon, right? So she brought mental health issues back to the forefront, and she did it in the athletic field. And she said, "Yeah, I want to play this tournament, but I don't want to deal with your media because I'm going through some shit mentally." And I don't want to go through your media. I don't want to have to talk to these people after I do my job. What do y'all think
Yeah.
of that? I mean, is mental illness a legitimate excuse for her not
I
to
don't know
do
if
her
it's a
job?
legitimate. I don't know if it's a legitimate excuse, but I think it's a reason. I'm not going to go into the realm of
Well, her
excuses
job.
because if we call
Damn,
it
I
an
apologize.
excuse, if we call it an excuse, then it's kind of diminishing the fact that it's an actual issue. Does that make
Right.
sense? I don't want to call it an excuse. Yeah, but anyone else that's to speak to it, I do want to
Hey,
reply to what Bo
because
said though.
the fact is, her job is to play tennis and handle her business. Her job ain't to be answering a bunch of dumbass questions, and the press keep asking her the same dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, she got the right to tell him, man, I be stressed out enough playing tennis and what be going on in my life than to come on these press conferences and y'all just keep asking me dumb shit that's irrelevant. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Unless her sponsors is part of her contract, that she's sponsored by some um, big company who've got that
Yeah.
in her contract,
Yeah, that
like
makes
Nike.
sense.
Yeah, and they
And
But
say,
we
that's
know,
beside
and
the
we
point,
know
please.
that they will have it in her contract because she's here. If she's the best tennis player in the world, then some people will say it's her job to promote the sport of tennis.
Yeah, but
And be
then
a role model as
that would
well.
mean that the journalist should be required to only ask questions that's relevant to her on field play that happened on the field. Don't ask her no shit about what she doing for Haiti. Don't ask her no extra shit about her personal life. Don't ask her what she think about nothing. All you should be required to do, since it's a requirement for her to answer your question, should be specifically about tennis, and that's it.
That's fair enough. But bro, I wanted to say something to what you said earlier, yeah, before we get too lost in this year.
Right.
Um, Now imagine this year. You see, when I was growing up here, like I'm not gonna lie, I got beaten as a child if I done something bad. I might have got smacked or hit with something or slapped or whatever. You know, beaten. You know about beaten? Did
Of
anyone else
course, you
get
know about
beaten?
beating. Well,
Yeah.
I do
All
it
right,
in
everybody know
Jamaica.
about beaten. So I'm not the only one that knows about beaten. So everybody that know about beaten know what beaten does in it. We know what beaten mean in it. But you see me growing up, what I realized something. I said, you know what? Beaten never really worked. You see, the only thing that ever really worked with me, I tell you what, it was actually understanding my issue and dealing with the issue that I was suffering at the time, or dealing with the problem that I was facing, or me getting the thing that I wanted, or whatever it was. Once that was dealt with, I didn't have a problem anymore. And you see, once I came to a point as a man of realizing, I said, you know what, I don't need to beat my kids, you know. So regardless of whether my mum done it, regardless of whether my grandparents did it, regardless of whether their parents before them did it, I don't need to. I didn't need mental health to tell me that. Didn't need the social worker to tell me that. Didn't need the government to tell me that. I worked that all out by myself. So I'm saying, I'm hearing what you're saying about this use of the N word, yeah. And what I'm trying to show you, my brother, is, yeah, from the perspective of your brother across the pond, it shows a lack of respect for self when we go around using that word. Now, I get that obviously you lot was raised that way and it's normal to you, X, Y, Z, whatever. But I hope you can appreciate, you know, if we was having this discussion and I was around respectable people and you start using that word, I'm just gonna have to jump off. I can't even be on the stream
Can I
anymore.
ask? Can I ask
Hey,
a question? Let me
first
ask
of
a
all,
question.
let me say this,
One
man.
second,
Let me just respond. Let me
Bo.
just respond to. Was the question directed towards me or not? Let me just respond to what he said. Right. So I think you misconstruing the use of the N word. Right. So all us, me, God, of Jacob, Born Rich, we all got common sense, right? So we not going to work and talking about nigga this, nigga that, nigga this, nigga that, nigga that, right? We got enough common sense to. But just in our everyday life, in formats and open forums or whatever, this how we talk. When we get off work and
Yeah,
we round our circle, this how we talk.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
if I don't
Can I ask a question then in regards to that? In
go
regards
ahead,
to
bro.
the black people
Go ahead, bro.
in America using the word the word N word. Now, do you think it's because of acceptance or that
Brother, I just told you it's cultural. I
in
answered that
one
question
second, one
already.
second, one second, one second, one second. Because black people historically take on name like what the names of what the oppressor comes in and names them. So that would be anything down to, and it seems to be something that they take on, and it becomes normal from their point of view to call themselves or label themselves or accept the label that they've been given. So do you think that's because of acceptance,
Brother,
fear, or is that because
brother.
is what do you reckon that's
Okay,
mostly down to?
let me answer you this, right?
Mm.
My ancestors have been called niggers. They have been legally labeled as niggers in America for hundreds of years, right? So it's somewhat a part of my culture. And it's descriptive. So if you talk about going by labels that the white man gave you, the white man labeled you as a black man and took your identity from you, where you're just this blanket nobody black man, black drink from that water fountain, you white this you stay from over here. So all these labels within and of itself have been given to us by the white man. African American, what the fuck is that? My grandma don't know what the fucking African American is. You know what I'm saying? My grandma grew up in the time during being colored. You know what I'm saying? When it was colored, Negro. You know what I'm saying? So all these labels are labels that was given to us that we adopted. You know what I'm saying? When I say
Is it
nigga,
some?
when listen to me, when I say nigga, that's historically that's a ADOS. That's historically ADOS. That's something that's
Is that
been within
something
our
you're proud of?
community. That's something that's been within our community historically.
Is it? Is
Hey,
it
It
Bo,
something you're
Bo, check
proud
this.
of?
Hold on, Shifter. Hold
is
on, Shifter.
right.
My mother's my mother says colored. Me and my twin sisters and brother, ours says black, and my younger sister says African American. So we all our birth certificates is different.
You've got a
Oh
Jacob.
man.
Got a Jacob. You've got a Jacob. Let me ask you a question.
Uh-huh.
Which one of those? Which term are you? Do you feel most proud using? Is nigga
Nigga,
the one you feel most proud using? Does that give you the
Ah,
most sense of pride?
nigga.
uh,
Yeah.
I'm asking for the
which
Jacob.
way
I asked
you
for the
said
Jacob.
of those three, the terms I just
No,
labeled?
no,
Which
not of those three. Not of those three. I mean, in general, what is the term that you feel the most pride in using?
it's not African. I'm still stuck on Black American. Like I have
I,
adopted just Black
So
American or ADOS.
I,
I'm
so
getting more comfortable with
hey,
that.
hey, let me ask you then. Let me ask
I'm
you
with
then,
you.
my UK Jamaican brethren, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How should I, as an ADOS Negro nigga, identify to your liking? Let
I'll
me
be
know.
honest with you. Yeah. I'll be honest. I don't even like the word Negro because it sounds too much like nigga. When Jacob said
Oh,
Black
Shifter,
American,
come on, man.
look, I'll be honest. I'm gonna be honest here. If you use Negro, I couldn't argue with you because it means
Shifter, have
black.
you
Yeah.
been to Spain before?
If
What do
you,
they call you in
yeah,
Spain?
yeah, of course, Negro,
They
and I
call you
get it upset. Right?
negrito,
I got. I'll
negrito,
be honest. I
negro,
got upset. Yeah, I
negro.
got upset. I got
So what you
upset.
gonna do?
But bro, I got upset. I did get upset. I cussed bare Spanish people. But
Oh,
what I'm
come
saying
on,
is, yeah,
brother, man.
in reality, listen, I'm gonna be honest here. I understand now after going to Spain, I know that negro means black. Yeah, I know it now. My granddad was Cuban, so I should have known that a long time, but I didn't get it. Yeah. Now what I'm saying is if you're saying negro or you're saying black, I ain't got a problem with it. Other than the fact that, that was still a term that was given to us. So
But
obviously
you
you lot are
do
American,
understand you're coming across
you
like the
know.
word, please, and that this
I
is an
know, but
African
listen,
American
So
panel,
can
innit?
you
you
just
lot are
so
you
so
lot
can you just
Americans.
tell me
So
how I'm able to identify to your
if you use
liking?
the word dark, black, anything that's not a profanity, basically, I'm happy with it because we're not profanity people.
Let
Like
me ask
we're better than that.
two questions. Let me
We
ask you a
deserve
question.
respect.
How do you feel as a black American the fact that if you was in the UK, your own lingo that you use in reference to be like saying the N word would be condemned by other black people, or actually other people who are not black,
I
because we're
wouldn't
not used to that term
I
being
would
thrown
I
around.
wouldn't give
So
it. Well, really
As long as oh, go ahead. Go ahead, you got
the
it.
only time I mostly use it freely is when I'm around my people. So being that I'm
okay,
is born here in
that's good.
GOJ, I'm a little more free, right? But yeah, it's mostly so like I'm not finna be walking around with a group of Nigerians talking about nigga this, nigga that. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
that's
Yeah.
saying?
good. I think that's probably best way to be, because yeah, a lot of people don't
Yeah,
read that. And I've got to
Because
agree
I
with
don't
Chipper.
even want a
I don't
Nigerian
like
because I don't
the
even
word
want a
negro.
Nigerian calling me nigga because I don't know what his mind that way when he's saying it
Okay.
mm.
Good.
I hear
because
But
you
look,
though.
But then you
I
have a
know
white person. But then you have a
because
white
I
What's
know
person say it too.
because I know
That's
a lot of
that's that's
because
contradictory. Why would you
no
have
it's
a
it's
not.
cracker? Why would you have a white person say it to you, but
because
not
it's
Okay,
a
cultural.
Nigerian?
let me
You
ask
don't
you a
get it.
question. Let me answer this question, right? Because it's a valid question. So, like I said, right earlier, before you cut me off to go into your little sad ass story, you got white people, right, that grow up in the hood, right? Grow up around us. Culturally, it's all, they grew up around us, right? So when he said he done pretty much put in work to be able to say that. He done got his ass beat before back in middle school jump by all of he done been through it. You know what I'm saying? So he know with it. So we know where he coming from with it. You know what I'm saying? But like I say with Nigerians, now this not an all blanket term to just say if you Nigerian, you can't say it. But like if a Nigerian was to come to America and grow up in the hood in our neighborhood around us and he use it, I ain't gonna trip. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Because I know where his head at when he's saying it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying as a blanket generalization, if I don't know a Nigerian and I because I know Africans like to speak in riddles. So you really never know what they own when they talking, because they speak in circles and in riddles. So it's like, nah, I won't. Just as a generalization, nah, I won't want them to say it. I gotta know where you
Okay.
at with
Yeah, no,
you
they're very
using it.
philosophical. They're very philosophical. You're right. You're right. Mm.
All right. So
But
you
Bo,
don't like Africans telling you.
my grandmother, she used to be the mother of the church, right? But when she used to get mad at me, my brother, and my cousin, she was like, "Take y'all asses outside. You niggas getting on my nerves." You get what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that's what I'm saying. That's why he talking about, if I say it around my grandma, you must come to one of
Yeah,
my
but listen,
family
hold on.
reunions.
Whoa,
Come,
whoa, whoa. Slow,
come to
slow.
my
1 second.
family reunion.
No, no, no,
You
no, no.
go.
I'm not. Listen. That's not
If you,
sliding.
hey,
Brother
hold on. Let me
Jacob.
just say this. Let me just say this right quick. Let me just say this right quick. As a UK brother, if you got an invite to a family reunion of my family, where
Yeah,
all my family from all around
yeah,
come together, you
yeah.
would be called a nigga. And you just gonna
No,
either
I
get in
wouldn't.
your feelings, you either gonna get
And
in your
that's why I
feelings,
said
or you
that
gonna
mental
listen.
health
You
is.
gonna, it's
That's
gonna
why
be
I
one or
said
two
mental
choices.
health is
It's gonna
linked
Now,
be
you
with
know
one or
what?
two
I'm gonna
profanity.
be
choices.
honest.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be
You just
Because
honest.
gonna
this
have
Yeah.
to
precise
leave.
word,
No.
this
That's
Hold
it.
on.
precise word
Whoa.
is
Slow
proof
down. One
Let you
that
get a
second.
mental
plate to
health
go and
is
send you
linked
on
with
your way.
profanity.
Hold. Now,
Culturally.
listen, my
Cause you
brother.
ain't gonna
Listen,
check
listen.
nobody there.
He
Because
You
got
want
a
to hear
point,
something,
African
but
my
you
brother?
ain't gonna
Americans,
check
My
Granny.
you don't
brother.
like
My
African
brother.
You
My brother.
ain't
You
gonna
ain't
say
gonna check
shit to
Granny.
Granny.
Yo,
Yeah,
you man,
I
slow
don't
down. 1
fuck with
second.
it.
Slow down.
Yeah, that's
You
a
man.
fact.
You man. Are you listening?
You ain't fucking
Yo,
with Granny.
listen.
Damn, you can't check Granny.
Are you listening? You listening? Hold on. Listen to what Brother Jacob said. He said if he was in a church when he was younger, yeah, and they start messing around, yeah, and acting a fool, whatever they was doing, yeah, she would tell them to get out, you little niggas or whatever. Now she's using that as a way of belittling you, and that's how
No,
I
she
know. I
ain't.
definitely, yeah,
Man,
she
Granny
is.
talk
I
shit
know.
all
I
day.
know for a
You
fact.
must not
I
know
know for a
Granny.
fact, yeah. I know for a fact she would never
Listen,
call me
man,
no
you don't.
nigga. She would have been like, I
You
would have
don't
been
know
the
my
one.
Granny.
He don't know my
I was
grandma.
a different one. I was a different one.
He don't
Cause
know
my
my
nan
grandma.
cusses everyone. Listen, my nan cusses everyone, but listen, I'm the
Man, my
only grandchild
grandmother
that moved
shot at her
to the
brother. How you gonna tell
countryside
me?
to be near to my nan. I'm
I'm
the
telling
only
you. Hey,
grandchild that
listen to
moved
what I'm
out.
telling you, brother. Listen to what I'm telling you, right? I'm trying to help you out. If you ever immigrate to America, right, somehow they
Yeah,
give you a visa. If you get
yeah,
invited to a Black American function with
yeah.
whatever it may be, it could be Thanksgiving dinner. Depending on who they are, what family you're going to, all not the same, all not. But what I'm telling you, if you do get called the N word, it's best not to
Mhm.
get in your feelings, because it ain't gonna be nothing you could do about it. They'll
Oh
just
no,
tell
no,
you, if
no.
you
Hold
don't
on.
like it,
Let,
leave.
let,
You
No,
know what
you
I'm
see
saying?
the thing. Now hear me out. Hear me out.
let me um
Bo. Let me show you something. You see me. I'm not the type of person to get in my feelings. You see me. I adapt to my environment. But the problem
Right.
you lot would have is, yeah. You see, if you lot started using that N word around me like that profusely, yeah, what's gonna happen is I'm gonna check everyone on their language,
You're
and I'm
not
gonna
gonna
make
check
sure you.
nobody.
You ain't
You're
gonna
not
check
gonna check
nobody over
nobody.
here.
You
Hear
ain't gonna
me.
check
Hear me.
nobody.
Hey,
Hear
It's
me.
best.
Hear
is
me.
It's
it in
best.
Hear me.
Well, let me
character?
say
Is
this
it
though. I
Alright, you
did
haven't
say
let me
this
And I
finish.
though.
say that
You ain't let me
respectfully.
finish.
It depends on
Remember, you
where
ain't let
you
me
are.
finish.
And I say that
You ain't let me
respectfully.
finish. Hold on, you ain't let me finish. Now hear me out. Hear me out. I'm gonna check everyone on their language, and if everyone is receptive to this N-word behavior and thinks it's cool, then I'm gonna
It's
show
gonna be
you that
time to
it's not
leave.
cool.
You're gonna
No,
have
no,
to
hold on
leave.
one second. No,
They're
no,
just
wait a
gonna call
second.
you an
It's gonna be
English
time to go.
town.
you're looking to get a
Now you
beating,
see
boy.
what you guys are doing. Do you see what you guys are doing? You see
No,
what you
because
guys are doing.
the
You're not
you
listening.
We
you
we
you're
gonna
wrong.
call
Listen,
we gonna call you
listen,
an Uber and
listen,
get you up out of there.
listen.
That's it.
No, that not. Hold on, guys.
Bro, I
Listen.
don't. Hey,
Right.
listen. Let me
Your
just say this.
man,
I
your
don't come
brother.
from a
No, no, no.
hotel type
Wait. Now hold
Farrakhan
up. Wait,
background.
brothers. Wait a second. Wait a second, brother.
I don't come from
Listen.
one of them
You know,
Farrakhan type Pan African background. I come from niggas, man,
Listen.
real niggas,
You're
for
my
real.
brothers. I know you come, bro. My
I
brothers. I
feel you
know
though,
where you
bro.
think you, my brother. I know where you think you come from, but you know that not listening is a feminine trait, right?
Brother,
Now,
you know,
if you
you know,
hear what I'm
you know,
saying
you
to you,
know,
if you hear
talking
what
when
I'm saying to
somebody
you
ain't trying to
properly,
hear that shit you talking about is a feminine trait. Also,
I'm
you
gonna
know
go
what I'm
back
saying?
on the. I'm gonna go back on the mute because this
Yeah,
feminism
yeah,
you got
yeah, yeah,
going
yeah,
on.
yeah, yeah. It's a dead subject, bro. Cause you keep on talking about something that people telling you like we ain't trying to hear that shit. Like
Is it?
you ain't gonna
Can I?
check nobody. You ain't gonna change nothing. That's just how it
Can I
is.
ask
That's
a
a
So
question?
all
feminine
this,
energy too.
so all this
That's a
pretense.
feminine energy
No,
too.
the
That's a
fact is,
feminine energy too.
Let me ask
It's
a
Because
a
the
guys,
females,
guys,
female
the
guys,
deal.
females, the
guys,
females,
guys, guys.
the females
This is
like to
mental
deflect their
health.
issues. What the
yeah,
females
yeah,
like
Let
to
me
do,
ask.
the females like to
yeah. That's
deflect
it.
their
This
issues.
mental health.
and they like to act like,
Shiver,
hold on,
just
what's
stay
this?
in London, man. You ain't got to worry
That's
about
it.
this
No,
shit.
it's
Just
not.
Stay
stay in
over
London.
there,
You ain't
But
gotta
these
worry
ones
about
like
it.
and
to
you will be
protect
all
themselves.
right.
You ain't
And
gotta
then what
worry
they
about it.
do What they
You
do
gonna
is
come?
they do a
Here
lot of
we go,
shouting,
teach
they do a
children
lot
to
of
eat niggas,
shouting,
man. What you
they
talking
do a lot
about,
of
man?
jostling, they do a lot of
Go
pushing and
teach collard
shoving.
green
Shifter,
children
let's
to
They
try
eat
do a
not
lot
to
of
niggas,
do
man.
pushing and
today.
shoving.
Hold on, hold
Yeah, they
on,
do a lot
hold
of
on,
pushing and
hold on,
shoving
hold on,
because they're
hold
trying
on.
to change
Hey,
their behavior.
hold
That's
on,
the
Alex
truth.
on the line.
Shifter,
Everybody mute your
Shifter.
mic so we can have
Unfortunately,
free.
Yeah, Shifter, Shifter,
unfortunately,
Shifter, Shifter, Shifter,
Machine gun shifter,
Shifter.
chill out,
Yeah,
bro.
what we can't
I
do is the
just like the
us
baby boy
and
thing.
they.
Look, I'm a
Listen,
big man,
listen,
you know.
Shifter,
I'm not a kid.
Shifter. You gotta relax, bro. I don't want to do
Hey,
the
come,
I'm
us
relaxed.
and they. And I mean, you just
let, let,
talk straight up, brother. You don't have to say what, see what they
I am
like to
talking
do.
straight.
Don't say what this
uh,
brother is doing or what these
let,
brothers are doing. I don't
uh,
like the they and come on, bro. We talk to other people like that. It's not no
yo,
they.
is a word, is a term empowering. Even if you're saying get out,
Uh,
you
you're
end
not
up
listening to what I'm saying now. You're not listening
Man,
to what
bro,
I'm
empowering.
saying
nobody
now.
cares,
Bro,
bro.
we've been
Everyone's
listening
talking
You
for
at the
can be
about
same
half
arguing
an
time,
saying,
hour,
bro.
you
oh,
know.
yo, bro, you've been
Everyone's
speaking for
talking at the
about
same
20
I
time.
know.
minutes.
So
Let's
I'm gonna
shift up, but
We've
let's
been
see
I'm
what
I'm
you're
gonna
listening
saying.
asking,
listen
to
to
you.
what
You
you're
gave
All
me
right,
the
saying.
hold on,
full
I'll
hold
hour
on,
listen
to
to
hold
what you're
on.
listen.
saying.
You know what I'm saying?
you're giving
Respectfully.
this,
I'm
Go,
gonna listen to
go.
what you're
Hey, how
saying
about we change the
respectfully.
subject? Cause he ain't saying nothing. He
No,
keep
no, no.
saying
We're
the
not gonna
same
change the
thing in
subject
circles.
because you're not
hey,
running.
shift,
You're not
He
running.
talk.
No, you're not running. You're not
I
running.
ain't
You're
running.
not
I'm just
winning.
saying
You're
you
not
hey,
winning.
talking in
shift,
circles,
shift
All
is
man.
right,
not having
back
it, boy.
down,
Shift is
back
not having it,
down,
boy.
back
All right,
down,
let Shifter
back
go.
Oh
down.
shit,
We're not
oh
winning.
shit,
Shifter.
Remember, we're men.
I know
Remember, we're
Shifter. You
men,
gotta
right?
machine
stop
gun,
yelling though.
machine
Shifter,
gun shift,
Shifter,
machine gun shift.
Shifter. Yeah, that ain't
I'm
gonna
not
work.
yelling, you
Shifter,
know.
Shifter,
I don't know about
Shifter. I'm
yelling.
telling you, Shifter. That strategy's not working, brother. That just keep
I don't
talking,
need
keep
a
talking. I
strategy.
got it. I got it. Let me moderate, bro. You're not on a panel that doesn't have moderation. Let me moderate, brother. I promise I'm gonna let you get it out. Like it's on you now. But I just don't do the tactic of let me just keep yelling, keep
But
yelling, keep
rambling
yelling,
and
keep
rambling on
yelling.
and
Keep,
on.
no, it's not even about rambling. It's about if I feel like I'm not saying what I want to say, I'm gonna keep talking, keep talking, keep talking, keep talking. Like don't you ain't gotta do that over here, brother. I'm gonna give you your space.
That's that feminine energy he was talking about.
So let him go. Go, Shifter.
I'll be honest with you, yeah. You don't have to give me my space. Let the brothers talk in it because they don't want to hear anyway.
Right.
Brother, you got I want to hear you.
Nah, I don't want to hear that
Yeah,
shit. You know?
no,
I
I'm,
do. In the fairness of
hey,
the
give
panel,
me time.
in
Yeah,
the
give
fairness of the
me time,
panel,
man. Let me speak,
Schiffer,
man.
you got your way to come through, bro. Now, if
Let me
you
speak.
relinquish
Let me
it,
speak.
you relinquish it, bro. But this is
All
your
I was
time to speak, bro.
all I was saying is, bro, that I would show people why what they're doing is not work. It's not going to work around me, first and foremost. And then what I would do is I would give them perfect examples of how they look and how they sound. I'd show them just how ignorant they sound. And the thing is, yeah, what I realized, I'm going to end on this year. This is what I realized. You see, when you point out to someone, when you show them they're doing something that's wrong, yeah? Now, if it's a man and you show him he's doing something wrong, like I was at work the other day, a man was painting all wrong. I said, bro, what you're doing there, the way you're holding the brush is even wrong. Yeah, you see the man, he listened. You
Come
see
on,
women,
Red Part 2.
9 times out of 10, the women will not listen and change their behavior. And that's what I'm saying, it's a feminine trait.
All right, man.
You're trading on
All
you're
right,
trading
man.
on fine shells.
Don't worry about it.
Shells
Let him
there,
get that in. He snuck that one in.
bro.
It's a feminine trait.
Oh, you know, 90th is gonna be up here, boy. What do you mean about what are you talking about? But
90th is
you know,
not
but
ready for
really,
me, man. Look,
hey, let me
Salsa
ask you a
had to run
question.
away
Let's
already,
keep
man.
it.
She
Yeah, let's
done know
keep it.
already. The
Go,
intelligence levels
go,
of the man is
go. Let's
different,
keep
yeah.
it. Go. Let's all right. Now let's get back on it. All right, cool.
No, but
Y'all
really, yeah.
brothers had a y'all
Let me
brothers
ask.
had a back and forth. Good, cool. That was a nice back and forth. Now
Right.
let's get back to IC3. You there, brother?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm
Yeah,
listening.
man. All right. So IC3, man, we talking about mental illness tonight. Yeah, I know we got sidetracked and went on a little rant, but now we back. Let's bring it back. IC3,
Okay.
I want to ask you about therapy, right? When it comes
Okay.
to mental illness and just black people as a whole. Why
Right.
is therapy stigmatized in the black community?
It's conditioning, white supremacist conditioning, because sanity and mental health, or sanity itself, is a matter of cultural perspective. Because I've been sectioned. I'm officially mentally ill. Yeah, they sectioned me. And did you know why they sectioned me? I got sectioned. First of all,
White solutions.
yeah, that's right. That's okay. Good solutions. That's right. So
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
first of all, you
okay,
got to understand the problem, and then
Oh,
once you
shit.
understand the problem, the solution, your mind is free to start thinking solutions. So once you understand that mental health, it's no point struggling with it. Just look, we all know already that when some of the slaves were trying to run away, they when they got caught, they were saying that this slave has mental health problem. You remember that? I can't remember what they called it. There's an actual name for it. There's an actual name.
Drapetomania.
Drapetomaniac.
Yeah.
How do you spell that?
Drake.
Say it
After
again.
the rapper Drake.
Hold on.
Drake.
Let brother Eugene come
Maniac.
through.
What you say,
Drake.
bro? It's Drake.
Let's just call
DRAPETOMANIAC.
it
Yeah, just
Drake.
put it
I
in the
like
chat.
it.
Just
Call it
type in the
Drake.
chat because I want to go back into that. But yeah. Please just type that in the
Drapetomania.
chat. I'm gonna do some research on that. Yeah.
Somebody drop that in the chat.
Yeah,
Fam.
drop it in the chat, and I'm gonna do
You
some
man, I'm
research on
jumping
it.
off here. Sorry, Isaac, I don't mean to cut you real quick. I'm jumping off. So big up everyone. And Bo, if you ever stop using the N word, I know it's my fault. I know what I did.
Respect to you, brother.
Salute, Schiffer. Salute, brother. You still my guy.
Salute.
Salute.
Salute, God damn.
He got to go to New York. When he come to America, he got to go to like New York, Philly, up there around them countries, brother.
Yeah.
He can't come down south around them chilling, eating niggas. That shit, it ain't
Hog
gonna
mouth,
work.
nigga.
Hog mouth.
Shout out to Shiffer,
He
though,
gonna
man.
get called nigga as soon as he hit the property.
Shout out to Shiffer,
Bunch
man.
of gold teeth niggas.
He come through, bro. But
Wait,
yeah, what
where's
was you at?
IC3 God, man? I
What was
wanted
you
to
at
hear
with
why he
it?
got
I
section.
see 3. What was you at?
Guys, sorry, I'm gonna jump off, man. I'll be back in a bit.
All right, salute, go. Salute, go.
Yeah, big up.
Hit the like button on your way out, go.
Yeah. One thing. Is it stupid to say? Is it empowering ever to be calling someone else that word? But anyway, I don't think it is. But anyway, peace.
It is what it is.
Y'all tripping on the N word, man. Come on, man. We got bigger fish to
Hey, hold on. That's
You know?
legit. I think it deserves a show within itself, but I do feel at this point in time where we at, to an extent, yeah. But I think it'll take a more nuanced discussion for me to break it down to you, my theory. But short answer, yeah, it's a term of endearment and empowerment. Yeah, most definitely. If you ever see 50 niggas running around on the streets
Yeah, to
and
you.
crackers, and listen
It's hard for me to like fathom why.
It's a symptom of mental illness.
Yeah, same. I just can't.
Listen,
look, honestly,
Let's stop that shit.
observing from the outside.
Like I say, man, and what y'all gotta realize is, right, to me, y'all opinion, right, and I mean this with all due respect, right, is irrelevant when it comes to that word, right? Because I
Take
don't
that to
see
your counselor.
Relax, brother. Because I personally come from an ADOS ideology. So I don't believe in this whole flat blackness and you black, we all the same, right? So I, as an ADOS, how I identify and the significance of that word to me, I understand is going to be different than it is to you. So I don't really feel a need to really make sense of it to you. And if you don't understand it, then it's cool because you don't have this. It don't have the same cultural relevance. You know what I'm saying? So you
Well,
see
I
it in
sure
one
ain't
way.
coming to Florida to be called
You
nigger.
see,
I ain't having that shit. Ain't going nowhere, no way, no
brother,
way. No.
brother,
Stay right where you at.
you irrelevant, bro. Like, let's be real. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. You know, ain't no
Keep
disrespect.
watching them married from YouTube.
Yeah, man.
Ain't no disrespect, and I can understand why you wouldn't want to be called it. You know what I'm saying? It's cool. You not a nigga. You from the UK. You know what
You're
I'm
not a
saying?
nigger.
I'm a nigga though.
You're not a nigger.
Paylu, what's up?
Oh
What's
yeah, I
up?
didn't finish what I was saying. Yeah, so basically,
Shout out to
Paylu of
Paylu.
Martin
Shout
Luther
out to the
King.
brother Paylu. Martin Luther
Hey, y'all
King.
don't know
Yeah.
Paylu got a resume, man. Paylu for African, he got a hell of a resume, man. For African, like he tuned in with the hood, man. He know what's up.
That's the
yeah,
brother.
but he doesn't believe in
Paylu.
white supremacy. Pelu doesn't believe that
I,
white
I don't
supremacy exists.
I don't believe in it either.
I mean, I don't believe. Okay, look, put like this, right? I think white supremacy is the wrong
Okay,
term.
nigga.
Look. Okay,
Now
if
see,
you're
now see. Hold on a second, Pelu. Hold on a
white
second, Pelu.
hegemony,
Hold on a second, Pelu. Let me just say this, right? Because see now, like I was saying earlier, why I use Africans on a case by case basis as to with the N word when they was asking me can of now, and I was like, it's on the case to case basis. Like I got to know that you come from the struggle and where your mind at when you using it. Now, see, this is a prime example of when I would go on somebody's shit for using the N word around me, for playing with me. You know what I'm saying? Because they think it's a joke and they really talking in circles. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
but
So
you're
I'm just saying
African
we just need to
American
be
that don't like
cognizant.
Africans. You're African American who hates Nigerians. That
So
explain that
so it
mental
so
health
so it will be in your best
problem.
bet not to say the N word to me.
Don't tell me what to say. I'll say what the fuck I like.
Right.
I'm saying, and I'm my name's not Schiffer. I
So,
wasn't telling you what to say. So don't tell me
okay,
what to
all
say.
right, let's bring it back. Let's bring it back. We
yeah,
don't
yeah,
want to do.
it might be all
Yeah,
that
let's
though.
don't do. Yeah, let's don't do that.
You got all that.
Yeah, let's don't do that. So I really want IC3 to come back through, man. We was talking about therapy and how it's stigmatized in the black community. Then I want to come to brother Eugene.
Eh, oh, actually, you coming? Okay, I was about to say, let me.
Yeah, IC3. I'm coming to you, Paylo. I just want to get the make sure the new people on the panel get they say so. I'm coming right to you, Paylo.
Yeah. So just quickly, yeah. So uh, I was classified as mentally ill, but what I realized is only at that time two things that changed my mind. One, um, the court case. Then I realized that the judge was asking me questions to me to identify myself, and identify myself as a black man. And then I asked the judge to identify herself, and I saw her head, like like that scene in Matrix where the head starts shaking. The judge went funny when I asked that question. Then I realized that this was a head-to-head.
Oh, you on that ripple? You got that ripple
Yeah, you
flowing?
gotta get you some water,
Yeah.
Uncle.
You on that
Get some
Fred
What?
water,
G.
Yeah, one
Uncle.
Sanford?
second. 1 second. Wait, we get some water.
Yeah, make sure the Uncle all right, man. Come on,
Yeah.
this ain't the
That crazy
IC3
coming
I
out of you.
know.
That crazy coming out of you.
This ain't the Uncle I know, man. You know what I mean? So real quick though, IC3, you back?
Yeah.
All
So
right.
yeah. So I'm going to talk about how I already made it clear. There's this. Clarify that word drapermania. So the first thing I said that mental illness and sanity, the concept of being sane or having a mental illness, is culturally impacted. So if the white supremacists see all black people as criminals and mentally ill just by being black, right? So once you understand that, um, then you have you set your mind differently for the solution. The solution I had before they classified me as mentally ill was that I kept trying to be understand uh, and be accepted as a reasonable person within their system. It's like I'm trying to be a man. You know, when people say, "Look, accept us. We're a man. We're human
That's a
too."
mental illness right there.
Exactly, because you're trying to
You
you
trying to be
think you're going to get
something you not.
justice. Yeah, you think you get justice by saying, "Look, I'm a man. I deserve justice. Those laws apply to me." But once you understand how deep the system goes, you realize, wait a minute, I'm going to go the opposite way. Um, I understand. You just see me as stock, and so I can never be sane.
Hey, I see. I can say something to what you said. Cause
Go on then.
when I don't believe in white supremacy and all that shit, right? But I'm saying if
Mm.
we look at 2021, right? It's the liberals that's trying to push the agenda that if you black, you're born inherently with a mental illness. Like if you look at America right now in politics and all that, like it's the liberals that's holding on to that and saying, yeah, if you black and you born with post traumatic slave syndrome and you got a mental
Right.
illness.
Right. Yep.
Like it's the liberals and these that's pushing that agenda that being black you inherently crazy.
It's always
it's trauma passed down, Bo.
Oh yeah, but that what you're saying is correct from your point of view, because you're saying you're taking the position that white supremacy doesn't exist, therefore you cannot be a victim of white supremacy, and if white supremacy doesn't exist, then we're on a kind of level playing field, and it's just for people classified as black to fight their course, fight their in court, and use reason
in the white
to
court.
get justice within this world, because it's not a white supremacist world, it's just a world, and it's for us black people to sort ourselves out, do our reading and read the books, and then we can fight for justice and get justice.
See, you ain't
So I understand, that makes sense.
you ain't crazy. You got good sense.
Sorry,
I say you ain't crazy. You got good sense. You know what's going on.
Now, if you use the terms together like that was taught to us, it's racism, white supremacy. It's not two separate things. So it actually does exist because racism is white supremacy.
Mm.
And so is
Well,
mental
yeah,
health.
that's right. That's
hold on,
Didi
let me
Fuller.
ask this. Now I gotta ask the
I'm
question.
racist, so
So
Hold
let me
on,
say this.
hold on, Bo, because I gotta ask the question. Once you say a statement like that, I gotta ask the general question of what everybody else is gonna ask.
Hey, but can we stay on what he said though? Because he made it important. He said
On
something
what?
important though.
On racism,
The
white
brother,
supremacy.
right? So if
I'm
you
coming.
use that same,
I'm coming right to
right,
you, Bo.
right.
But I gotta ask this brother now: is there such thing as a black racist or a black
Come
supremacist?
on, man. Cut
No.
it,
I
man.
gotta ask.
Cut the bit.
ask.
All right. Let
White
me
supremacy
respond to
is
what he
a
said.
mental health.
Bo, I
Look,
gotta ask the
let me
question,
speak.
Bo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
white
Let me
supremacy
ask
is
you
a
a
mental
question
health
real quick.
condition
The
as
way
well.
that you create or
hey.
see a black racist is a black person who practice white supremacy. If the shit that you do benefits white people, you are a black racist. If the shit that you do does not build us up or help us move forward, only to keep us stagnant and up under their power and thumb, yes, you are a
Okay.
black
Let
racist.
Let me
All
say
right.
this. Let me say
Cook,
this.
Bo.
Okay. Now,
Eh,
yeah. I feel you, bro. But now, if we look at the word racist and white supremacy, right? So what you're doing is equating racism with white supremacy and saying it's one and the same thing, right? But
Yeah.
it's saying that it okay, so but what you're doing are you are discounting the most racist, systematic racist people on the face of the earth, which is the Chinese. If you go to China, they have systematic and institutional racism that discriminates against black people and anybody else that's not Chinese. But we left we
Chinese
take
do
them
that
off the
against the
hook.
world, though, bro. It ain't just black people. All other races fend for their own race. It's not just against black people. Black people the only one that don't fend for their own race.
This is my point. My point is when you talking about a systematic approach to racism,
Yes.
the greatest example you can find in the world right now is in Beijing, Shanghai, and on the streets of China. You know what I'm saying? But we make it out to be just about white people and white supremacy when it's bigger than that. It's not just about that.
But
And
really, that's really where it all
In
stems
America,
from.
racism up, especially against the Uyghurs. You're right.
In
in
America, what?
America,
I mean,
in
it
America, we
stems
do
from
not
them.
have those.
So
Brother, relax. Let me just say this, brother. I'm past
The
to you.
Chinese
In
don't
the,
owe you reparations.
See, this is why I can't talk to dumb niggas, man. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody said anything about reparations. The
You're
Chinese,
no,
dumb
the
no,
Chinese,
because
because they
you
owe
the
think
them.
that
Chinese.
racism doesn't exist. So
Okay, right,
you've
but
got
listen,
mental health problems.
okay,
Yeah.
but listen, right. The Chinese, granted, will not fuck with an ADOS African American, but they will stick their foot so clean up your Nigerian ass if you go to in Africa and in China, nigga. That's who you should be worried about.
And there's
I
no such
disagree.
thing as an
I
African
disagree.
American. That was a term that was given to us by Jesse Jackson, and it
Man,
has a double
I said
identity. So
ADOS,
you
man.
can't
I
be
said
two things
ADOS.
at
Yeah,
one
but
time.
I disagree.
I said
I disagree with the China being the ruling class or the dominant race, the dominant society in America. I
I never
disagree
said I
with
didn't
that,
say in America. I didn't say in America.
and
I
that's
said
past
No, I never
President-
said America, brother. You're making a straw man argument. I
No,
never
yeah,
said America.
he never said that. He was
I
talking about
said in China.
He said that they was
Chinese
the
Chinese
example of
people
racism.
are systematically oppressing and discriminating against his
Yeah, we
people,
don't live
which are
over there, Bo. We
no,
don't live over there. Come
brother.
back
Why you
home.
keep
Come back
arguing
home,
me,
Bo.
bro? Bro, why you
the
keep
racism all
arguing me,
over.
bro? And
I'm
I'm
just
trying to make a
come back
point.
home and talk, bro. Come back home. We don't
Man,
want to
fuck
talk
it, man.
about
Pass the mic, man. Let somebody else go.
Okay, you mind if I jump
He
in?
using them as an example. He's saying that China is a great example of racism, meaning he's trying to make the point that white people are not the only one who practice racism. Am I right or am I wrong?
That's what he was saying. That's exactly what he was saying. That's what I
Okay,
heard him say.
I want to make sure I clear that up for the ones who ain't listening to you, bro.
Oh, okay. Hey, you mind if I jump in?
Go ahead, bro.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because you know you fucked up, right? You know you fucked
Yeah,
up,
the
right?
other thing I'm gonna say about mental health, yeah, of course there's gonna be stigma about it because there's legal repercussions to being called insane. You're trying to say there's legal repercussions. You can't own a gun. You can't do this. You can't do that. If they classify you as insane, it limits your opportunities. So you don't want to be classified as anything. That's the main reason. And then also, you're right. This is why people were saying before. I heard Jacob talking about before. I grew up in a generation, and if everybody around my age know, if you're around the mid 30s, you grew up in a generation. In my time, the late 90s, early 2000, when we were going to school, they had everybody on them drugs. You know what I'm saying? They even had me on them joints. They had everybody ADHD. That's what they were talking about
I
for
wasn't
everybody.
on no dope, but I feel you though.
Hey,
No,
Bo, hold on. Bo, you
I
know
was
you
on
fucked up,
here.
right?
Let the
Yo,
dude,
Bo, you know you fucked up,
bro,
right?
That's
I'm
because
not
you're trying to
interested
live
in
by their
debating. I'm not
descriptions of life.
interested in debating, bro.
Now,
That's our
seriously, you
problem.
fucked
We
up.
still
Let
live by
him
their
let us
I'm gonna
finish
tell
his
you why
definition.
point,
you fucked
brother.
up. Hey, bro, I'm gonna tell you why you fucked up. Yeah,
Brother,
let me
say
show you
what
something.
say whatever
I
you
think
gotta say,
Peelu
bro.
said something. Hear Peelu's question.
I can have real
Yo,
psychological
Peelu.
Hey,
studies.
can you let the dude finish saying what he was
Yeah,
saying, bro?
sure, you
Oh,
gotta let
sorry.
Paylu
I
land.
thought
You
you
gotta
done.
let Paylu. Paylu was in the middle of a conversation.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I was in the middle of this. Yeah, so in my life, yeah, I was one of the people who were subject to that because I know and see a lot of times they use psychological things to push an agenda. It's like you said, it's mostly liberal states doing it. Come on, my whole state's liberal. My whole area is liberal area, but that's what they're the ones pushing this psychobabble on you, and it's mainly because they set the school system up to make boys fail. So a lot of boys are getting put on. If you see who's getting put on, it's all boys. They set the school system to make the boys do worse and the girls do better because that's what kind of why I think they should separate schools. I think they should have boys schools and girls schools or boy classes and girl classes because boys learn different than girls do. You know.
No, I want no. I don't. No, that's
Yeah,
not the
I would
answer.
like. I mean, it's better. It's actually better. I think it's better. I'm not saying boys and girls shouldn't interact. Of course, they can see each other after school, whatever. But I think it should be men classes and women classes. But
Hey, Peelu.
Yeah, I can't agree
Yo,
with
Peelu,
that,
can I ask
Paylu,
you a
but I hear
question,
you, bro.
please, on something you said?
all right,
Yo,
okay,
Peelu.
why
Yo,
not?
Peelu.
Would it be more order?
I
Would it be
went to
more
a
order?
boys'
We
school.
need to get out of
I
their
went to
school
an all
system,
boys
Yeah,
school.
period.
I will have to let
Because
somebody
guys that go to boys' school don't know how to talk to women when they're older.
I
I know
think
how
it's
to talk to
socially
women,
awkward.
and I went to a boys' school. That's a
You,
lie.
I went to a boys' college. I went to a men's college. I went to all men's college. I still talk to, and we still talking to girls every day. We see
Come
girls
on,
every day.
man.
I
Girls
still
Come
talking
on,
think
what are
it
you
to
makes
talking
you
about,
socially
bro?
awkward. That's just my opinion. I think it makes you socially awkward. So
Nah, that's
I
not
would
true.
agree.
Nah,
I
that's
never
not
went to
true.
an all boys school.
If you don't, no,
Nah,
no,
different
More
strokes,
rapists come
different
from all
folks.
boys' schools than mixed schools.
Nah,
nah,
not
because
true. Not
I don't
true,
think it
man.
makes it awkward. If you, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying right. I'm not saying that boys and girls shouldn't interact. No, I ain't saying that.
I
But I'm
can't
gonna say
believe
in class and school, make the boys do boys have a boys. I mean, the boys' school could be right next to the girls' school. You can have it right next to each other, or it could even be the same school. But yeah, I mean, that's my opinion. Anyway,
Nah,
Hey,
black
Peelu,
boys need
moderator,
Peelu,
black
yo,
boys, man.
moderator,
Peelu,
uh,
yo, Peelu.
point
You
of
see what you
order,
said, yeah?
point of
All right,
order,
all right. I said shit.
moderator,
I,
moderator.
I got you. What you saying? I see through you. All right.
Let
Right, look.
Schiffer
I
go
got
say
you.
what he gotta
So if
say,
you need
man.
some moderation, here we go. Shift will come through, brother. Yes,
No,
sir.
no,
Yo,
one second,
Peelu.
1 second. I just want to ask this, Born Rich. You see this conversation. You see how we bounce from one aspect to another. Now we're talking about schools, and we go back to mental health, and we're bouncing all over the place.
Yeah.
It's nice, enjoyable conversation. But what do you think of the idea that we treat this meeting here
Yeah.
as a conference, and it's a solution based conference, and we're organizing. We are now heads of whole divisions. So all the
Okay,
Americans here are now they're representatives of the blacks in America, and all the British people on here are now representative of the blacks in Europe, and that we are now this is a scenario we are now here meeting in this conference to plan a solution to help like
no, I
Marcus
100%
Garvey.
agree with you.
You
Instead
understand?
of
And
whole
the way
debate
we'll
format,
talk, it won't be just nattering, jumping from subject to subject, and it's just I don't know. It
But
just
I
Well,
want to
let's
go to the
time
subject
together.
I
debated
totally agree.
because
I
the
agree.
Stephen
Can I
just
time the
Church
so
conversation
nattering.
together?
We
It's
gotta
like
go one. We
like
gotta go
women,
one at
like
a
a bunch
time,
of
yeah.
women just nattering. I can't take
Yeah,
it, man.
right.
Can I
I
go
agree.
first at that IC3?
Yeah,
IC3, can I
let
take
Shepard
up your
go.
challenge first? Can I
Go
take up
ahead.
your
Can I
challenge
show
as
how
well?
they both go
I,
together?
Go, Shuffle. Go. Come through, Shuffle.
all right, I'm gonna take up IC3's challenge. So what I'm gonna do, instead of saying what I was gonna say, I'm gonna say, Brother Bo, yeah. It was put to you by Brother Pilu, I believe, yeah, that if anyone's doing anything that's detrimental to the black community, then they become a white supremacist or a racist or a cracker or whatever you want to
Yeah,
call it.
that
Yeah.
wasn't me. That was
And
me. That wasn't me.
oh, that was you.
That was
Who said
Brother
that?
Eugene, wasn't it?
Eugene. Our brother
That was
Eugene said
Brother
it,
So
and I
what did
Eugene.
I
liked what you
say?
said, brother Eugene.
Repeat that
So
again.
massive respect to Eugene. Sorry for getting that
He said
wrong, but
repeat
it
it.
was
He said
brother
repeat it.
Okay,
Eugene.
You
but I disagree with him though.
yeah, but go ahead,
I know we
Shuffle.
disagree,
Tell
but
me
that's
what
where
I
you
said
fucked
that
up.
you would disagree with.
So, brother
Okay,
Eugene, what did you say again? Just repeat it, and then I'll show you why brother Bo
I'm
messed
trying to
up.
see what it was that you disagreed with, and I can clarify what I said.
No, I didn't disagree with what you said.
I
I
think he
liked what
agreed
you
with
said.
you. Yeah, he agreed
Yeah,
with
he
you.
Oh,
agreed
okay.
about racism, white supremacy.
He
Okay,
said
how
that
they
both.
both are one and the same.
Yeah, that was his statement. He said white
That
racism is white supremacy.
they are
All right,
both
and you
one and
said
the
he said
same
he did you say,
because
let me just see if I'm correct. You said something along the lines of if a black man is doing things that are detrimental to his community, yeah, that bring his community down then, yeah, or he is doing things that don't help his community but they only help the white community, he's a white supremacist too.
I never said that.
I
What did
said
you
that.
Eugene,
say?
you saying
I
Eugene?
absolutely said that.
Who said it?
You
Who
want to
said
know
it?
why I said that?
Who said it?
Eugene, I said that
Eugene.
anytime a
You didn't
black
say it.
person acts in a way that's detrimental to his own people, he is
Yeah.
a white supremacist. Why do I say
All
that?
right.
Because who benefits from us being dysfunctional? Who
That's
benefits
right.
from us being out of our minds? Who
All
benefits
right.
from us fighting amongst each other? We have to be
I
absolutely insane to do the shit that we do. So we're talking
all right, my
about
brother.
mental health and
Can I
insanity,
ask you
and
one
we can
question,
tie it
brother?
in with the school system because us learning from them
No,
how to determine
brother.
what life is
Brother, we
Brother,
got
I totally get where
only
you're
brother,
coming
we
determines
from.
got
how
Come
many
plenty of
on,
success.
time,
Paul.
brother.
Your brother, I totally get where you're coming from. Yeah, I don't think I need examples. I want to ask you one question on what you said. I just wanted to confirm that it
Go right
was
ahead.
said. Does that make sense? So the question I got for you is this. How does the N word help the community? And can it be detrimental? Can it be harmful?
Well, I'll say
Well, we
this.
got bigger problems
That
than the N word, bro.
Yeah.
yeah, but I'm
I
gonna just
didn't
answer
ask
this
if we have bigger
question. Let
problems.
me just answer this
I asked the
question to
brother
satisfy me.
Eugene, can it cause problems and how does it help?
I'm gonna say this: the N word does not benefit the black race in no shape, form, or fashion. It is another term that we have taken on from white people and tried to make it our own, or either suffer from the lashes where it was originally created. But what we all need to understand is God made mans and the devil made niggas. So
Now,
if we
my
want to
brother,
continue to
I just
follow,
need you to
it's
get that
all a
through to Bo.
consciousness.
That's what I need
Say it
you to
again.
do because I'm on. Listen, I'm on your level, innit? And because I'm no longer on the panel, I got to go to my bed because I got work in 3 hours. Yes, I'm gonna get a little bit of sleep, my brother. I'm leaving this in your hands, innit? Because I'm trying to explain to the brother Bo that this is detrimental. We need to stop it, bro. and we can't keep making excuses.
Brother, if you ban the N word, you're gonna have to ban it in every language. This is my point I was trying to make to you. So you can ban it in English,
1000%.
they're
Well,
still gonna
let's
use it in
really
Spanish
get
and
to
French.
what we need to do.
Okay,
Now, when you say we need to banish the N word, me personally, we need to banish the damn dictionary that we follow. We need to come up and determine this world by our own terms, by our own way of thinking, because we can't have a European curriculum to tell us what life is because we're still living through them. That's where our problems are. Even those
My
who go
brother.
to college and get master degrees think that they've arrived out of the situation we in when you're only still working for another white company and empowering another
oh
group
shit,
until
man.
I
we
agree
have
with you
our
to an
own
extent.
shit for those people to go take those educations too. If we ain't got no hospital for doctors, if we ain't got no banks for financial accountants,
All right,
if
brother, we
we
got
ain't
it,
got
brother.
no agricultural thing going on
Brother,
to where we can make a nation for ourselves, we're still only fighting for them.
brother. Okay, brother. You might need to log off YouTube because you know the white man getting paid off of this too, right? You helping them, right?
Okay, so what am I saying? We need our own thing to stream
Okay,
through as
okay,
well.
brother.
Ain't that what I'm saying? That we need our
Is
Okay,
Black
own.
man getting
okay,
paid
brother.
too?
Okay, brother. We might need to
Yeah, I think
all
it's a
log off.
great time. I think it's a great
Oh,
time
wait a
for me
minute,
to
let them
jump in.
finish.
Hold on.
Damn,
I think it's a
damn.
great time for me to jump in because shout out to YouTube. And I keep the donation link scrolling across the bottom. Follow me on Instagram. We got the PayPal right there. We got the Cash App right there. Don't forget to hit the like button, share button, subscribe button. I see that the subscribers ain't going up, so it's a bunch of lurkers. Hit that fucking button, man. We come in with dynamic topics and conversations on the regular. So make sure y'all hit that. Um,
Uh,
I had to get in there. I
like,
heard YouTube with the white man, and I had to get in there and say, "Yo, yeah, we're on the white man panel.
hey, can
Let's
we just
support it."
accept that word though? Just I get it, right? Internationally, amongst, I think what you need to do those shit for done right, and I respect your tenacity and persistence with this word. But what you need to do is get with your UK brothers and Jamaican brothers and people over there and let them know about the N word. You know, like you
Yeah, we
don't need
did
to
that.
tell.
We did that.
Right,
No, we did
right,
that.
right,
That's
right,
done already. We don't use it, and
right.
they wouldn't dare
Okay,
use it around me. And
okay,
that's why it's
right,
only you
right.
brothers left.
And
You're the
so,
only ones left. You're the only
okay,
ones
right,
left that's
right,
still
right.
using them. So
But see the thing about it though, you can't really do nothing about it with us over here in America. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? That's
I can talk to
ADOS.
you. I can talk to
Right.
you,
Yeah,
and
but I
one person at a time, one day at a
right.
time.
But
And
what
me and
I'm
my
telling
brother
you is
Eugene have already made the start. We've already made the transition because
but
we're
what
not
I'm
using
telling
it,
you is
and
though,
we've
right?
already decided that it's detrimental. So although you're saying
But
I can't have an effect,
but
I'm
what I'm
already
telling
having
you
an
is
effect.
though, right? What I'm telling you is though, right? You would be more effective in like Hotep and Pan African circles, but like down south where I'm from, like we not really trying to hear that shit. Like it is what it
Yeah,
is, and
they
it's
ain't
kind
trying
of
to
like
hear it because
ingrained.
people are
Nah,
ignorant. That's ignorance, bro. That's
brother, you
ignorance, and
got
that's why I
brother.
said it's a
Listen,
feminine trait.
listen, brother,
If
you
you don't
got
want, bro, my
doctors.
brother, listen.
Listen to what I'm
If you
telling you.
just don't want to
Listen,
hear something,
listen. I'm
bro,
not
I'm
finna
listening
debate
to
you.
you though.
I'm not finna
I'm
debate
listening
you
to you, bro.
because to me this isn't a debate. You
It's
got
not.
doctors.
You couldn't
You
win.
got doctors and lawyers at the height of American society that when they
Yeah,
congregate back, when they come back home to where they from and they congregate with their people, we use the N word. They use the
I
N
don't
word.
believe you. Show me one doctor that does that.
Nah, that he's telling the truth though. Everybody say nigga in America. All the
Show
black
me one
they
doctor.
say
No, no,
nigga.
no. He said doctor, brother. Listen
Oh,
respectfully. He said
Nah,
doctor. So you
he's
bring me
telling
the
the truth
doctor
though.
that
He's
does
telling
that.
the truth about that though.
brother,
Bring me a doctor. Bring
I'm
me the
not a.
doctor that uses
What the
that word.
fuck you want?
Because
You bring you
broski,
a doc? You want me to bring you a doctor
broski.
on the panel
We'll
to
bring
show
them to
his
the panel.
credentials?
Yeah.
Man,
Bring
get
them
the
to the
fuck
panel
out of
with
here,
it. My
man.
brethren's a doctor. I could bring
Hey,
them to the panel.
Can
Listen,
we get
my
to something
homie,
that we can
listen, my
actually
homie
solve?
is a doctor, yeah? My Nigerian homie is a doctor. I could get him on the panel. Not hard,
Brother,
bro. I'm not
I'm
just gonna
done.
talk
I'm
things
done
that I
with this
can't
shit.
Can
prove.
he's
we
Nigerian.
solve?
He's from
I'm not
Can,
America.
gonna
can we
talk.
get to
I'm
something that
done
we
with
can
this shit,
solve?
I
Because
got
you're
man.
you.
gonna always have
I got
one
you.
who wants and
I got
one who don't want.
you.
You ain't gonna never make people
I got you.
all agree on one thing. So let's get to something that we can actually
Thank you.
get done and make a
I
difference with.
I
We'll
agree
work
with
on
you.
all the nitpicky
Solutions.
stuff later.
Because
Solutions.
he's saying a Nigerian. If you have a Nigerian doctor in England, what do you got to do with people in America? That don't make no sense.
Bro, it does make sense because
Nothing
he said
these
his
niggas
brethren's a
from the
doctor.
UK
No,
makes sense.
no, you're not getting away with that one. Listen
Brother,
again,
I'm
cognitive
not debating
dissonance.
you, bro.
Listen
I know
again.
you one of
No,
them
listen
speak a
again. No, no,
corner
no, no,
type.
no, no. But let me reply to what he said. Hold up.
You
I'm
need to
being
go to
rude.
Hyde Park
Cognitive
if you want to
dissonance. No,
debate.
broski, listen. 1 second. Cognitive dissonance there. He said to me his friend's a doctor and his doctor uses profanity when he's at home, when he's around his people. I said, my friend's a doctor. I could bring my friend on the panel, so can't you bring yours? It wasn't in reference to America.
No, but
So
see, but
let's listen
you talking
properly.
about
Let's listen
somebody? No,
properly.
no. It was you mentioned he's
Let's listen
Nigerian, right?
properly.
So you say he's Nigerian, right?
It
And I
don't matter.
assume that he's
Don't
in
matter.
England because you're in England, right? So I assume so that you're right. The assumption I made was that he's in England, right? But you just said Nigerian. So I'm gonna say, what does a Nigerian living in England have to do with the African American culture and
He's
what they
born
say
in,
to each other?
bro.
I don't
It's
think
nothing
that's
to
nothing
do
to
with
do
that.
with it.
It's got nothing to do with that. Let me explain it to you again because you didn't listen again. Listen, yeah.
We
He
all
said
have
to
a
me.
shared
He said
experience
to
in this
me. He
world.
knows someone who's a doctor. He knows someone who's a doctor who uses the N word. I said, bring your doctor friend and show me the doctor that uses the N word. He said, oh, I'm supposed to bring my doctor friend. I said, yeah, I've got a doctor friend. But if I want him to come on the panel, he'd feel no way, especially if I'm making big
Hey man,
claims.
this nigga giving me a headache, man. We can't change the subject or keep it
Super
moving.
I
man,
know
you
you want to
lunching,
change the
you
subject
lunching,
because you want to run. Listen, you see me,
you
you see
lunching.
me. I'm a
You
different breed. You're Bo. Listen, I'm a different breed. You know, you see me. I deal with discipline, my brother. Yeah. So you see, because I deal with discipline, it means you can't sidetrack the conversation and
I'm
go
a
where
country
you want
nigga,
to go
man.
when you don't like a question.
Or what?
When you don't like a
you
question, you're gonna have
Nigerian.
to answer that,
Yeah.
bro.
Just
You're
Nigerian.
put
gonna
I
have
heard
to
something
you
up.
answer, and that's what I said. If you bring me
Hey,
around them
Sheeta,
country environments, everyone's using the N-word, they're gonna have to answer to me, bro. You ain't gonna get away
Bro,
with
they
it.
will
You
beat
ain't
the
gonna
shit
lie,
out of you, bro. You
and I
try to
ain't
kick
going
somebody.
nowhere. I ain't going nowhere.
you
I
get
ain't
shot.
going
You
nowhere.
get
I'll be
shot.
there talking
Hey,
to you all
calm
day.
down.
Bro, I could be here all
You
night
get
talking
shot.
to you if
You
I
get
wanted.
shot. You
Hey,
definitely get shot.
Born, man.
You gonna
Born, man.
behave. You gonna
Moderation,
behave. You
born.
gonna learn.
Born,
You gonna learn.
moderate, born. Time out, born.
Paul's gone to
Let me ask
sleep.
you, Sheeta,
You
Born.
gonna
you
learn to die. You gonna
if
learn
you
to
come
die.
to black folks in America, tell me, hey, stop using nigga. Never use future. I'm dead serious. You're gonna get shot. That's a recipe
That's
to get
I
like
shot.
know you're getting
telling.
shot.
That's like telling
I've been
British
shot
man to
before.
stop.
I've been shot
That's
before.
like
Yeah.
telling
Guess
British
what?
man
Guess
to
what? The
stop
Most High loves me
sleeping with
so
white
much.
women,
All right,
innit?
The
let's
gun
bring it back.
backfired,
Let's bring
bro.
it back.
Imagine
Let's
that.
bring
We on
it
a
The
back.
different
Most High loves
time.
me so much. The thing backfired. It
Yeah,
didn't
let's
even
bring
get to
it
Nah,
back.
shoot
brother,
me.
telling
They
them
got
to
mashed
stop
up
using the
themselves.
M word is like
Please
them
do
telling
something.
us lot
Try a
to.
thing. And let me show you
Brother,
Yeah,
something. You
Can
you
we
see
can,
where
telling
I
can
them
we
to
live,
go
stop
yeah?
back
let's
to
bring
saying
the
the
it
M
back.
point?
word
Simple,
is just
simple.
Power
like
in
them
my
Yeah,
name.
we're
telling
not
us to
doing
stop
Order,
tough
sleeping
talk,
with white
y'all.
girls,
order,
innit?
Let's don't do
order.
tough talk. Let's
Bro.
don't do tough talk.
But no, but I
Bro,
didn't
Relax,
get to
yo.
speak for the
I'm
last
not
20
doing
No,
tough
minutes.
no, no,
talk.
no,
I
I'm
no.
said
I
just
I'm not
wasn't
saying
gonna
doing
my
get
tough
shot.
talk.
point.
I'm not doing tough
My
talk. I
point
wasn't
is,
doing.
I'm
I'm
talking
sorry.
about the
my
Most
I'm
High.
point
sorry.
is,
You can do with tough
you
talk.
I'm
can't
not
I'm
talking
please
about my
people.
voice.
Hey,
I'm
if you
let's
want
talking
get
to
about
back
the
to
Stop
words
something
that
please
I'm
Keep
about to
it
realistic.
say.
people's
Let's
civilized.
get back to something
language.
tangible.
he'll
Can
get
I?
shot.
Hold
Stop
on,
hit
wait.
people's
Civilized.
language.
We
Alright,
always
don't shoot me,
tangible.
man. Don't
We
shoot me.
always
Hit,
Don't shoot the
hit
tangible.
the
messenger.
mute button, man. Hit the mute
We
button.
Bro,
always
wait.
Alright,
tangible.
don't shoot the messenger.
Let Eugene come through. Come through, Eugene.
Can we just utilize a word that we don't use and agree on it? Something that we all can identify with?
Yeah,
How
that
That's
makes
how
good.
sense.
about we start
That's good.
incorporating how about we start incorporating Alkebalanians? How
What?
about
I know people
we
gonna
start
be.
calling each other that?
Can we have a suggestion
What?
from each?
I say
Do we
kings.
need do we need
I
Man.
wait
say
a minute,
king.
what you say?
What about gangs?
See, well, y'all can say
Everybody now
king.
you said king?
Yeah,
Well,
I
Bro,
like king.
We
gangs,
can't
bro.
use the word. We can't
listen.
use
Hey,
king
listen.
for the
Listen, let
simple
me say
fact
something, bro.
everybody can't be a king
Bo,
because
put
you
your
got to have
suggestion in,
privilege.
Bo. Bo, before you say something, Bo,
Bro, they
throw your
need to
suggestion
rename
in the
this
hat, man.
word, please.
Everybody throw a
Yeah.
suggestion in the
Type your
hat.
suggestion in
Yeah,
the chat.
everybody throw your
Ty-
suggestion in the hat, man.
yeah,
Instead of
yeah, and
we just
type it in the
instead of we
chat.
shooting down everybody else's suggestion,
Hey,
everybody
Negro,
throw one
Yeah.
Negro,
out.
Man,
So wait a
Negro.
listen.
minute.
I'm just
So
Type your
saying.
let's
If
call
Okay.
it
niggas is your
Alkebalanian.
hold on, stop,
Fuck,
y'all.
Man,
Stop.
damn.
If niggas is his word, it's niggas for Bo. Like with Bo, what's your word, bro? That's it.
Oh,
We don't
like
need an
I'm saying,
explanation.
out of everything affecting our communities today in 2020, we finna sit up here and be
It's
fucking
just, hey,
arguing
listen,
and
we're
going
gonna
back and
throw
forth
shit in the
about a
hat.
dumbass word.
We're
I
gonna throw
told
it in the
you,
hat.
man, nigga, that's the word.
All right,
Nigga.
that's
Okay,
Bo word.
good.
That's Bo word.
Bo
That's
said
cool, bro.
nigger.
Hey, my
I
word
put
is
mine in
Negro.
the chat.
Negro.
African.
African. Okay. Who else?
I don't
Negro.
want to use African. That's a problem
Negro.
for me.
See, hold on, Eugene. We listen to everybody's suggestion first. We can't shoot down
I
suggestions. We ain't gonna get
apologize.
Exactly.
nowhere.
I apologize.
We ain't gonna get nowhere if we just gonna shoot down everybody's. There's no
Right.
point. You know what I
Get
mean?
civilized, for Christ's sake.
What are we doing, Paylo?
What did
Negro.
anybody shoot down our keep in?
I shot that shit straight down. Go ahead, Paylo.
Okay.
Negro.
Negro. Okay.
All right, Schiffer.
Do you know what? I'm gonna go with African. We'll do with
All
that
right.
one because I don't
Good.
think
Good.
anyone's
Good.
gonna say black.
All
If
right,
anyone
got
else
it.
says
Could you
Jacob.
black,
please
I'm changing
one
to
second?
black
Could you
belt.
please type the word that you've chosen in the chat so that because I can't remember the names for each the suggestions for each one.
Brother, it's
Is
just
I
this a
got,
vote?
I
it
got it.
don't
Got
Hold
it,
matter,
on,
Jacob.
man. It don't
Got
matter.
it,
one second.
Jacob.
Is
Where
this a
you at?
vote? Is this a vote? Hold on, is this a
What the
vote or is this just
We just
bro?
what
throwing
is
out
it?
suggestions. We come. We send solutions. Like we got to work out
Hey,
problems to get to solutions. Got it,
Correct.
Jacob.
Can we put it to a
Got it,
vote?
Jacob. I know.
Yeah,
We'll come.
yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
I
yeah,
remember.
yeah, yeah.
Trust me,
At the
Chef.
end.
I'm remember. I know what everybody said. Got it, Jacob. Where we
Oh,
at?
right. Okay, you're writing it down. Good. Good. Good.
I ain't gonna
Okay,
even lie.
Born
What
Rich
was the
is just writing
question?
it down.
If we're gonna, if some people don't want to use the word nigga, so what word are we gonna say that kind of combines us?
Just call me Cuddy. I'm an individual. I'm a Burger King. I want it my way. Cuddy.
Cuddy.
Yes.
All right, can we get past
Hold
the
on.
word though, man? Like it's so pointless to the point where it's like you asking people from totally different background,
I
fucking
can't
region,
believe this.
geographical region.
Unbelievable.
I'm just
Yeah, but
saying,
I know,
like
but
Unbelievable.
you
Bro,
might be
don't
it's
real
talk
like
about
let
yourself.
you
delusional.
It's a
like the
joke.
brother IC3 said. Hold on a second. Like IC3 said, allow the UK to speak for the UK and what they do, and the Americans to speak for the Americans. Don't debate us on what we say and what we do,
Exactly.
and try to change what we got going on, because it's a
Yeah, but
waste
we're
of
Right.
all on
time,
a panel
and it just
together. We're
causes
all on a
confusion.
panel together, bro.
It causes
Number,
more
bro, we're all,
confusion,
listen, hold on. We're all on a panel
brother.
together. So we can all together as brothers make a calculated decision that some of us don't like certain behaviors. So can we
We
curb it
don't give a
and find
shit. That's what
something
I'm
we
trying to
can
tell
Man,
you.
work
In
together?
America, we
So
don't
you
but
care
don't care
Schiffer,
about no
what
one but
you
Schiffer,
yourself.
think
Schiffer,
about in
Schiffer,
the
All right, you don't care
UK.
about no one but yourself.
Some of
Schiffer,
us
I'm
Yes,
You
do.
don't care about no one but yourself.
Some of
Schiffer.
us
I'm not
care.
about Schiffer. I'm not about to negotiate with you about what I want to be called. I'm not taking no
You feel?
damn group vote
You
or what the fuck I want to be called, nigga.
by a nigga in
Fuck
black,
out that
Moderator,
shit. Yeah, get the fuck
moderator,
out of here. I'm not
moderator. It's getting
negotiating.
a
savage.
nigga in
All right,
British.
Moderator,
so the solution. So y'all saying
order.
the solution. So y'all saying the
Can you?
solution is we saying nigga no matter what.
I
No
can't
matter
believe this.
goddamn what.
Born
Hey, a
Rich,
nigga in
Born Rich, Born Rich. Could
Yeah,
you
go
just
ahead,
do
I
the
see.
finish the list, please? Can you just
to
finish
hell
the
with that
list
list.
so I
Only
know
thing we need is King
everybody's
Shaka.
position?
We
Man, to
missing
hell with that
King
dumbass
Shaka.
list. We
Young
already
King
got it.
Shaka.
People already
I haven't got
identify
it.
how
Well,
they
I haven't
identify.
got it.
Come on, Bo. Come on, Bo. You can't
No,
never
what
Can you
I'm
talk
just
to me,
be
saying
Bo.
is,
quiet and
Come
finish
on,
the
Bo.
list?
Come on, Bo. You can't. Come
man,
on, Bo.
y'all
Let me
niggas,
let me
man,
rock.
this what
You gotta
happen
let
when
me
you get
rock.
too many
I know,
niggas in
Bo.
one room, man.
I
I'm
know, but
gonna
let
tell
me
you
rock.
about
You gotta let me rock, Bo.
You do talk a lot though. This
King
guy,
Shaka.
he talks too much.
Yeah, King
What do you
Shaka.
say, brother?
What are you saying, man? What common word can we agree upon to unite black people? If we ain't gonna
Pepper
use
word.
niggas and
Oh, stop the jokes for Christ's sake! This word
For me, I
Christ,
usually because
my head's messed up.
how I call out another black person is usually brother. I'm comfortable being because the thing
Brother,
is you can say
Wagwan.
usually I would say black. I would say black in it, even though the concept that it was given to us by white people. But saying African is it's kind of taking away the Caribbeanness of the people in Jamaica. So I would
No,
say
it ain't.
black
Oh,
in it.
do let him finish.
But if I'm gonna be honest, I'll say Pan African. That's what I usually say. When I say a lot of things, I
Okay.
say Pan African people. That's how I usually the terminology
Hell
I
no.
usually say.
I'll say
so
Negro.
yeah, so I
I
got a
want to see what's
Negro.
wrong with Al Kibalani, and I'm waiting to hear
So
that.
I got Alkebalanian, I got Negro, I got two Africans and a Pan African. And what did you say? I see three.
I see three. That's the
I
the
see, and I
unifying
got an IC
code, right?
and I got an IC3. What that shows is
Okay.
we all over the place.
That just
Right.
proves that the
You're born
British
rich.
guys don't even
You're born
are
rich.
not
Can
on
I ask
code.
born rich a
Well, can we
question,
go
please?
each one and see what's going on with each one?
Truth,
You're born
truth,
rich.
watcher, suck your mother, you dumb shit.
You're born rich.
Hold
Born
on, what's
rich.
going on
Can I
with
ask
you,
you a
Shaka?
question,
You all right?
please?
Shaka, you drunk?
Bless man, not no
Ignore that
bless.
one. Ignore that one. Born rich.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, please? One question. If it's okay for you guys to use the N word, yeah, and I'm gonna have to agree to this, obviously, yeah. Is it okay if I call you guys coons?
Where's this
But that
going?
ain't what we call each
What the
other though,
fuck?
Shaka. Now I think you
I'm just
playing.
asking. No, I'm
Nah, for
saying,
real.
is
Now,
it
now
Now
alright
you
you're
if I
going.
being
call you
Nah,
guys
nah.
stupid.
coons?
Yeah,
This guy's a
hey,
Can I
troll.
call you
Shaka.
wogs?
Nah,
Can
now
I
you
call you
going too
wogs?
far, Shaka. For real, like,
I'm just
come on,
asking,
bro.
bro. I'm just
I
asking,
wouldn't play you like
honestly.
that though.
Oh,
I would
coming
never
Honestly.
say,
offline.
Shiffer, can I call you a bitch? Like, Shiffer, can
Shipper,
I
can I?
call you a bitch?
Hold
No,
on,
you
hold on,
don't.
hold
You
on,
Man,
hold
can't
on.
call
don't
me
do
none of
Rich,
all
those
of that,
words.
Rich,
You
Shiffer.
can't
Rich,
call me
You
none
Rich,
of those
Rich,
wildin'.
Rich,
words.
Rich, Rich. Hey,
You
Rich,
can't
let
call
me
me
ask.
none of those
Let
words.
me let me ask him a question. Let me ask him a question. Hold on, Red. Hold on, Red. Hey, what do you think is more detrimental to the black community, the N word or interracial dating?
Interracial
The N
dating.
word. The N word.
Interested dating.
Interracial
The N
dating,
word.
I'm gonna say,
fucking white
yeah.
girls.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna say
in the
the N
adverts as
word.
well. When you
Okay.
turn the
Do you
telly
know?
on,
Do you
when
know
you go
what the
on
funny
YouTube
thing
and it's
about
all
that
the
is?
over the adverts everywhere.
Do you know the funny thing about this though, Red? You notice they all said interracial relationships, but what you notice is all the black men in interracial relationships seem to be doing well. Oh well,
They doing well.
Interracial
somebody
what?
lost
But
a
it's
They
but it,
do.
but it's
trade.
Moderator,
but it's
Somebody lost
detrimental.
a
It,
plot.
it's
moderator,
detrimental.
White
Oh, the
If
people
you're
word
doing
do
well,
mental's
can you
in
get
there.
back to the
Interracial
He
subject?
said
dating is a good
detrimental.
thing.
That's a mental word. Detrimental means mental.
it's detrimental to the
Mud,
black
mud, mud,
community.
mud, mud.
Moderator,
Interracial
Mad
race
Ed, mad
dating is a
sick,
good
Ed no
thing.
good. Mad sick, Ed no good. Give me the remix.
Oh, you
Mad
like my
sick,
answers though,
Ed
innit?
no good.
Hey, more
Mad
rich. Be
sick, Ed
honest.
no
You like
good.
my answers, innit? You like my answers, innit?
moderator.
I'm just listening, Shiffer. Like you just
But Born Rich,
tripping.
honestly, are you
You're
gonna answer
embarrassing
me?
yourself.
If
I
you're
think
not
it's
allowed to
late,
use
brother. If
niggas,
I'm honest though, Shiffer, I know it's late on your end, brother. And you know what I mean? You're at the point now where you sleepy, and I think you kind of trolling, brother, because
I'm not. I'm just asking if you guys are allowed to use the N word. Yeah, listen, listen. What? Hold on one second. No, no, no. Let's be serious about this now, yeah, because you started talking about bitch words and stuff. No, the N word is a word as a derogatory word used for black people.
Oh
It's
God.
no,
never
it's
Oh,
a
meant.
Schiffer,
term
can,
Is this a
endearment.
history
Schiffer, can you
lesson?
just drop that nigga, that word, that discussion of that?
I'm just saying, bro.
Right,
You see
let's,
the N
yeah,
word,
yeah,
yeah,
we
bro.
understand your position.
For
Everybody
real,
understands your
Shiffer.
position. They don't
It's
agree
because
with
Hey,
it.
he's
for
So
it's
real,
let's
because
like
he's
move
not
on.
in
just
London.
give
That's
me
I
why.
see
Move
free.
45
on
I
minutes.
see
Let
free.
me
I
let
see
real
free.
talk. No,
codify.
real talk,
No, you
Shiffer.
don't agree with it. I
Shiffer.
see. No, let me talk to
Shiffer.
IC
But
Oh
it's
free.
no,
not the
Shiffer,
But IC
no,
free
discussion.
is a
no.
big
They don't
man.
want to
Shiffer.
discuss
I know
that.
Shiffer, you
IC
gotta
free don't
relax.
We're
agree
trying
with
to
it.
get the
Shiffer,
solutions.
you tired, brother.
Oh, I am
Shiffer.
trying to get to a
I
solution.
know,
That's
but
what I'm trying to,
Shiffer,
bro. I'm
No,
trying to
but
get a solution because the
we
thing is, yeah.
Shiffer,
You
there's
you
a
the
see, the thing
only
is,
system,
one
yeah.
bringing
Schiffer.
this back up,
Schiffer,
brother.
As a
there's a
system, yeah.
Now,
Look,
system.
now
IC
you, now
free,
you, do, you
IC
do.
free. One second, IC free. Let me land.
Moderator.
Listen, I'm the person who brought up the subject of the N word. I'm the only person who seems to be offended by it.
That's we're
It's
not
your
even
The
favorite
talking
We're not
subject.
about that.
interested in discussing
resolution,
that,
the
It's your
that
favorite
word.
resolution,
subject.
That's
the
another show,
It's
resolution,
Shiffer.
your
Nigga,
favorite
the
We're not
subject
resolution to
every
interested
that
in
time.
word.
discussing that. We're trying to look for a solution, a
I know, no, I
unifying
hear you.
solution,
No, but the
You
a
discussed
solution
it for
lies
unifying
with
5
me.
months.
The
solution.
solution lies with
can
me
we
because
go
I'm the
back
only
to the
one with a
terms,
problem.
I
please?
know,
Everyone
Shiffer.
else has
Shiffer,
called
hit
it.
the
Do
mute.
I see free?
All right,
Shiffer,
Everyone
hit
else
the
has
mute
called
button,
it.
bro. All
Shifra,
right,
is a
hold
white girl
on,
allowed to call you nigger when she's having sex with you?
y'all. Hold on, guys.
No,
Hold on.
no one ain't allowed to call me
She for
nigga.
my
I know.
nigga. She for my
Yeah,
nigga.
y'all gotta hit the,
I'm
you
not
gotta
your nigga.
hit
I'm
the,
not your
hit the
nigga.
mute button.
Is she allowed to save your
I'm
name with the
saying what the
phone as
girl
nigger?
say, what the white girl say.
I'm not a nigga. No white girl don't call me no nigga.
Yeah,
Imagine
but
if
you
there
won't
was
know.
about
You
five.
won't
This is
know
a
because
The
she's
want to,
talking
conference.
the
about you
I
want to,
do
behind your
though.
back.
know. I do know.
Oh,
Imagine
I've
if
got a
Marcus
nigga
Hey, let me
Garvey
for
know
was
when
you.
here.
y'all
Name is
finish, man.
Skipper.
Hey, hold
Look, I'm
on.
listen. I'm on another level to you guys because I don't use that word. I'm the higher class.
He
You know
will.
the
That's
upper.
cool,
Yeah, we
Shiffer.
know you
We
don't
got
use
it.
that.
We
I'm the
got it.
upper
We got
High,
it.
class.
middle, and lower
We know
I
class,
got
your
the back
baby.
home.
I'm
Shiffer,
the upper
Shiffer,
I've
class.
you
got a
just
good
sound
nigga
like a
I'm
back
upper
home.
punk.
I've
class. I
got a
realize.
big
Listen,
nigga back
I'm upper
home.
middle
Wow.
class. That's what it
Go
is.
to
I
Wow.
bed. Hey,
realize
Shiffer,
because
you
I'm
gotta go
upper
to
middle
bed,
class.
homie.
You guys are trying to bully me.
He's
You gotta
And
tired.
go
trying
to
to get me to.
bed.
He's
You
tired. You
gotta
got
go to
work in
bed.
the morning.
Hey, Shifra,
Yeah,
you
go
gotta
to
go to
bed,
He's got
Shiffer.
work.
For
bed.
real.
He's got
I
work
fuck
in the
with you,
morning.
Shiffer. I fuck with you, Shiffer, but you starting a while now. I told y'all y'all. Like
Go
that
stand. Come
strategy,
on now.
that strategy not gonna work. Now listen to me. That strategy's not gonna work, man. Just to keep talking, and I'm saying slow down.
Roman,
Red,
go to
red,
bed.
same thing, red. Please, but I don't need no ad lib, no hype man, no cheerleaders right now. But listen, that strategy is not going to work, man. You're not going to be able to just say, hey, I feel like my voice is not being heard, so I'm just going to keep talking even louder and keep like that shit's not going to work.
Correct.
You know what I mean? That's it. I mean,
Correct.
it's not, bro. And I don't want to talk about the N-word no more. That's a whole nother show. Shuffle, we can get together and we can simul stream that motherfucker. I don't care. But I don't want to do the N-word conversation right now, man. Please, let's don't do that, man. Now, this man is talking about solutions. I even want to bring it all the way back to the mental health and mental illness.
I'll
Some
leave
people
it
say
alone.
these
I get it.
panels.
You're scared. I'll leave it alone. I get it. You're
Yeah,
scared. I'll
yeah,
leave
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. I'm scared. I'm scared. You know what I'm scared? I'm scared of mental
Now you're
illness.
all scared,
And
man. You're all
I'm
shook.
scared.
I got you.
Yeah, see,
Oh,
now
brother,
We're
you
all
know what?
shook.
brother.
King Shepherd.
This
You know what?
conversation
Now
is
I
an
hate to say
example
this,
of
but
mental
Red.
illness.
Hold on. Let me say this, Red. King Shaka. I see three. I don't. I'm telling you, bro. That is some weird shit that I only get from UK people that feel like, okay, I guess I'm embarrassed or humiliated or I'm not. Something's going wrong, and now I just want to come in and talk shit about everybody on the panel.
It's
It's me
Bro,
disrespectful.
against the world. It's me against the whole panel now. That
Yeah.
shit right there is weird, bro, and that's some
Yeah.
UK shit that
Yeah.
gets
Okay.
weird
I'm
to
not
me.
British,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
that's not my people.
Solution.
Yeah, but when you
Solution.
go to solutions, well, I don't know what makes people like. Why do we have to fight? Actually, I guess that's a question.
Okay.
Why do black
Uh,
people feel like we gotta fight
Moderator.
so
That's
much?
a good one.
Christ, here we go again. Moderator. We had the procedure,
Yeah.
right, where we're going through each other, finding out what is the word that can unify us. Because I'm trying to imagine us as a panel, and let's say there's 5,000 people listening to us,
Yeah.
and we're sat here together to come to a solution rather than just have fun gossiping. Right. So
Right.
we thought that step one, we should understand each person's position and what word each person would put forward as a word, an identity we can unify under. So that's. Have you finished that step yet?
Yeah, we done with that.
What's red? Can you
I
read the
don't
list
think we
then,
got
Born Rich?
anywhere.
What's can
It
you read?
doesn't matter no
I
more.
don't
We
think
we
we,
came up with everybody had a different word. We came up with it already. Let's go. Let's move
Right.
on.
Let's move on.
and it showed us that we're all over the place.
Right.
That's what it showed us. That
Right.
we're
Okay. So
all
we're
over.
Well,
all
let's
over the
talk
place.
about
Now,
why
what's
we
the next
fight
step?
so much.
What's the next step now?
I'm
Solution.
gonna
What's the
say
next
Let's
step?
talk
It don't
the
about
have
why
to
we
be
solution
fight
is
thing.
so much
the,
that can't agree on nothing. Let's talk about it.
there's no word that's going to unify us, man. Let's.
Thank
I
you.
mean,
God
So
damn.
what's all right,
Negro,
okay.
Negro.
Hold on. If it's no word, then what action? What step?
we have a
Understanding.
common denominator that possibly can bring us in some type of unified stance. We have a common
And what is
denominator.
that? What is that?
I would have
Man,
to say economic struggles for black people, so-called black people. That is
I'm
one
Mm.
gonna say
common
Negro.
denominator.
I ain't struggling.
that's a good answer.
You
Right.
got to get up and go to
The
work
bottom,
tomorrow, right?
it's the
Right.
bottom of the socio-economic ladder, right? If that's
I'm gonna
what I
say
heard people
Negro.
say that.
Right.
If y'all said
But
have,
you
and
said black people.
That's a good perspective. I like
You,
that.
you said so-called black people. So therefore, the unifying word that you're proposing is black people, and that
No,
we're
the
That's it.
all
so
black
Negro.
people. Is that correct?
I said so-called for the conversation, for context of the conversation.
The so-called
Right.
Negro.
So could we? So if you was to have a conference, we'd call it the so-called Black People's
Now
Conference.
you know I don't like
To-
hypotheticals and what ifs.
Yeah, man.
no,
Why
no,
we
I'm
gotta do the?
serious. How would you organize a conference
It
like
ain't
like
no.
We
imagine
It
don't
ain't
listening to
know.
no
We
Marcus
don't
damn
know.
Garvey?
We
conferences,
don't know.
man. It ain't no damn
Right.
conferences, man. This just a fucking YouTube panel. It ain't no damn conference. And everybody got their own perspective, their own agenda, their own experiences, come from different geographical regions, speak different languages.
Yeah, but that's
Got
obvious.
okay, so let's stop with
What's
this
the
whole.
purpose
Let's
of
stop
this
with
of this meeting,
we
of
trying
this panel?
we trying
Trying
we
to do
were
what?
up until all these UK cats started coming out, the conversation was flowing real nicely, and then it turned into a debate. Everything don't have to be a fucking debate.
Yeah. Well,
Let's
what's
And
the
that's
really
and,
get
purpose?
and
into
that's
Because
this
and
and
that's
that's
wrong. Let's
nicely
talk
I
put.
said
about
that's
we
this.
one
ain't
that's
trying to
one
debate.
that's one thing about these UK niggas, dog, that just get under my skin. Like everything don't have to be a debate and an argument. Like
Yeah. Okay. What is the
relax.
purpose?
Hey man, stop talking to me like you demanding me to say something, yo. Just relax.
Well, let's deal with the Willie Lynch letter because this is so good example of what's going on right now.
Yeah, let's just change the subject again.
Talk to it. Talk to it. What you mean by that, Eugene?
It's a great example because, for one thing, we fight and disagree all the time because we really don't want to come up with a fucking solution. We don't want to be
Real talk.
Correct.
accountable for the fact that every last one of us got to change.
Rhetoric,
What?
I want to change though.
Everybody
Anyway, man.
understands that anytime you come up with a solution to a problem, you can't do what you've been doing. And they have
Right.
a
Very
problem with
good.
that.
Yo,
Very good.
Eugene.
Bro,
They
Yo,
know that
Eugene.
they're
Very
going to
good.
Sometimes I,
be held
Eugene.
accountable, so they want to stay in their own little zone because everybody's existence is based on their consciousness.
Yeah,
Your
Right.
but
consciousness
Eugene.
determines
Hey,
your life and your
can we get back
environment.
to the title of the video
See,
or the
look, I
subject?
Yeah,
know
Eugene. Let's just change the.
we
Let's
don't
change
want to
back
stick
to
to
the
what we're doing.
whatever.
We want to keep flip flopping because we don't want a fucking
No,
answer.
because
That's
the
true.
there
Let's
is
leave
no
it.
one.
Let's leave
Okay,
it,
let me
Eugene.
say
They
this:
don't want to
there
answer.
is
Let's
no
leave it.
one answer. There is no answer. None of you niggas
Let's
on this
leave it. They don't
panel
want to answer.
got
Let's
the
leave it.
answer to all
Exactly.
black people in the world.
Exactly.
Hey,
There's
So
no
Bullrich.
one.
you can get out of
The
your
answer is Negro.
delusions
The
and
answer is
grandeur.
Negro.
You can
Negro.
get
Hey,
you
Hey
can
man,
get.
Bullrich. You
the
didn't
only
shut
way
no
to
one
eat
else
an
down.
Hey,
elephant is
can
one
you
bite
stop?
at a time. You
Can
trying
you
to make it
pussy
a
niggas stop
microwave
cutting people off?
conversation.
Man, fuck all you.
Exactly,
Yeah,
because
that's
you got
Bullrich.
to
the
answer
Stop
for
shutting down
it.
niggas. You got to
that's
answer
the
for it.
angry black man there.
You
Oh,
like
what
The
the
you like
solution
your
is
consciousness.
the
You
solution
don't
is
want
to
to
stop
change
being
it.
an
It's
angry
like,
black man.
all right. So I have to say this. So, like I see Dree was saying, I guess Bo don't want to be a part of the conference. So
Exactly.
we'll get back. You know what I mean? Like we'll get back to the conference.
The
Bo
Society
down.
for
Right.
Negro Improvement. The
Hopefully,
Conference for Negro Improvement. There we go. The Negro Improvement Association.
is that what you want to call it? I really want to
The
tackle
Conference of
fucking
Negroes.
mental health. This is like mental health in a way, man.
Of
It
course it is.
is. It is. Bang
It's
on.
mental health in a way, bro. It's like
And
we
insanity is doing the same shit, looking for a different result. We're
it's
going
like
in
we're at the point
circles
where
doing
we
the
don't
same
even
shit,
wanna
thinking
we
we're
don't
gonna come
even
up
Shut
with
the
a
fuck
fucking
up, man.
solution.
Post-traumatic slavery disorder. This was
We
a
don't have
whole.
no post-traumatic slavery disorder, brother.
Okay then. Yeah. Well, that's your point of view. My point of view is different. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but
The
Red.
Negro,
The
I've
problem
sat
is
there
Red. Yeah.
quietly and I listened to
Red.
the whole discussion about the N word.
Negro Sphere. Okay,
You know
Red.
what I'm
even
saying?
Red.
called the Negro
We
Sphere.
can't.
Then
Red.
the
Listen. The
Negro Sphere.
problem is people are willing to put up with nonsense, innit? If you come to Schiffer and you say to Schiffer, listen, you're doing something that's wrong, it's detrimental, that behavior is not good. Do you know what? I'll change my behavior. But it seems to me when I talk to other people, no one else wants to change their behavior. And if Schiffer's the only one that's willing to change his behavior, then I feel sorry for this world now.
Well done, Shifa. We're proud of you, bro.
yeah, this shit Shifter. We shout out to all the brothers turning their life around and doing better and doing well. But I mean, at the end of the day, we
But
are
still
gonna have
using
to
the
do
N
well.
word.
I mean, eventually we are going to have to do better, man. That's just it. I want to know, how do we tackle the mental illness disorder? It seems
I
like that's
think
what's taking
Schiffer
off.
would.
Come up with
Red,
our
hey
own
Red, hey Red,
curriculum and
Moderator.
education.
hey Red,
That's
Red.
what's
What was
gonna
that?
change everything.
Hold on, Eugene, real quick. Red, what was that? What you were saying earlier about
I
the
think the
narcissist?
whole point of this
No,
N
Red,
word.
Red. Stay focused, my brother. What was
Yeah.
you saying about the narcissist? The new thing they're trying to diagnose people with about
Yeah.
narcissism.
So basically, because of social media,
Mm-hmm.
the mental health experts have predicted that all of generation, I think they're called Generation Alpha. So that's like the young kids, all of the young kids out now, that they're going to have higher levels of mental health because the parents are narcissists and are trying to live through their children, which is going to create like a golden child that is kind of abused, and then a neglected child that's bullied, and then like aunties, uncles, and family friends that like dip in and out to abuse the kids. So there's going to be like a mad world where we're going to have like more Hitlers and crazy murderers and shit because we think that
It's gonna be more narcissists, man. More
yeah, because
personality.
it's because we're
Man.
not traditional. We're not living in traditional environment.
No, hell no,
Can,
hell no.
can I say something? Sorry.
Go ahead, Shaka.
I feel like we're creating there's a new generation, and either a generation of angry, very mentally unstable, violent youths, both females and both ladies and boys, where a lot of them are quick to be violent, and a lot of times because of the pressure they get from their parents. Yeah, basically what Red Gordon said. Also, we're also creating a generation of little bitch-minded fucking little niggas who are weak, very weak, and they're weak, and it's like we're creating people who are now reliant on this bullshit system because a lot of our older generation are also weak, and it's like that mindset of being reliant. It's fucking sad, and I think yes, if you're true Pan African, be strong and stop being a little bitch. Amen.
Shaka gonna get his shit off, boy.
Yeah, I
Shaka.
don't know, man. I think this niggas thing is not gonna stop. So born rich, I'm out for that reason. Like, I'll come back a day when there's no more
Nah,
niggas.
be strong,
Yeah,
man. Be
man,
strong.
Shiffer, you'll be back, man. Salute
Be
to you,
strong,
Shiffer.
bro.
Yeah,
Why you
yeah.
being
No,
weak?
Shiffer,
Why
all
you
right, man.
being
No,
weak,
it's
When
bro?
there's
late.
no more niggas. You
Shaka,
just said you're not going to
Shaka,
use the word.
Shaka. It's late, Shaka. It's late, brother. I know it's late in the UK, brother. I know exactly what time it is in the UK, man.
He
He's
said he's going to come back when there's
our
no more
brothers are
niggas.
Come
exactly.
back, man.
Yo, I'm a Victor Red. I just had a stream where I was on here and it got too late for me. And I should have shut down hours ago. So I know the feeling, man. It's okay, man. It's all right. It's all right. I was just like I was saying, I was speaking about the main topic of this show. I wanted to speak about the mental illness and just the stigmatization of it, right? Why is it stigmatized? Why are black people afraid? Eugene, would you use the word afraid when it comes to black people and dealing with their mental illness?
I would use the word ignorance.
All right, break it down.
Break it down,
I
yeah.
say ignorance because ignorance is the state of ignoring. We don't want to learn shit. And we really don't want to be taught by our own people. We're still looking for answers from the people who gave us the problem. We will never get out of this slump until we finally find trust, loyalty, and discipline to get back to what we're supposed to be and not who we've been taught to become. That's how I see everything being fixed.
Yeah, you're sounding like a young Martin Luther King there, bro. Big
He's
up.
killing it. It's my brother Eugene, man. Shout out to brother Eugene. Killing it. Killing it.
Yeah, fear. I think fear is one of the things that Baldrich pointed out because when you look at like, people are just scared in it. People, everybody acts like they're tough and that they're in control, but
Yeah.
people are scared to ask for help. Like you can
You
just look
know that
around
they
and see.
live in fear because they won't go after the ones who create the problem. They go after the ones who are affected by the problem. Just like a
Mm.
predator only goes after prey, they prey on the weak. And if we are identified as weak because we ain't unified and we dysfunctional, that's why we turn on ourselves because we trying to feel strong and have power by preying on what we consider to be weak.
Hey, Gene, I want to add something to that. I agree with what you're saying, but I think we a lot of times we misjudge who the predator is because a lot of times the predator is people who might be from a different race, but they act like they like us, but we go with them. Like for example, I think the biggest predatory force in the black world in America is the Democratic Party, but a lot of people won't agree with me. I think they're the biggest predator of black people in America.
I agree. I'm with your brother on that
Well,
one.
I won't even limit it to that because I don't give a fuck what party you run with.
But
You
that's
still
the
running
biggest,
with the system.
one.
Preach.
That's the biggest one.
This is what I
I'm not saying
said.
that's the only one, right? I'm not saying that's the only one, right? I'm not saying that's the
No,
only
I
one.
know that, but listen the point
That's the
I'm
biggest
making.
one. That's the
Regardless
most
what
powerful one.
subject you pull, regardless what subject you pull, when you identify with something that involves with the system of somebody else's,
That's the
that's a
Yeah,
problem.
The problem is
yeah.
that we don't identify that with it. I think
Listen
our
to him,
biggest problem
man.
in the black
Peel
community that
We
we
out.
don't
Let
gotta have
him
a
peel
system of
out.
our
Peel
own,
out.
is
You're
what
not
I'm
even
getting
Democratic
listening
to.
to
Party
what
as
he's
our
saying.
main threat. We
Red,
don't
let them rock, man.
But he's not letting. He's not even taking on board what the brother's saying. It's mad.
They'll work that out. They all right.
that's all I'm
We
saying.
have
I'm
to
saying
have a system
I
of
agree
our
with
own,
you
is
Jim,
what
to a
I'm
certain
getting
extent.
to.
But I think there's a problem where we can't say the Democratic parties are made. It's a problem we can't point that we can't call them out. It's a
I mean,
problem.
yeah, I got a problem with the Democratic Party for the simple fact they created the Ku Klux Klan. So shit, fuck the Democratic Party, fuck the Republican Party. We need to have our own party. It's the shit I'm
Man,
talking about. We
true.
need to stop
For
trying
some
to be
reason, people
labeled and identified by their terms and their shit that
the
works for
Democratic
their
Party is not
system.
for destruction. People cannot isolate. See, if you isolate the core, there's one. Okay, it might be a lot of problems, right? But the core
Isolate
power
who?
structure that's actually preying on the black community in America more than any other power structure is the Democratic Party, point blank, period. And people don't want to
Do
say
you
that.
know why they focus on black people? Because those people are the only ones who won't unify and stick together and fight for each other. They don't treat other races like that because they got people that'll back them up. They got people who will actually come and fight America over their own people. We give our people up like we belong to somebody else. That's the fucking problem. We don't have a nation mind. We're still trying to find a way to get along, to go along mentality. That's the fucking problem. You ain't gonna never get taught how to overthrow somebody in their system. They're not gonna teach you how to fucking overthrow them and be on your own. You're not gonna learn that through them. You got to figure that shit out for yourself, and even want to know that for yourself. A lot of people don't even realize they need to know that for themselves. They need to know how to find a way to build us up to where we have our own to go to, and stop looking for them. Stop looking for their curriculum to tell us what right and wrong is. That's the fucking problem. You're trying to be black power with a fucking white man. That shit don't make sense to me. We have our own way of thinking, but niggas won't go and find that. They comfortable with trying to figure out if you accredited or not with a black school. What kind of bullshit is that? I don't give a fuck how they feel about a black school that we got for our own people. I don't need your fucking permission to be me. Other people do. Other people look at you if you don't follow their guidelines. That's the stupidest shit in the world to me. How the fuck you gonna ever be free trying to be up under somebody else's wing? That's dumb.
Yeah, that's an intelligent brother.
We have to get our mind back, bro. That's what it's gonna take. Once we finally stop using terms that they gave us to identify ourselves with, and find a word that don't even consist of the fucking English language, which is the worst language in the world, which they try to make you feel like if you don't know it, something wrong with you. Or us black Americans, I know English, that's enough. So everybody need to learn how to speak it so they can talk to me. Stupid ass shit. Instead of learning how to speak to everybody else, to expand your mind to know more than one fucking thing. That's the fucking problem, bro. You still telling your child to get an education, go to get a job to work for them. You know what I tell my son? Nah, boy, you gonna learn how to create a job for yourself. I'm not gonna tell him and promote him to go and work for somebody else. No. How the fuck we gonna ever get away from these people and really be free, and we still trying to mingle and be integrated and all this bullshit? Integration didn't do nothing but take your money and put it in their pocket, in their savings account, and told you that we doing it together. What kind of stupid shit is that? That's like a pimp. A pimp tell his woman on the street, give me the money, but we all doing this together. But he the one making sure he taking care of everything that's going on around you. He creates your fucking environment. That's the problem. Ain't nothing but lab rats, bro. And happy about it and proud about it. You identify with each lab rat label. And to tell a motherfucker, I ain't giving this up because this is my lab rat label. This is my consciousness. This is where I'm at with my mind, and I ain't going nowhere else. I'm not going to expand nowhere near anywhere outside of this damn trap that I got myself into. And that's why they give you them words. They give you simple ass words right in your fucking face, and you don't even get it. The trap, the hood. It's a hood because you can't even be a goddamn neighbor to your neighbors. That's why it's a hood. It's a trap because you ain't trying to do nothing but be trapped by looking for free and easy shit. That's why the fucking cheese on the fucking rat trap is free. Go ahead and get it because once you fucking hit that button, it's snapping you, fool. But they think that that's the way to be. That's the culture. This is us. They take it on like let me be the best bad example of a real, like I say, Al Kibalani, and I say that because that's what Africa was called before it was conquered by the Europeans. So until you trying to do something outside of what they determine life is, they tell you go have a baby, grow up, be a teenager, go through puberty, go to school, get grown, go to college, get an education, get a job, a career, whatever the fuck, retire once you're old, and then that's what your life consists of. And we go along with it like God said it or something. That is the craziest shit to me. But people don't want to use common sense because this world is all based on cause and effect. Whatever you do creates a fucking effect. And not fighting for your own puts you in an effect to where you're being murdered in the street because it's like a bullet. They only prey on the weak and nobody's going to back them up. But people want to ask for solutions. I mean, what we need to do? Fucking use common fucking sense. Build up our own shit. Stop depending on other mother. That's why they call you a minority. Because you act like a minor, like a kid. It ain't got shit to do with numbers. Because major means the adult, the one who takes care of shit. That's why they use them terms, not because of numbers of people. Now they call you a minor because you act like children. You don't want to be an adult. You still want to be a fucking Toys R Us kid. You still believe in that bullshit. You want to play all day and thinking you're going to find a solution to something. You want to stay fucked up to get outside of yourself to never really get to know your true self. You in self fucking denial. You cover your true self up first thing in the morning, never to meet your fucking self. You gotta beat
Brother,
yourself first before we can beat anybody else.
Hey,
brother
man.
Eugene, big up, big up, big up. What's the solution for mental health in the black community? You talk sense. I need to know your answer to that.
Mental health in the black community is going to consist of us coming up with our own train of thinking that's based on cause and effect. We have to get back to the simplest forms of life. We have to understand that we need to walk every step that's in the benefit of us building our own and moving forward for our children to carry on to make better. We're not supposed to leave our children behind to be allowed to be taught and groomed and reared by somebody else. The solution is coming up with our own education, our own source of financial literacy, because really the only reason black people broke because we have a consumer mentality and not a producer mentality. The word consumer is to consume means to waste and to give away. But they tell you you have consumer power, which is the dumbest shit in the world. There's no power in giving your shit away. That's financial first. I mean, that's after education. Then you have to get into the finance, and then you have to get into how we deal with each other. It's damn near to the point where if you ain't talking about something that consists of us building up or doing something that's really having a conversation on something worth having, I don't even want to fucking sit around and talk to you, man. I don't even want to have them simple, dumb, unnecessary conversations because we're too far behind to keep on sitting there twiddling our thumbs like we don't know what the fuck we're supposed to be doing. And then people don't like to talk about politics, but politics, the root word to that is policies. Policies determine behaviors. So until we able to govern ourselves, we need to stop acting like politics ain't important. We need to understand how it works so we can have an idea how to govern our own selves. You have to have them 4 pillars because you're not gonna get black folks' attention unless you pushing food, clothing, and shelter. If you ain't got that for them, they don't give a fuck about what you talking about. But what good
Whoa.
is me giving that to you if you're gonna give it right back to them? Fuck reparations. Niggas are gonna get a check and spend it right back with white people. What the fuck is that gonna do with us?
Facts.
We need to be restored as people. That need to be our reparation. You need to get your fucking mind back. Damn a dollar. We need to create our own currency. Hell, you see, it's possible. Look at Bitcoin. Look at all these other motherfuckers that's coming out of nowhere that later on your children gonna have to be dealing with. So it ain't like it ain't. That's why they killed Gaddafi, because he was creating his own currency. It ain't like it ain't possible. It's a consciousness. It's a mentality.
So
The
do you
only reason
think?
other people, huh?
So do you think the ADOS community is a positive movement in the political
The who community said
environment?
that one more time.
The ADOS movement, the American Descendants of Slavery movement. Do you think that's a good lobby group in American politics? Do you think that's positive, or do you think that's going to get anywhere in terms of changing black lives in America?
Hold on. I really don't understand the question. So
So
rephrase it.
ADOS
I want
is
to
American.
understand it.
ADOS want reparations for people who are American descendants of slaves, not new immigrants, not Nigerians, not Jamaicans, and they're trying to lobby the government to get that sorted. So do you think that's the end game? Is that the end solution for the black community in America?
Like I said, no, I do not believe reparations is going to fix all of our problems. No, I do not believe that. Because actually, America gave reparations after slavery. They gave it back to white people. They paid white people for the loss of their labor. Reparations has already been given out. So, really, our issue is not financial, it's, it's mental, it's our consciousness. It's just, you got to understand how important consciousness is. It's just like wherever your mind is where it's going to take you. If you start doing crack today, you're going to find a whole new world of people, a whole new thing that's going on that you never even realized in your everyday life that existed. You're not even going, you're going to be in something so different. It's just going to be like, well wow, I never even realized this was here. That's the same thing if we switch over to actually having a nation man to where we're going to start meeting people who think like that. We're going to start coming across people who are already building. We're going to realize that everything we're looking for, we already got. It's our consciousness. Your past determines your present, and your present determines your future. But if you're not really trying to find out what happened in the past, to make sure you use those lessons for today to know where you need to be headed to in the future and know all the obstacles that they're going to throw at you because they do the same shit over and over to us. It's not like the shit is complicated. It's not like they just got a whole new trick on us every so often. No, they use the same system, the same shit, and niggas fall for it every time.
Okay, hey, Eugene, let me ask you one question, Eugene. Let me ask you one question. Let me ask you a question. I hear what you're saying. I'm listening, but I want to ask you this: if blacks in America, the so-called ADOS, or however you want to describe it, or if ADOS or whoever, how you want to describe it, get reparations, even if you say the mindset ain't right, is it good for them to get the check anyway? Like, what's the point of them getting? If couldn't just get the okay? Hypothetically speaking, if they spend it on Jordans, oh well, at least they got the check. Shouldn't just get the check and get it over with?
Okay, so
Hey,
say
part two.
for
What
no,
about?
no, wait a minute, let me ask you a
Hey,
question.
I just want to add to it for you to answer. What about institutional reparations, such as whether it's debt forgiveness, first time home buyer loans, or second, whatever, capital injections, you know what I'm saying? Whatever in that capacity. Whereas it's not just a
For
one
black
time
colleges.
check.
or black colleges, or promote or give like mass scholarships to everybody in black colleges.
Something like that.
Okay, now, this is just my opinion and the way from my limited understanding is. Now, I can see things benefiting us in that way, but when, like, far as you said, debt forgiveness, that can benefit us, but half the time, most people don't even pay their fucking school loans and all that type of shit. So it's really
You got to pay your school.
financial literacy.
That's from the government.
What's
So in what way would you support reparations then? Let me rephrase the question. In what way would you support reparations then?
For me, I feel like we have to. Well, really, the way that I see it, our reparations is not going to come from them. Our reparations is going to have to come from us.
Brother, I
And the
actually, so
only
you
thing
don't.
that I see restoring us is to create our own school system that
That's
deals,
fine.
because
That's fine. I understand that, Eugene.
now listen
Fuck,
what
Let
I'm
me ask
saying,
you.
because
man.
education is
What's
only.
wrong with getting a check though? What's wrong with just getting a check? Okay, if they
Just
give us a
wait.
check,
Wait a minute,
Hey,
can I
Lou,
help you?
hey,
Can I
Lou, just
can I
let him finish.
explain it? Because the
Hey,
whole
Lou, just let
reason
him
you
finish.
saying give me a check like that makes a fucking difference is part of the problem. Is what I'm trying to get at. Because what I'm saying is, until we actually, because education is really the only purpose for education is to benefit the people that it's governed by. Because the only reason they teach what they teach in the schools that we have now is because it maintains this fucking train of the American society and system. Because that's why they only teach you things that will have you where you can work for them to
So
keep
what you
things
gonna learn
moving
then?
in this society.
So what you gonna teach the people at your blackity black school?
Our things have to deal with our issues, and it has to be based on advancement only. Because the
Brother,
problem
I
with
asked,
black people is
what's the
we have a
curriculum?
PhD in fucking problems,
What's the
but we
curriculum at?
don't really push all their energy into the solutions that's based on cause and effect.
Can I say something for a second? Because I keep hearing this right, and I heard it on and I was with I seen that episode of GOJ talking about on Sarnetta on the Hotep Marathon where I heard some of these talking points. Because when you talk about education, right? Black people have been building schools since Booker T. Washington, right? And we've had our own schools, right? And even to this day, you have private
With
schools
who
and charter
curriculum,
schools
bro?
and charter
With who
schools.
curriculum, bro?
Brother, can you relax for a second, brother? Please. Like when I be listening to this show, I have in headphones, and headphones hit different when people start sounding like hyenas. You know what I'm saying? That's why it stressed me out. So just I'm gonna give it back to you in a second. So you got charter schools and all type of private schools owned by black people where they educating black kids, right? So what I want to know is what's different about in the education system that you talking about, because at the end of the day, we living in a globalized society. So a lot of the information and curriculum that people are learning, it's not just about white people or just about it's about how to economics and computer science and STEM and technology and how to be a doctor. These things aren't relegated to just white people or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So what is it specifically that you're going to teach in your school that's going to make a difference in our children education and better prepare them to deal with the realities of the world around them?
I'm gonna make it real simple because I don't want to rant. Knowledge of self. I believe knowledge of self will actually reshape every black person around us because we're not taught anything about self in our school systems that we go to now, presently. Hell, they halfway want to even give you a African American studies class. Knowledge of self, of who we actually are outside of what we've been taught and told. A child coming up under that, I do believe, will make a dramatic difference for us as a people. Because the way I understand it, the way that you create a slave is you take the child and you teach it to be whatever you want it to be. And if we have a system to where we're teaching our children to be who we actually are, outside of trying to be something else, I I believe that right there is going to make
Brother,
all the
you
difference in
can't,
the world.
right. But the thing is, though, right, we can't send our children into the world with this hotel babble because you
I
can't
ain't
eat
never
that.
do hotel, bro. That ain't even my
Okay.
lane. I
Okay,
understand what you're saying.
what I'm saying is what I asked you, what would be in the curriculum that you would teach to our kids specifically that will prepare them for the world. And you went to talking about teaching them about themselves and all this other whatever. I refer to it as hotel babble. When all that's gonna produce is just a bunch of niggas like you see that stand on street corners and want to argue with you about Africa and fucking
Is
Ethiopia
that
and
what you
stuff like
think
that.
we are?
I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out what are you going to teach my child if I send him to your school that's going to prepare him to deal in the world around. And teaching him
Okay.
knowledge of self
Okay.
is not doesn't mean anything. It's just a hotep buzzword. That's all it is.
Wait a minute. Do you have knowledge of self?
Of myself,
I mean, I mean, I'm not trying to be smart,
I just told you of
sarcastic, or
myself.
anything. I'm really asking a serious question.
I just told you of myself. I have knowledge of who I am and where I come from. I don't know about. I don't know if it translates to
Okay,
who
okay,
you are,
I got you. You said
and it's not
okay.
nothing.
You
And it's
said from
nothing I
where you
learned in the
come
school.
from and knowledge of who you are from the timeline of your existence, right? Because all I'm saying is everything comes from the past, so we can't stop at the point to where you got here and start realizing about your existence to determine who you are.
Brother,
Because
what
the
the
only
fuck are you
reason
talking about?
I mean, only if you give me a chance to explain, bro. Because right now you got a wall up. So really, regardless of what I say to you, you're gonna try to find a
Because
way
you,
to revert it and turn it back to where you right, I'm wrong. But that's fine. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is if you really understand what you're made of outside of what the European train of thinking has told us we were, what we're made up of, all the great wars we ever won, all the great generals, all the great people who have ruled the world as a person that looks like us, outside of being told that everything about you is a slave. Or every time you think of black history, the first word coming in your fucking mind is oppression or slavery. When you start to think outside of that, knowledge of self is telling you about what your makeup is. It's really damn near scientific,
all right,
telling you
brother.
about how your brain works.
Right.
Because most
And
people don't even understand about learning
Mr.
styles, don't
Paley,
even understand the parts of their brain and what their purposes
Yeah,
are.
I'm here. I'm
I
here.
feel you. Hey, let me ask Paley a question, right? Coming from the continental African, right? Now, how would that knowledge, whatever he just said, how would that transfer to Africa in trying to build and establish anything and build industries and give electricity to everybody that needed? Like, how would that translate into food in our bellies and being able to live?
It won't translate into absolutely nothing.
Whoa. Wait. Nah,
So
that's
how
bullshit there.
could you say that if you understood that we don't supposed to have a separation amongst each other when you know who you are, and we would be working together to put food in each other's belly? How many times have you sent anything to America?
That's the whole school. How much I sent? Okay, look, I had to send money to my relatives my whole life, right? I just
No,
had
no,
to do that.
no, no. I ain't talking about that. We talking about putting food in your belly. I'm talking about exchange, transport, the real shit where we actually working together to bring shit from your land to our land, and from
No, no,
our
no.
land to your
I hear-
land. We don't have that type of relationship.
we
That's
don't
why
we
you feel like
don't
it ain't nothing to it.
we don't. But that's a whole cultural educational thing that's a cultural thing in a whole big agenda, right? And that's true. We got to have that big agenda. But I still don't see why if people want to get a check cut, why can they get a check cut? Just get the check.
Bro, okay, well let me okay. Take the check. I never tell you not to take the money. That is fine. I agree with you. Get the money and do whatever you want to do with it. So now can we get back to the way you think and the way I think and the way he think about each other as we even having this simple conversation as people we don't even know each other. We still trying to find a way to fight and debate and opposed to finding a way to work together and build together. You can only do two things in this world. You either building or fucking destroying. Take your pick.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that. I say it all the time. You got to constructive or destructive. I totally agree with that. We got to be constructive. I totally agree with constructivity. I'm 100% behind that, right? But still, at the same time, let's get it. Okay, look. I think getting a check will be very therapeutic for a lot of people. And we're talking about mental health. I think it'll affect a lot of people's mental health. They'll feel better. And when people get that check just because they're $8, they get that check. A lot of people gonna feel a lot better. I really think the check is mental.
Right there.
I really think the check is.
The word you used was feel. You looking for our solutions to come through an emotion. That's our problem right there. We're fucking emotional. People can use you through your fucking emotions while you emotional tripping.
Right? People are emotional, but that check will help people's emotions.
To make your decisions through emotions is because you're emotional.
A lot of people feel better after they got that check. A lot of people gonna feel a lot better after they got that check. It's gonna be very therapeutic for mental health.
Feeling when you still up
Hey,
under somebody else's
brother. We got brother Mike. We got brother Mike on the Mike. He just came in. I know he into the whole. He one of the Hotep revolutionaries on the panel. Let's at least get his perspective, man.
First of all, I don't know what the hell a hotep is. I don't know what that is. Everybody that's black nationalist is not hotep. First of all, that's what you got to understand, brother. And everything that Eugene was saying is the truth. When he talk about the educational system, you got to understand that the educational system is designed for the people that's in power. Now, if we had an educational system built for us, we'll be talking about how to get ourselves out of poverty, how to keep our kids off the corner from selling drugs, how to keep our kids from doing drugs and killing each other and shit like that. The educational system ain't built for us. And I understand everything Eugene was saying.
Well, can I interject, brother? It's still on you. I just want to add something in there for you to play on now. When you say that the educational system is for the people in power, right? In my mind, I would think that would mean me as a black man, I should be going into that educational system and learning what their children are learning so that I can compete with them, with the people that's in power. That's that's what I would think.
Where you taking your education to then? That's the question. When you get that education, what black facility are you taking it to?
Brother, relax, brother. I can use that education and take it right back to the ghetto if I want to, because they can't take an education from you. They can't take an education from you.
What is an education? That's what I'm saying. See, you gotta understand that. You gotta understand the definition of an education. I got degrees. I wipe my ass with them.
Okay,
but it don't mean nothing to me.
Right. Okay, and it's another good point, right? So what you see with black people is when we go into institutions of higher education, we tend to lean towards the liberal arts, right? And what you see with, even when I just asked this brother about what he gonna teach in his school, he basically outlined a black liberal agenda, right? Just shrouded in a whole bunch of cultural mumbo jumbo, and you're teaching kids a bunch of things that aren't translatable into the global society, because right now we're living in the global society. So I mean, he can't take that. So he can't. So your child, all that knowledge of self and extra hotepism that you
So
gonna
you
teach. They
saying,
can't
What is
use that.
hotel? What is
wait a
that?
minute, no, no, wait a
I'm gonna
minute.
break it.
So you
I'm gonna break,
saying that
brother.
telling your
Relax. Let me just say this,
child something other than slavery shit
brother.
won't
I don't need,
benefit them?
brother. Listen, I don't need to send my child to school with you to teach my child who he is. I could teach him that at home. I want to send my child to school to learn statistics,
You just said you
economics,
don't know who you are, so
economic.
how the fuck you
E-
gonna do that?
I ain't never
You
said
just
no shit like
said
that,
that
nigga.
you only
Hey,
know
hold up,
who
hold up.
you
Hey,
are from your
brother,
time that you are
brother,
aware of yourself.
brother,
So
brother.
how are you gonna teach your child or
Hey,
yourself, your family,
hey, brother,
knowledge of self, bro? Come on, man. You
brother,
gotta understand what I
brother.
mean.
Listen to me. I got a grandma that's still alive, that's 80 some years old, 90 years old, who lived through all this. No, and she college educated. My grandma come from segregation, college educated. You know what I'm saying? So I don't need to send my child
You
to
know.
learn about what I want to
Well, can
send
I
my
help you
school.
understand what her
Hey, you
mindset
gonna
comes from
fucking let
too?
me finish, bro? You gonna keep cutting me off every time I go. Like I'm gonna pass the mic to you, or I'll let you go. But we gotta pick one. Either you want to finish saying what you're saying and then allow me to speak, or allow me to speak and then you could go.
Don't get
Which
emotional,
one you
bro.
want?
Just
You
say
want to
what you're
go?
saying.
I told you I got it in headphones, bro. And
Okay,
every
say
time
what
I'm
you're saying.
talking and you keep on cutting me off, that
We
shit
got the
really like
point. Say
fucks
what
with
you're
me.
saying.
So I don't need to teach my kids about who they are and quote unquote knowledge of self. I can teach them that. I want my kids to learn econometrics, computer science, so that they can compete in the global society and be productive. Like all that extra stuff, that liberal arts type leaning type of stuff, I'm not into that, and it's not helping us because we got a bunch of people in our community with a bunch of useless ass degrees that mean nothing, and all they can do is use them just to debate and talk like they so fucking educated, but that shit don't transfer to nothing in the real world.
All
You
right.
right,
Now
them
I
degrees
got,
are for nothing. But the problem is though,
go
bro,
ahead.
how you gonna know where you going if you don't know your place in the world? What you gonna do? Go out and get educated and get a job and beg the white man for a job? Because that's all we doing. We're not owning
Brother,
and
you
operating
sound crazy,
anything.
brother.
I think Eugene was getting to the point as to we build our own industries and stuff like that, but you never let them finish. It's like you're quick to criticize, but you don't want to hear the man's solution. Go ahead, Eugene. Explain to him what you mean.
I asked him already, and all he could say is we gotta learn knowledge of self, and we was some back to Africa bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like he ain't say nothing about
Hey, you
economics
know,
or you know what I'm saying?
you prejudice
I'm,
against
I'm,
consciousness.
go ahead, brother. Maybe I missed it, man. I
You,
apologize. Go ahead, brother.
I
Break it
mean,
down
I
for me,
understand, bro, because really, we all been in your shoes. When we first start hearing and learning something new, we
brother.
automatically go reject it
Listen,
because we're
hey,
not
hey.
used to
Matter of fact,
hearing nothing
let me
outside of
tell you
what we
this though.
know.
Let me
Wait a
just
minute,
say this,
no,
right?
wait a minute. I
Because
thought you just tried to
okay, well
cuss
then
me
come
Yeah,
off
on.
yeah, yeah,
slick
Bo.
when I
You
cut
said you're
you
gonna get
off.
Bo. Yeah, you
Because
gotta
he
let him
just
go. You
said
gotta let him
he
go,
just
Bo.
made.
Bo.
I thought he was
Hold on,
asking
Bo.
me
You
a
gotta let
Let
him
him
question.
finish,
land.
bro.
Nah, Bo,
I
you
thought
gotta
Go
let
ahead,
him
man.
land.
I'm
Hold
gonna
on,
let him
nigga.
finish.
Bo, you
I
gotta let him
Go
land.
ahead,
I
bro.
just said I thought he was asking me a question, bro.
Nah, nah, he
So
gonna get to it. He
okay,
gonna get to it. Let
go.
him land. Let him land.
Come on.
Man, in a nutshell, bro, I understand where you coming from because we all been where you at. But you got to understand the more you the more you know, the better you're supposed to do. When you know better, you're supposed to do better. And the only way that you learn, the brain does not teach itself. So don't get stuck in your own limitations. We all have to learn something new, and we have to learn it from someone else outside of ourselves. But we got to find out where we're getting our information from and start being intentional about what we're putting in our brains, in our train of thinking. Because the shit that we've been doing already has us right here having conversations about what solutions are. Still in 2021, we having conversations about how to get our shit together. And we should know it's going to consist of something other than what we've been doing. And I say knowledge of self, and that is no hotel shit. It has nothing to do with Africa, because if you listen to the word that I use to try to be described by was Al-Kebalanian, because before Africa was conquered by Afro-Ciprianus, it was called Al-Kebalan. So I'm trying to get you to understand who we were before we were ever conquered and try to push from that perspective. Because the main reason we talk about that land is because that's the spot where all life originated. We all can agree on that part. So if that's the case, let's stick to the script and not have to make up shit because everything still pertains to us in the end.
All right, let Bo go. Let Bo go.
Shut up, nigga. Hey, Bo, they asking Bo. Hey, Bo.
Right, you can hear me. So this whole thing about you done been where I'm at and you know where I'm at, like, bro, you don't know me, bro. I've been listening to this same Hotep Babble since about like 95, 96. I've been introduced to all this shit. Like before Sarnetta came online and all that, like I had homeboys in my neighborhood that was doing this shit. When I went off to school, we had the Pan Africans and the Black Nationalists talking this same bullshit you talking about. And a lot of them out there right now broke talking the same shit, right? So I've heard all of this stuff, right? This is nothing new that you're saying. Is nothing revolutionary about it. You know what I'm saying? And
Bo, can I ask you a question,
I asked
Bo?
you. Let me just make this one point, brother, and I'm gonna give it to you. So I asked you specifically, what in the curriculum are you gonna do to enable our children to compete in the global economy? And you went right back to the Hotep Babble saying a whole bunch of fucking nothing that's useless. So you know what I mean? That's my whole point, man. Go ahead, brother Mike.
What's the difference between a Pan Africanist and a Black nationalist?
To me, it's all Hotep Babble.
I'm talking about what is a Black nationalist? What do they stand for?
What I'm telling you is, I got this trash can that says Hotep in it, and I throw the Black nationalists and the Pan Africans right in the
Oh,
same
let me
trash
ask
can.
you this question, because I don't know what Hotep is. What is Hotep?
I just consider them all those different ideologies that's just have us as black people just talking out our ass forever and not being able to come to no solid solution.
So what
So
is your
so it's
solution?
Hotep too.
Since our
So
shit
ADOS
ain't
is
working, what's
Hotep
your
too.
solution?
So ADOS is Hotep as well, because that's a ideology too.
Yeah, but it's rooted in reality. You know what I'm saying?
I don't understand. See what you're
I
doing,
feel
brother.
like
What you're doing is, man, you just making dust up out of nothing. You can't even
okay.
tell me what a Black
So
nationalist is. You
let
don't
me
even
let
know
me
the
tell you.
definition of it, or a Hoteper, or a Pan Africanist. So how you gonna pass judgment on something you can't even define?
Okay, brother, we got JJ3 in the building. Maybe he might be able to break it down for me.
Nah,
Why he
go
why
ahead, Bo.
break
Yeah,
down
go.
Nah,
Yeah, I ain't
hey,
gonna lie,
listen,
Bo. Bo, I
because
ain't gonna
That's
lie, 100,
deflection.
Bo. And I have heard this argument before, Bo. But you coming off real right wingish right now, bro.
right.
I'm
Okay,
being
but what I'm
100,
saying,
bro.
So,
Like every time
I
somebody
yeah,
says
respect that.
something,
I'm right wing.
you shit
I'm
it,
right
you
wing
shit
too.
on it.
I'm
Hold
right
on,
wing.
hold on. But you shitting on it just like, oh, that's Hotel
Brother.
Babylon.
Okay,
Shut this
okay,
nigga up. And it's like, hold on,
okay,
bro. Like that man spit.
okay.
He
Let
talking
me
some
go.
news.
Okay,
Go ahead.
let me answer your question. Right. So, black nationalism, right? I look at it as the same thing as all the other black nationalist groups in the before, like your Black Panther, that believe in this solidarity amongst black people to create this whole blackity black type black type organization where we can fight for blackity black type issues and do all this black shit, black stuff, right? I guess the deal with black nationalists is that takes place in America, right? That's rooted in America, creating this blackity black type enclave and agenda with schools and all this other stuff in America,
Yes.
right? Pan Africanists are, and I see the thing with Pan African, like I had the conversation with Young King Shaka, is that Pan Africanist has, if you ask 10 different people what Pan African mean, none of them will tell you the same thing, right? So you're gonna adopt an ideology where you're gonna spend half of your time debating on what the hell it is that all y'all believe, right? So, but for the most part, Pan Africanist to me, from what I've heard, is the whole Back to Africa movement for the most part. All black people need to come together and go back to Africa. for the most part.
Well, I don't believe that, Bo. I don't
You still
believe in
didn't say
that
nothing
because I
about
don't want
black nationalists. Yeah.
He
I
asked me
want
for
to
the definition of two of them, bro.
he gave me both definitions what he
I
thought.
gave you
But
both definitions.
I consider myself a black nationalist. I'm only
Okay,
concerned
so
about
what?
black people in this country where I live getting together and forming something. I'm not.
Okay,
It'll be black supremacy if I wanted to be global, but it's just nationwide. I'm just a black nationalist, and I feel like we should have more than what we got in this country. Now,
I'm a
I
black
agree with that.
supremacist.
I
I
believe
agree with
that
that.
reparations is a pipe dream. But if the shit hits, you best believe I'm gonna be the first motherfucker standing in line to get a check. You see what I'm saying? Because
Typical
I'm a
nigga.
black
I got a
nationalist, man.
question, bro. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm a black
Okay,
supremacist.
now
I'm a black supremacist, innit?
when he was speaking on how he was describing and how he seen um the black movement. So if that's not feasible or something that you would agree with, you more of a person who want to stick with the whitey white movement,
No, I'm ADOS. It ain't got nothing to do with white people. But what I'm
ADOS.
saying
Okay,
is,
explain me what.
but
So
what
I
I'm
don't
saying,
understand where your perspective is.
okay, so I believe in lineage. So I don't believe in like flat blackness where we all black, we all the same, right? So ADOS is about lineage, Americans that descended from slavery, speaking specifically to the ones that came from through the transatlantic slave trade in America, from Jamestown, right? So I believe in, and it does have hints of black nationalism in it, right? Where I do believe in a black agenda and all the other things, right? Where we defer is that I don't believe, I'm not a separatist in the way as though I'm almost a realist about it. Like there is no black, and I believe that we should build black. That's why I was asking you what you was going to teach and what was going to, because I feel as though we do need infrastructure in schools and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Specifically for black people, right? But my problem comes with when you listen to a lot of, and like I say, Hotep, right? Hotep is kind of like a dismissive term for me, right? Anything like I ain't trying to hear, I just throw it in the Hotep trash, right? So whatever. But I feel as though I feel like we need less concentration on all of the fantasy world, history, know yourself type, white supremacy type talking points, and need more like hard science, economics, statistics, computer science, medicine, stuff like that, engineering, education geared towards our children. And I see like with hoteps, y'all tend to put that on the back burner to learning, building schools to learn about knowledge of self and Marcus Garvey and all this other shit. That's a waste of time.
Bro,
Well, can I make one
what
point
you
real
just
quick? Please
described
let
is
me make
black
this point.
nationalism. But what you just described, Bo, is black nationalism.
Mike.
I
And
don't
I
see what the problem is.
and I feel like me and you, I don't listen to you before, and I feel like me and you got a lot of overlap where we believe some of the same thing. You just
Can I make
articulate
one
it
point?
different.
Can I make
I just
one
don't
point real
believe in
quick?
America. I don't believe in America. That's the thing
So
with me.
so why the hell you don't go to Africa then?
Because I don't believe in Africa.
All
Hey,
right,
can
brother.
I make a point real quick about what he said though?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Really, then when you was talking about everything that you believe that we should be teaching our kids and they should be getting an education on, mathematics, science, and so everything that you said, right? Do you understand that we created that shit? That's the shit that we need to tell our children. We created mathematics. We created science. We created the world. That's the type of shit that knowledge of self will tell our children.
Brother, who
Not to
gives
be
a fuck?
lost in
Who gives a
thinking
fuck
that
if they
maybe
don't know
somebody
the?
else in the cave came up with this shit.
All right, sorry, can
All
I
No,
right,
ask you
we
something?
came up with this
Yo,
shit.
all right. Can we
yo,
get the
Gene, can I ask you
JJ3,
something, yo,
man?
Gene?
Can we get the
Hold on.
JJ3?
Can I ask you
Because
something?
JJ3 been sitting patiently, man.
Let King Shaka come through.
Before
Is
you
that
ask Gene,
JJ3?
I just want to ask you, Gene, something. I haven't got a stance on this, so I'm just outside about. Let me just say, after you tell the younger generation, the kids, that we created science and all this shit, now what?
You teach them the shit.
Okay, wait a minute, hold on. Can I answer that?
Go ahead.
Because what have your children been doing when they've been thinking that they've been goddamn slaves? What have your children
I
been
know
doing
that.
when they've been thinking that everything that they ever accomplished in life came through somebody outside of them? Then if you gonna see, you gonna tell me that the opposite of that by telling them the truth is not gonna be a better benefit? I'm trying to see where you're coming from.
No, brother. You didn't, all I'm asking is after you tell them that better benefit and they've learned this information, what else are you gonna teach them
It's all about the
other than that?
motivation of your children. Your children will be motivated a lot
I'm,
different when the education caters to them. And I'm gonna give you a
you're
prime
listening,
example. Check this out.
brother. You're not listening to
If,
my
if
question.
we wait a minute, can I get my example out real fast?
Hey, let me
Whenever
just say
you
this to King
whenever you
Shaka though.
take a group
Before you
picture,
start, let me say this to King Shaka because me and him had a conversation about this before, and this is what I was meaning to tell you, King Shaka, why I don't gravitate toward the Pan Africans because it's just a whole bunch of hotep babble, and they can't really give you a solid answer on nothing. They can just keep on talking and talking forever though. But go ahead, brother.
I mean, you the only one you reject every fucking thing said to you. So I don't even know how you understand any goddamn thing. You probably disagree with your teacher in school. Hell,
Can
two
I,
and
can I
two
I,
ain't
ask
four.
a
Goddamn,
question?
what do you mean?
Can
I'm
I,
So
not
can
saying
I,
there's
anyway,
anything wrong.
what I'm
Hold
saying
on, bro.
is,
I ain't saying there's anything wrong with teaching them about. I'm not saying there's I believe that's a good thing teaching them their history. But I'm saying other than that, what else are you going to be educating the children on? Other than
what
their
what
history.
I'm getting at is the motivation of what the children feel that they are responsible for and what they need to
It's
be
that same.
doing will be totally different.
It's the
can I
same.
ask
No,
a
It's
how
the
question?
that
same
no.
concept. It's the same concept of the
How is
prosperity
something the
preachers.
same
Just
when we
relax,
ain't done it?
brother.
What
I
are
ain't
you
saying shit,
talking
brother.
about?
No, I didn't say it's the exact same. I say it's the same mentality behind prosperity teachers. Where it's just gonna be a whole bunch of blackety black ass motivational
But
speeches
but,
and
but
Can
see,
I,
you
can I,
sitting there acting like I sat here and mapped out the whole concept and
okay, okay,
curriculum. You done gave your
can I
own
ask a question?
prejudice because
okay.
you
Here goes
prejudge
JJ3, brother,
everything that's said
brother.
on
Let's
what the hell we
JJ3,
talking about, bro.
and we get
I ain't even taught you about your fucking self. I ain't
okay,
even
Can I,
gave you nothing on
So,
that. But you sitting
brother.
there acting like you know
so,
exactly
can I,
what.
can
Do
I,
you even know what the
so
European? Because do you know what metro schools is teaching your children?
can
Do you even know
can
all of
JJ
that?
can
I bet if
JJ3
you help
speak,
your
please?
child with their homework, I bet you'll see that you have forgot a whole lot of shit.
Can
Can
the
you let
brother
JJ3
JJ3
speak?
speak?
yeah, I don't think Bo's going to want to hear me for much longer, but question to the panel. Where do you think,
James?
so if we all agree we were
James?
Africans at one point in history, yeah, listen, if we all agree that we were Africans at one point in history, where do you think the divergent point was where Europeans saw massive success clearly and Africa remained underdeveloped and all black or melanated people in the world became subjugated, oppressed? What do you think was the reason behind that divergence? That everyone can answer that.
I think the question is completely like different direction, but I hear you.
I just want to know because I think that's probably why everyone's talking past each other. Because I
Man,
agree, soft
listen, that's
sciences,
all.
humanity.
That's
Go on.
all Hotep babble. All that bullshit about Africa created science, and it's all just that motivational Hotep babble bullshit we say just to
But
feel good
but
about ourselves.
but you know, come on, but you know the way because the thing
That's
is,
not what I
I
asked.
probably agree with
Not
you.
about a
I
feeling, it's
probably
about
agree.
the truth,
Yeah,
bro.
guys, one second, check it.
Hold on.
Okay,
Sorry.
Why
maybe
I
I
asked
heard
it?
the question wrong.
No,
Maybe
no,
I
I
heard the
said no.
question wrong.
I said there was a point, yeah, where
Right.
A period where Europeans saw massive success clearly, and black people that their decline began in the world. So whether that's in Africa, whether that's in the diaspora, in the West, in the East, developed, underdeveloped world, yeah. What do you think was the difference? What was the thing that's
What
allowed, let's say, white people to see massive success, black people to be on
what
a
time
steady
period are
decline?
we talking about? What
I'm
time
saying,
period
so I'm
are we
saying, so
talking
what?
about?
Okay, better question then. What causes the inequality between races to this day? Why is it the case that black people are doing
Innovation,
so poorly in the world?
innovation, innovation, science, technology, innovation. So when the white man was learning how to build guns and all that to go take over shit, the black man was still a foot behind. When the white man started learning about the internet and how to program and make all these fucking advances and build big tech companies, Nigeria still can't figure out how the fuck to get electricity. So I think it's something within the culture of white people where they're able to innovate, whereas black people, we just be stuck
You
behind
know how they
arguing
do it.
about learning about self.
You know how they do it. They sent us up at a learning. We figure it out and we give it to them, nigga. Most every fucking thing that they ever benefited from came from us. And you can go through your actual history and learn about every fucking thing that we produced and see that damn near everything going on the way that you live your life is because of us. We created
Are you
that
playing?
shit.
Can I suggest one thing? Though? Just a question. One last question. Is anyone familiar with the Enlightenment period? So the sort of cultural revolution that took place in Europe in 17th and 18th century. Is anyone familiar?
Europe ain't never been self-sustainable, so they fucking advancement don't mean shit.
Yeah,
Well,
I
I
know
would
about the
say,
Enlightenment period.
okay, well, I feel like that may reconcile your 2 points because identity, innovation, self-awareness, these things are all inextricably linked in it. Like, so there was
And you know
this
what the thing is, yeah.
revolution,
That was
but
like
yeah,
Voltaire
that
and
is
all
what,
that, right? The
huh?
Enlightenment period, that was like with Voltaire and all that, right?
Yeah, not so much. You could look at Kant, Leibniz, in England. Like most of the social and political theory, like social contract theory, most of that was
Right.
developed in England. So England is responsible for, I think, the most inventions in modernity, right? As well as obviously, the world has advanced more in the past 100 years than humanity. Sorry, has advanced more in the last 100 years than the last 199,900 years, right? And there's a reason because of that. But it's because of the Enlightenment period. Africa never underwent an Enlightenment period, and for that reason, there was, it goes Renaissance, Enlightenment, and then this technological age that we're still in now. But that
Right.
a lot of that, this is where the soft sciences and the hard sciences. There does need to
Wait
be
a minute.
what you're saying is right, Bo, and then what the other guy's saying to a degree is right. I don't know about claiming everything black people we are the fucking greatest ever, but there is a degree of philosophy and ideology. Like there is a philosophy of science, which is the foundation for science. You can't have science without the philosophy that underpins it. The methodology comes from the
Okay.
philosophy. We need to be
Hey
educated
man, listen, man.
Did he
on that
say
Okay,
level.
this is
okay,
black
Yeah, I
okay,
capitalism
understand
and
brother Mike,
everything you're
African
brother
saying,
Mike,
man.
shut
Enlightenment
up.
But listen though, let me say
Let
this
the
and
guy
I'm
speak,
done.
man.
Let me say this and I'm done. You gotta understand what was going on in this time. If you had a empire that ruled for centuries, you got time to sit back and think and invent shit. You know what I'm saying? You're not hungry. You don't have to deal with invaders and shit like that. So you got to look at the circumstances in history that allow people to do certain things and other people can't do certain things.
So slaves
Can I
didn't
please
invent
address? Can
anything?
I
Is
please?
what you're
Back
saying?
to the victim narrative. Back to the
Can
victim
I please?
narrative.
Can I please address
That's
Eugene
how,
and
A nigga,
Brother
listen,
Mike?
you're
a
saying
nigga,
victim
Please.
narrative, but your whole ideology is based on being a slave, an American descendant of slavery. That's
that's a
a bigger
fact.
victim than that. A
That's a fact.
slave. Now I don't hear no more of your talk, Mr. Bo Dilly,
All
because
right.
you don't
Can
know
I?
what's going on, really.
Okay,
I,
brother. Okay,
I
brother.
don't. Can I please speak to Eugene and Brother Mike? I get the whole empowerment of young teaching black young people about where they're from because that makes them feel special. That makes them realize their heritage and what they've created as black people. And I agree with that. But my point is this: after you've educated, after you made them feel special, and made them feel very powerful as black people, what now? What is that? Is that what's gonna? Is
What's
that what's
going
gonna
on
make
right
black
now
people
is
better?
we got an
You, you,
overlapping
you
of
you
people.
know exactly what happened? I can tell you exactly what happened. When they
No,
understand
no, no. Listen, no,
where
don't.
they come
Sorry,
from,
that's not what I
what
asked you.
they've
I
been
said
through.
what? Fuck you know.
It's Hotel Babel,
Wait a
bro.
minute.
That's all you
Am I,
gonna get,
am,
bro. It's just a
I'm
am I,
bunch of
gonna tell you.
okay,
talking.
I
Let me
can't
tell him.
finish because you
Let
disagree.
me tell him. Let me
Can't
explain
finish
it.
because
Let
you
me
disagree,
explain it.
right?
Listen, what's going on is we got a bunch of motherfuckers that done discovered who they are. And that's all we got is a lot of motherfuckers who done discovered who they are. They're important, but it's too many of them. Like we got too many motherfucking barbers in the hood. You see what I'm saying? Well, we need more. Now, y'all got the education part down. Now let's find these scientists, these mathematicians, and these engineers and these astronomers that we need, because we got them. They got to stand up and step up. That's all about black nationalism. You got to find this shit. The Hoteppers, I understand what you're saying, Bo Diddley. I hear them all the time. But it's a bunch of them, and let them find their knowledge. It ain't like they lying. I like to listen to the shit sometimes, but I'm about solutions too. You understand what I'm saying? So you gotta have an ear for all of this shit if you want progress.
And that's what I say. That's why we need more of that. We need more of actually fucking solutions actually are benefit and actually like things that can be groundworks in it, not just inspiration. Inspiration is beautiful. You can feel empowered, but after you feel empowered and you're not doing shit, then it's a waste of being empowered.
Now, what I was about to say to that point, can I finish what I was saying to that point?
Can I make a suggestion? The same thing you've been saying. You keep saying the same
I mean, probably on the thing you hear. I mean, you probably only catch that first part and you done because you don't know how to really have a conversation.
We got IC3 in the cut.
2 ears and 1 mouth, but you're supposed to listen twice and speak once.
Brother, IC3 is trying to speak. He hasn't spoken in a while.
But can I answer this question though?
No, can you let IC3 speak?
No, because it was my turn to answer a question, and you're not the moderator, so it really don't matter.
Eugene was addressed. Eugene was addressed.
Eugene, please answer.
Like I was saying, the fact that when our children find out where they come from, what they've been through, they understand where they're supposed to go. They know that they're supposed to build institutions for us to have to bring all our knowledge to benefit us, opposed to taking all this information and creativity and all of our inventions to benefit another people. When we start doing that shit, our greatness, and start pooling it and benefiting us, that's when the change comes.
I agree with you, brother. Let's see what IC3 has to say, man.
I think this is the solution here. Look, watch this. Very easy. What I've been listening to. Look, see this? Wait there.
No.
Solutions.
Yeah, here we go.
Solutions in it.
I've got it. I've actually got it. You see this? Every time, everybody listen carefully when people speak. If you hear the us, the we, or the our, right? I keep noticing you're all talking, and in every sentence I keep hearing this. We need to do this, and if this is us and our. Oh, see that these words.
Right.
If we clarify or come to harmony on what so we mean, what is the we? Who is the us exactly? See, look, who are the we? When you say we, that's why I asked earlier how are you going to identify? When you say we, do you mean we the blacks, or do you mean we the Africans, or we the Americans, or we? Who are the we? Who is the us you're talking about? So every time you open your mouth and you use these words, can you just clarify who the us you're talking about? Because I don't think that we all agree. Or when I say we on this panel, right? When we use the word we, right? We have a totally different.
Can I just jump into IC3?
It's me and Bo Diddley. We speak of one continent.
Can I just say one thing really quickly? Can I say one thing here? Like both of your points, Bo and then the other gentleman that was speaking, are not necessarily mutually exclusive. I think you should both be open to each other's opinion. The greatest example of that, and I know we're going to say that they're white people, but just hear me out for a second, is the Jewish community, right? Israelis, whatever you want to call them. But let's just say Jews prior to Israel being created. They seem to have no issue having a clear focus on the siege mentality, the fact that they're besieged and everybody's against them. They also have a great emphasis on their history, how they're special and chosen people, similar to like the Hotep Bible you're talking about. And they marry it very well. They marry it very well with focus on STEM subjects, on finances. They don't have any issue. You know why? Because of the us and them. Because they managed to put all of it aside, and then because they have core foundational sort of influence on the education system. So they're the people writing the curriculum. They're the people involved at the highest levels, and they've done that over time. If you look throughout history, whether you believe it's a conspiracy or not, But these people have been highly persecuted in virtually every major European country in the world, and have
Hey, let
still
me
and have
ask
been.
you a question, right? Let me ask you a question and be honest, right? So I know you a troll, so you don't mind being honest, right? You'll say some off the wall shit, right? But be real with me. Do you believe, from your opinion, from watching, do you believe that black people have the emotional intelligence and the actual intelligence to do what you see the Jews do collectively, not individually, but to come together collectively and make those type of moves that you see the Jews making?
That
Do you think
presently
we
in the
have
world, of course,
the emotionally intelligence, the
yeah.
emotional intelligence to be able to sit down with one another and come up with these type of things and move forward? And do they have the actual intelligence and discipline to bring it to life?
Are they doing it? Of course not. We can all see the
No,
results.
no. Do you believe
So,
they're
yeah,
capable
yeah,
of
of
doing
course,
it
yeah, yeah,
as
yeah.
a whole? Okay.
Yeah, I believe I'm not a believer in like race realism or some biological component to intelligence. I believe it's socialized and it's got more to do with nurture, nature. I believe everyone, unless you have a clear mental disability, some kind of physical disability, I believe that you have the capability. Because we're assuming that these Jews are like super intelligent, or that they're super. No, the results are that they're like what we see is super intelligent, is an intelligence from them. But in the same way that their culture has provided the sort of bedrock or the foundation for them to. Plus, they're a lot of a smaller group. They're a far smaller group, which clearly means that it's a lot easier for them
No, no,
to.
no, 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 no. Back up, back up, back up, because you just answered you just hit the head on the
Yeah, I
nail.
believe black people
The
are
nail on
possible.
the head. No, the culture within them. They have a totally different culture which aligns with a certain type of
Yeah, black
productivity
people
and
are culturally
efficiency.
inferior. I would agree. African black people are culturally inferior, but that's the result of Africans
Right.
being culturally
So
inferior.
maybe I asked the wrong question. I think I asked the wrong question. But
Yeah,
I think it comes down to the culture, which makes it
All I
impossible
know,
for us to do that. And
all I know
because
is
but
the
at the
Jews.
end of the day, and at the end of the day, back to the whole ADOS discussion, we all don't have the same culture and come from the same background. So you're trying to make a lot of times we're coming together. It's almost like a fantasy world to pretend as if we do have the same culture when we don't. We all have different set of values.
Can I be honest with you? Yeah, I'm gonna say this in it. Uh, all I think Bo Diddley was right, man. You're Ginny chatting a lot of nonsense, bro. And I'll say why in it. In the UK, a lot of the let's say so-called black, I don't know, Pan African brothers, we know where a lot of them are empowered. You get me? In the UK, they do shit. Even there's a lot of documentaries. A lot of them are empowered and they're proud of their heritage. A lot of black people in UK don't really claim or like want to be claimed as I am a British man. A lot of them they say, "Oh, I come. This is my heritage. I'm Somali. I'm da, 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 da." We're part of the heritage, but they're still struggling. Even though they're empowered and they're happy to be empowered and know where they come from, and Africans are this, and we're brilliant. We were soldiers. We were, but da, 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 da. But have they made it? No, why not? So even if you're empowered or whatever and you're happy and you're powerful, that don't mean shit if you ain't fucking educated financially. You get me? That's what we need. We need to be financially educated instead and less of this. We black people, all that bullshit, man. But I hear what you're trying to do and empower the youths, but we need more than that. That don't a hell of people in UK are empowered. But now what?
I don't see why you can't do both.
No,
You ain't, I don't see why you can't teach your children about who they are and
Because you
what they
shouldn't have to
come
teach
from,
that.
and
At some point,
still in the same breath, take your son to the restaurant and let him do a couple hours at the restaurant, and you show him the ins and outs and the everyday business of empowering yourself financially. I don't see why you can't
and
do
that's
both of them at the same time.
I agree with you, Bonrich. I agree with that. It's just that the
But
other
what
brother is trying
about
to preach.
military
The
science
same.
that we created? Because
Fucking hell.
we've been dealt with through military science. That might be
You
something that we actually teach in a school, in a hotel
you
school.
repeating the same things,
You
brother.
know,
You're
something that
repeating the
we
same
actually
narrative.
learn that deals with protecting ourselves, dealing with people through strategies. You know, as an army, navy, or whatever the case that we need
hey,
to
let me
do.
ask you a question. Hey, brother, let me ask you a question. You know what opportunity cost mean? You know what that is? Hello.
Wait a minute, say that one more time. Say it again.
Opportunity cost.
Explain to me what that is.
It's a
There we
basic,
go.
fundamental one economics 101 fucking principle. If you don't know what opportunity cost is, that means you have no idea of basic fucking fundamental economics. You
No,
can't
I
save
really
a
didn't
goddamn
understand what you
thing.
were saying. That's why I
You
want you
heard
to
exactly what I
to
said.
define it.
You heard exactly what I said, and the reason I asked you is just to highlight the fact that Hotep Babel means nothing, but they don't have the basic fundamentals of
So you just
principles.
deterred my whole conversation with what one definition? Is what you think?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah.
That just goes to show how far you're going to go to try to keep us from getting anywhere. You want us to
Oh,
stay
shut up, brother.
stagnant with
Gave
all
you.
your
I just
reasons
explained to
why
you.
everything
So
won't work. It's not enough. It's not going to do it. I mean, you can't
sorry,
even tell us
please
what's
let me
going to do
respond to
it.
him. Let me
You can't
respond to
even
him. Let
define
me
the
respond
shit
to
that
him.
we talking about.
Eugene, I just gave you example in the UK where a lot of black people we know we are enlightened and empowered about our heritage, about our culture. A lot of them identify with their true identity. If you go to the Somalis in UK, they identify as Somalis. They don't really say, "Oh no, I'm British." They say, "I am a black Somali who was born in this country," but they're part of the heritage. But are they still financially under the what's it called economic brackets? Of course they are. Why, as a black collective, even though if you're empowered, you're still not progressing. Why? So all that whole empowering shit is good, but is it making any change right now in the UK? No. So all that shit is good and everything, but we're being realistic.
So
We
let
need
me
more
ask
than
you
that.
this
I
though,
mean,
Shaka
really,
Shaka.
you got to
Hold on,
look at
hold
it
We need
on,
from.
more
hold
than that.
on,
We
hold
need
on,
more than that shit.
Eugene, hold on. So Shaka, what is making a difference in the UK?
Black people starting to get into businesses like real estate, banking, opening jewelry shops, actually being financially educated about
Is
finance
that
and
what they're
actually being
doing?
able
Is that
to
what's happening in the UK, or is that a pipe dream?
it's starting. Yeah, there's a lot of people getting
It's
into that shit.
starting. It's starting. I can say it's a lot of UK people who do frequent trips to Africa. And I can say that
Yeah,
Hotep Babble or that know yourself and go know where you come from is helping the UK. Because I done spoke
it's
to some
slightly
UK
helping them,
But
but that's
you
not the
know
reason
what
why they're
though? But
progressing.
you know what? But one thing that's important to note is that there's no such thing as black or African successes without interaction with the West. Like the way the board is set up now, development. Like there isn't such thing as an industrialized black country. That literally doesn't exist. So for anyone to profit to be a billionaire, millionaire, they have to utilize Western technology. They have to utilize Western imports, Western exports, Western customer bases. One thing I have to agree with your man, Eugene, is humanity. Like if you take a look at the board, right, you say the biggest rival to the West, let's say people believe is China or Russia or something like that. But if you look at like net wealths of countries, some of the smallest European nations rival countries as big as China. And net wealth is like the savings, the salaries of individual citizens, so like per capita in the nation. Yeah, like a lot of these countries, by the way, are the most liberal countries in the world. So the countries where the like subjects like the humanities proliferate the most are the countries that are on a net level the most successful on an individual level. So quality of life, human development index, they score the highest. So you have to think that this in quotes knowledge of self, of Hotep Babel, whatever you want to call it is necessary on some level. It is necessary. Like it has to be what's the word? It has to be conflated, in it. There has to be this knowledge of self, this value of self, which clearly black people don't have. This culture surrounding like whether it's liberalism or whatever, like for the ideology that human beings have inherent qualities or rights and are exceptional. And then also what follows from that now is this idea of thinking from these first principles. You have your Elon Musks, you have your your Zuckerbergs, your whoever. They become a product of that. That innovation is a product of that level of thinking. If you're thinking at that frequency, then of course you can develop because you're thinking from first principles. You're not chasing the game. You're moving the pieces on the board.
Right. I agree. And I don't want to say I blanket agree with you. I agree with your last point about being able to have the foresight, like about Elon Musk accomplishing what he had, and a lot of the accomplishments you seeing is because they had the foresight from thinking. and being able to materialize. Like if you just look at if any of y'all know about like been around that Bitcoin scene for a while, right? I ain't talking about like what you see now. I'm talking about like when Bitcoin first came around and the whole libertarian ideology that it was centered around, and you know what I mean, like the different influences. It was as much a philosophical movement as it was an actual movement about getting money. If you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, like peer to peer, laissez-faire, no government
Yeah,
control,
laissez-faire, exactly.
decentralized.
Laissez-faire.
Yeah,
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 exactly.
decentralized.
Yep.
100. But
No,
that's
I
the point,
think
though. Like you look at what's this kid, the Russian kid who made Ethereum. These principles, even though he's Russian, right? So it's probably a bad example.
Riddle
But these principles are instilled in the individual, so the individual is capable of that level of innovation, as opposed to following the lead of someone who believes is more innovative, right? That self belief is
But
what
not
gives him
just
the drive.
that, but you got to look at the countries where Bitcoin popped off at. It was a need for it, like places like China, Russia. You know what I'm saying?
Pakistan.
The government had too much control, so they automatically it was a no brainer to them that you can have an actual peer to peer
Pakistan.
digital currency. Places like Pakistan that you can have an actual peer to peer currency where you don't have the government regulations and you're not subject to inflation, a constant inflation and whatnot.
Of course, because but the developed world, yeah, is an example of progression. And I know nowadays
Right.
progression means LGBT, whatever, and all that shit. But what real progression must be for human beings is the sort of plug and play nature of innovation. That the foundations are there so that a kid can just jump on a computer and develop a program that itself, can develop a program that itself creates other physical things in the material
Right.
world. Like
And
that's
see,
the level of building blocks and foundation that I
and
think like
that's my
sometimes we get, but I'm saying we jump too far. And we're like even that conversation the other day, even though my mate wasn't maybe explaining it perfectly, what he was saying is the end result must be like, I'm not saying I agree with him, but just for instance, must be armed conflict. But he's not saying tomorrow try buy as much guns as you can on your credit card and then go start a fucking civil war. He's just saying that must be the end goal. Similarly, Japan started with I can't remember what it was called, but the age where they interacted first with the Dutch people, then they interacted with the English and Americans. Then when they got sanctioned by the Americans and English, they said, all right, let's adopt these people's culture, because clearly they're doing something better if they can fucking run this gunboat diplomacy against us.
Fuck
And then
the
from
West.
there, they ended up becoming so powerful that they beat Russia, beat England, and fucking are the last people in the world to invade America and forced them to be recognized as a world power. They forced the issue. So that's what, like, you
Fuck
start
the West.
from the culture, and then you end up with
see,
the
but
culture,
the
and then you
problem
end up
is with
with the STEM shit.
the problem is, and the problem I have with Pan Africanism is that they have such a regressive type. I don't even want to say regressive, but they stay stuck in the past too much. Too much of their ideology is stuck in the past. Like I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
whatever school he talking about starting, it's gonna be all about slavery and Marcus Garvey and fucking Martin Luther King or some bullshit, right? Some irrelevant bullshit, right? Fucking Mansa Musa and goddamn Timbuktu. You know what I'm saying? Like we get bogged down, we get so bogged down into that bullshit that we miss out on everything as far as being a foot in the door in that whole revolution. You know what I'm saying? So we
But the thing is, there's
behind.
no issue.
What about
There's no issue
Tupac
We
being a
we
Shakur?
let me just say
But that's not true
let me
though.
just bro, that's a fucking fact,
That's
nigga.
not.
I'll
But
put
that's
a gun
not
to my
true.
brains and
What
blow my
about
brains out, nigga, on
Denmark
that.
But I'm
Vesey?
gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you why that's not true though, Bo. Because I've seen Brother Q Butter's curriculum, and you would call him
Brother, I'm
blackity black.
talking about in general. I'm not
I
talking
know,
about
but
nobody
I'm talking. I
specific.
can only tell you about the one
Oh my
blackity black
fucking
school.
God,
Oh
man.
my.
All right,
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
Come on.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Because you want to speak about something,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
telling you about the experience that I've seen in a blackity black school.
And what projects do they have on GitHub at this blackity black school you talking about?
You said what
Or what about
projects?
Yeah,
what about teaching your children about the
give me a link
Haitian
to give
Revolution
me a link to
of
some of
people
the
like Toussaint
I'll drop it.
bro.
I'll
Louverture
drop
and
it.
Shut
I'll
up,
Denmark
drop
man.
the
Vesey?
link. Yeah, that's easy.
I'm
That's easy
asking,
money.
show
I'll
me
drop the link. That's
to the
easy money.
GitHub. I'm talking about to the GitHub of some of their
I,
students.
I,
What is
sorry.
GitHub?
See,
What is it?
yeah. All right, don't worry
Yeah,
about it.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I,
But if we're talking about curriculum, I don't know nothing about that. But if we're
Right,
talking about curriculum or global curriculum, or if we
right,
just keep it in America, he has an
right.
American curriculum, just like everybody kids was doing during COVID. Sit your ass down in front of their computer, and we're gonna talk. We're not doing a whole bunch of Marcus
Okay,
Garvey.
okay, brother.
Yes, you're gonna
but
get
that's
your
not.
Marcus Garvey, but I am watching these little kids steal race cars.
All right,
Well,
man.
can I ask the brother again? You said about the Haitian Revolution. How is teaching a black kid about how's that gonna make him richer? Learning about the Haitian Revolution. Tell me ways that's gonna make him a rich kid.
Well, see, the problem is you think all solutions revolve around riches. Well, what the
Well,
Haitian
wealth, yeah.
Revolution teaches you is that you have a way, a damn near a blueprint of how a group of our people rebelled and claimed their own land that they still hold today.
But
You
what's
can't
gonna
tell me that that's not
how's
a
that gonna
benefit.
benefit the kid? Now what? Now the kid has known that. How is that gonna impact his life
Well,
to
if you
kind of
know
have
that
wealth?
you can do it yourself, what's stopping us from doing that?
That's not that biblical. Like
Claiming
what's it called?
our own land
Hold
and
on,
doing
hold on,
something
brother.
other than what we're doing now.
Hold on, brother. Oh, I hear you, and I heard you. That's not that biblical. What's it called? Test them parables of listen to a parable. Now that's gonna help you. Oh, Jesus walked on water because he had faith. Now do that. Fuck, that ain't helping no real life situation. That kid ain't gonna fucking change because of a story. You get me? What actual real
Okay,
situations in
okay.
real life
This
So
what
if
wait, this what I'm saying,
if
right?
that won't work,
Let
then
me just say
y'all
this
give
right
me
quick,
what y'all think will work,
brother. Relax, brother.
and
Let me just say
let's
this right
tear that
quick,
down
brother.
like everything
Relax.
everybody presents.
Let me
now
say
go
this.
blaze on that. Go smoke that
There's
blaze, man.
nobody knows themselves and their culture
There's
better
no
than
solution, basically, what you're saying.
you know what. Fuck it, man.
There
Go
is
ahead, bro.
I've given you solutions. You're focusing on solutions which can help you to be mentally better. But I'm on about actual what's it called financially and in this economy. Innit? Like what are you going to teach them like financially? Why are you teaching them kids financially? Is it quiet?
Hey,
Yo,
what's the?
Mr.
I
Teacher.
don't understand, man. Why y'all? What's the harm in Eugene teaching them kids about themselves, man? What's the problem with it?
That's a beautiful thing, innit? That's a beautiful thing. But it's making that the old final way of teaching them. The final way of teaching them is through that manner of oneself and one's history. Like one's history
Wait
is
a minute.
beautiful,
Wait, hold
but
on. Wait a
what
minute.
else other than the history?
First of all, how can you say that if everything in yourself consists of every damn subject that your regular public school gives your children and more consist of? How could you say that?
Bro, if you don't
How,
know,
how
if
are you
Well,
limiting?
hold on,
bro, listen,
Charlie.
You're trying
We're
to
not.
limit me
let me
saying
tell
that
you
I'm
this.
going to
No.
teach them they are and what they've been
Let me
through
just
and
say
that's
this.
it.
Let
Come
me just
on,
tell you
man.
the solution. I'm
Y'all,
finna tell you, brother. We heard you. Let me just say this as a
okay.
solution. If you don't understand the fundamentals of economics 101, then you as a people are fucking doomed. If you look at Jews, they mastered economics. They understand compound interest. If you know what compound interest is, brother?
You know,
Hey,
it's a mute, though.
Eugene, you know about compound interest? You understand compound interest?
You know, it's man to mute, sir.
You know
I
what I'm
mean,
saying?
if obviously you compounding on top of interest,
Yeah,
interest
he's not the
compounding. I
teacher
mean,
though. Why
using
you asking?
damn basic words. Okay, did I just
And
explain
he's
it?
not saying he's going to be the teacher though. I think that's unfair. He's not saying he's going to be the guy that
I'm
teaches
just
everyone.
saying though, but you need
Thank
to
you. They acting like
understand,
I'm sitting there figuring it down
brother.
myself with the whole
Can you
fucking
stop
curriculum
yelling,
and
brother? Can
free
you
the
stop
whole
yelling,
world.
brother? Brother, can you stop
I would
yelling, brother?
never
Let me
be
finish.
able to help nobody who don't
Brother,
listen
stop
because
yelling,
you
brother.
not only
Brother, stop
those
yelling.
who
Relax,
help themselves. And
relax,
if you want
relax,
to stay
relax,
in your own way, then that's
relax,
what it's going
brother.
to.
Brother, relax, 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 relax.
All right,
So
okay, let's
what
be
I'm
fair.
saying is, if you don't understand the principles, a deep rooted understanding of economics as a people, you're doomed. All that blackety black knowledge of self, that shit means nothing when you trying to compete in the
But
global
don't,
economy.
but you know the terms, and you on the panel with us, bro. So you are
I,
still
I be
here.
trying I be trying to talk sense to you
If
niggas,
you're
but I
with us,
can't get through the hotel babble.
I mean, but you using economic terms that you probably learned,
Bro,
which
this
is
is bait.
great, and I wish
I
you would
learned this
just
shit in
explain them
school.
to us so we can utilize your knowledge. But you turning this into a competition of
Yeah, bro,
brain
you're a
wars,
slave,
which
bro.
is
So, but
don't
Yeah,
help
then,
us
bro.
at all.
okay. So, all right. So I
Yeah,
hate.
bro,
All
you're
right.
a
So
slave,
now, when the
bro.
conversation starts going down this path, now we got to start seeing works. Like, okay, we got the information. Now, what are we doing? Who are we passing this information on to? Are we hoarding it for ourselves and shitting on other people? Like, I got the information and you don't, or are we
Hey, I'm gonna tell
spreading
you
it,
this.
helping people?
The best thing you could do, I'm telling you, because it's a headache. Trying to do anything collectively as a race. You know what I'm saying? Like Ayn Rand said, the lowest form of collectivism is racism. That shit goes for just race collectivism, period. Like if you just trying to congregate around a bunch of niggas because you black, nigga, you gonna be in the world of trouble. Right? But you got to get around brothers because there's a lot of them out here, and a lot of them be the only one in the position where they at. You know what I'm saying? You need to get around brothers in our community that's talented, that's put in work, that's been to these universities, that got the hard skills, that understand the principles of economics and all this other stuff, and support them and bring them back and build like that. All the riffraffs that want to debate all day and go back to Africa and all this other bullshit, you just got to let them talk, man, and get out the way.
And big up, bro. You know what? One thing I've always said, like self-investment into the community and building like a community center for after-school clubs for like young kids to learn about economy, for example, or other industries which are beneficial. Those type of things, or even offering apprenticeship like work experience duties for young females or young men. As like for example, if you are a construction manager and you can actually offer experience or work experience, that shit is an investment. It's an investment which benefits youths. You get me? And you're educating them practically. Those little things, those little small investments are big turnouts because that kid is gonna learn from that. And because he's networked with another black person in the community, that's gonna impact him more than learning about Well, Marcus Garvey, it's a good thing learning about him. It's a beautiful thing. But
The
other
big
than that, those little things of putting back the money when you even the let's say so-called drug dealers will make the most money in the hood. They bring out the money they make from those drugs, put
does
it all
nothing.
together and build a community center. That building at that community center is a fucking investment, and
Right.
that's priceless for generations. And I feel like that's what we should be pushing into investing into. You
Right.
get me? And stop asking
And
the
one of the
government to
biggest
fucking
thing,
do
right?
it.
And we demonize people in our community, right? That make it to a certain level, and not all of them, because a lot of them do come back, right? But the thing is that so many people in our community is so far behind. It's like they say, man, you trying to save somebody drowning is gonna end up losing you. You'll end up losing your life because they'll end up drowning you. So what you see is that the leaders in our community are the ones that's pushing this whole blackety black bullshit about we need self-knowledge and just a bunch of nothingness because that's what's keep them empowered. They're pandering to a group because let's be real, the vast majority, and I don't give a fuck where you from, whether you ADOS, Jamaican, Nigerian, whatever, the vast majority of our people are uneducated and fucking emotionally unintelligent, right? So it's easy to pander to them. Why you think within our communities the pastors are the richest people? You know what I'm saying? Live the best. Because all they gotta do is sell a nigga a dream and tell you just a bunch of feel good bullshit that you want to hear. You know what I'm saying? And it's
Mm.
like we too susceptible to that bullshit, and that shit keeping us back.
Honestly,
Is it like that in the
and
UK? I've never been to the UK. Is it like that in the UK? You fucking rich ass pastors and a bunch of poor niggas in there following behind them, giving them all their money and shit, but they build
I
nothing.
don't know. I don't fuck with that church culture. But what I know is like there was a time here where community centers people used to invest into community centers, but some of them the government kind of brought down a lot of the community centers. For example, I know in a lot of communities where the youth system after school clubs and programs for the kids, the community centers, the funding got cut down, and which got fucked up. But this is where I stand in it. Like some people are starting to make private funding into those community centers, and some of the problem is a lot of gang violence end up fucking with the thing where two areas come together but that's a lot of problems that I feel like we have to
You know,
in the UK community have to focus on working on it, because I don't believe in our community we focus on stopping gang crime. We
not
kind
just
of
that, but another thing. Let me just add this right quick, bro. I'm gonna get right back to another thing. Is the biggest thing about us that makes our community different when you look at other Jewish communities. Jews don't compete with other Jews. You'll never see that shit. They don't compete with other Jews. Within the black community, our whole existence circles
You do
around
right
us
about that shit.
competing with one another. You know what I'm saying? Competing with that way, you'll have a nigga in the projects with that pay $30 in rent with $1,200 shoes on, and he think he's somebody because within there he got the most expensive shoes. You know what I'm
Do
saying?
you
So
know that? You know that?
we constantly competing with each other. You know what I'm saying? So you
Can I just
can't
add to that?
build with the same group of people you trying to compete with.
Can I add to that? Yeah. You know, so this is could check this out. This is a fact. Jewish people are not allowed to testify on each other in court, and I guess you know because this is biblical. They're also not allowed to charge each other interest. So
But
if
what
you like
made the
in the
Jews?
way
But what made the Jews powerful though? Charging other groups' interests because they got. If
correct,
you look
and
back at the Rothschilds
that
and
was a
all that,
response. That was a
if you look
response in
back at the
history. So one of
Because
Rothschilds,
we
right?
compete because we like to
in
tear each
history,
other
yeah,
down.
in I think it was 13th century England. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it's the 13th or 14th century before the Jews were expelled from England the first time. They were like demonized or whatever, and the King William the son charged them extortionate taxes as a way of funding his war and as a way of trying to force them out of the country. And they were obviously demonized by the populace or whatever. And as a response to that, they ended up becoming what's that word for money lenders? Like
gay. They became gay.
usurers. That's the word. They started becoming usurers, and that's where I wouldn't call it a tradition, but that's where the practice became endemic amongst the Jews, sort of started. But more to the
And
point,
they
what's
talk
more
about,
important, what
and they
you're
talk
talking about.
about, and they
But
talk
just,
about
just to
during
finish
the
that
time of the
quickly, yeah.
Ottoman Empire and all that shit in the Middle East too, because the
And
Muslims couldn't charge each other interest either, so they
Yeah.
went to the
and
Jews for
you know
loans,
what I say?
and that's how
You
they
know
was
what I say
able to.
about the Jews? What I
But
say
go
about the
ahead.
Jews and the British is fuck both of them in it.
No, I don't agree with that.
I'll say fuck, but they my peoples, so
I
fuck
don't
them in
agree
it.
with that. I fuck with Jews.
Now
They
none of
got
them are my
power.
people. No, but
Ain't nobody more
that power don't benefit us.
because we don't know how to utilize it.
They don't want it to benefit us.
We
But
we don't
anyway,
know how to
yeah, that's a
utilize it.
different, that's a different discussion. But I just say fuck all of them.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we black people are only group of people that want everybody think everybody's supposed to be so benevolent and love us and do shit for us out of the goodness of their heart. You know what I'm saying? Some relationships got to be symbiotic. You know what I'm saying? In the
Now I
real
hear
world,
you.
it's symbiotic. So if you
No,
look in
I'm
history,
very
what I'm just
sorry.
I'm
Go
just
on.
gonna say this, right? If you look in history, right, within the civil rights movements and all the fight for equality and all that bullshit, right? Jews sponsored a lot of this shit. You know what I'm saying? The NAACP and all that shit back then, Jews financed that shit. You know what I'm saying? So
That's why that
you have
shit
to you
failed. That's why that shit
so
failed.
that's
But
another
but
case.
the Jews don't fuck with
That's
us, bro. The Jews don't fuck with us, man.
brother, listen to me.
Yeah.
Jews don't
But
fuck with
that's
nobody.
yeah.
Let me say that. Let me just say this. Jews don't fuck with nobody if you ain't talking about nothing. You know what I'm saying? A lot of niggas don't be talking about shit. At least y'all ain't talking about what Jews talking about. Now, if you go out there and you find some property or something that a Jew can invest in, he will do business with you. But
Yeah,
if
Jews
you
get
just
fed
coming
about
around
our history.
if you just coming around with the Hotep Babble on some other bullshit, a Jew ain't finna sit around and listen to that bullshit.
Yeah,
But
Jews getting
yo,
paid off of our
but they're
Martin
not.
Luther King history. The
But what do
Lorraine
what do they
Hold
Memorial
have?
on,
and
let's
all
one
that shit is
thing.
owned by
Can I
Jews.
say one thing?
They
Can I
get
say one
paid off
thing?
the shit we
If
supposed to get paid for.
Eugene, if you're right, yeah, this is a better way to look at it, yeah. If you're right, then black people's biggest enemy and black people's biggest obstacle is
Black
black
people.
people, and it
Fact.
shouldn't be
100%
anybody else,
fact. 100,
right?
100,
What you're saying is
150%
true.
fact.
If you and I think if remember this: if Bo agrees with that, and you have to agree with that, you're committed to that because of your position. Then you guys should have both, because you're both in agreement. Now you've got the common ground, and you can just build upon that. This understanding that black people must be the first problem we address. It must be the first problem, and within addressing that problem, you find the solution. Right? It can't be
I
Jews.
would
It
love
can't be big bang.
everybody.
What would you say about that, Eugene?
I would love to build with everybody. My whole conversation, from my perspective, and everything I done said was consisted of us building amongst each other and building up our children for our future. At least that's what I was assuming. But if we
That's
have that
different.
common ground, I'm willing to run with it because the Jews do own the Rain Motel. So they are
What
getting
the
paid
fuck are you talking
constantly
about? What
for
is that?
our history, which
What the fuck?
we should be benefiting from,
You
not
see what
no
I'm
one
saying? It
else.
always got to go back to Hotel Babel. What the fuck is the Rain Hotel? What is that? What are you talking
You don't
about,
know what
brother?
the Rain, boy,
In
that's American history. That's Martin Luther King, nigga.
Oh
That's
shit,
where
Harlem.
he was
man.
killed at, nigga. You
What,
don't even know
Yeah,
that.
nigga.
does it fucking
Oh,
matter going into
You
the
talking
future?
about some hotel. You just reject black history. That's what it is.
We talking
I don't
about
give a fuck what
economics right
name
now.
you
We
give
talking
it.
about black economics right now. Fuck
You
history.
reject
Fuck
knowledge of
black
you,
history.
period.
Fuck
You
black
hate
history. We
black.
talking
That's
about
called
black economics.
self-hatred, bro.
We're talking
That's
about
called
black
self-hatred.
economics. We're talking about black
Eugene.
We're talking about
economics.
self-hatred.
We're talking about black economics. Black economic empowerment. That's the topic of discussion. Fuck
You
black
have to love
history.
black people to want to empower them economically.
Man,
But it
I ain't
sounds
got
to me
time to
like you
this
willing to
40
just run with whoever's giving you the money.
Yo.
If
Okay,
you can
Eugene.
be bought, you can
What's
be
the best way?
sold.
Yeah,
Eugene,
let's
what's
bring
the
it
best way
back.
to
Let's bring
impact
it back,
black?
fellas.
What's the best way to impact black economics for you?
Marcus Garvey,
Shut up, man. I
Mansa
want to
Musa.
hear you, man. Shut up.
Now let
Shut up, man. I want to
Eugene
hear you.
let
Stop.
Eugene go. Eugene,
Eugene, what's the best
now
way to
if we
impact?
want to listen, now if we want to attack white supremacy or whatever we need to do, or black unity on an economic level, what's the best route to go?
Ain't no attacking white supremacy. You can't attack white
I
supremacy. You
said I
ain't the
asked Eugene.
boogeyman.
Bo, I didn't know you changed
Come
your
on,
name
bro.
to Eugene.
Let's let Eugene speak in it.
Damn, you changed your name to Eugene quick. Eugene?
Hey, Bo, you starting to sound like that dude, man. That dude, what's his name? What's his name? The dude that who came up with White History Month, Jesse Lee Peterson. You starting to sound like him.
Come on, bro. Let's not start this argument. Eugene, what's your answer? What's the best way for black economics?
You just doing this for your entertainment now. You know he ain't got no answer. But
I
I
do have an
apologize
answer.
though, brother.
When you get done, I'm allowing you to keep on rambling and trying to block answers because you don't want
I
to
just
be
want to hear him
accountable
answer,
when
man.
it's
I
time
want
for
to
you
hear
to
him
have
answer, man.
to
I
do
ain't gonna
something.
argue with him. He might have some answers, like because he knows
My
certain things I
answer
might not know.
is
But
we can teach our children to kill the culture of being consumers and learn to be producers because that
okay,
turns around the whole narrative of us only gaining money to buy shit to impress people who don't give a fuck about us and start producing things that we can sell to the world for our own benefit. It's only going off of
black
the opposite. Everything in life is polarity. If
black
it ain't
people.
working on the left side for you, then you might need to turn right because it's the opposite side. So instead of us being consumer based and only learning how to give away and just splurge or however you want to put it, learn to produce something to where we can be producers opposed to being consumers.
Cool.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming
Cool.
from. I agree with that.
Cool.
Okay.
Cool. And circulate the dollar, right?
Right.
Circulate the dollar in the community.
Yeah.
That's
Oh yeah,
production. We're producing something. We're producing a relationship. We're producing a way of living, intentional living. We're
Hey, can we
producing
get
something. That's
Pelu
why the book says,
perspective? Can we get a Pelu perspective? I be liking a Pelu perspective. Just give it a little balance. Or BPS or somebody else.
but oh
Nah,
yeah, being honest
nah.
with
Yeah,
you,
look. I agree on that last point.
crazy.
I agree. So
Right.
We can get on that. Like I can't disagree with. Look, I mean the basis. He said the basis on that, man. That's the basis. You gotta have a basis. Man. You can't just be out there floating. So yeah, you gotta have that at least. Even if none of that other shit motherfuckers talking about you'll never agree on, right? But the basis is the basis, man. You gotta have that. Everything gotta be set. The rest of that shit don't mean nothing. You know what I'm saying? It
Straight
just
up.
don't. But I'm
Oh yeah,
down with making sure the kids know who they are though. I'm most
Yeah.
definitely on that though. Your kids need to know as well as you should know who the hell you are. You can't
Most
just I
definitely.
mean, cause you'll get lost out here, man. So fucking around pretending like you don't want to know who you are, something wrong with you. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
I got a grandma, man. She up there.
But
She
your
almost 90
grandmama is
years
her,
old.
you is you though. We talking about
Okay, but
you and her, two different
oh
people.
yeah, bro. I
So
want to
you
be
gonna
honest
need
with
to
you, bro.
know.
right.
I want to be
You gonna
honest
need
with
to
you,
know a
bro.
little bit more information, you know.
Yeah, I feel you though, bro.
So you
Oh,
gonna
are we
need
here just to for entertainment?
Yeah,
Uh,
let me jump in real quick.
Hey, Luke. Yeah.
I just want to jump in here. I mean,
Hey,
I ain't
what you majored in at Morehouse? Because you went to a
econ,
prestigious black university, man. You're supposed to take precedence on this panel. You went to a prestigious
econ.
H.
I
Oh
ain't no
man,
president yet.
I knew it was a reason why I like this nigga, man. We got an economic major in the building. Come
Yeah, I was
on, man.
econ,
From a
econ.
prestigious HBCU, man. Come on, man. This nigga, come on, man. Come on, give us your perspective,
So
brother,
yeah,
man.
man,
Let us
yeah, let
know,
us
man.
know. So let us know if we want to attack. I don't know if we want to come up out of our situation on the economic level. You got to speak to the layman's man.
Oh,
Rule
if
number
you
one.
want,
What should
if
we
you
do?
if you want to get your way out of the situation economically, look at people who have gotten their way out of the situation economically. Like for example, I was listening a while ago, and Bo was saying about how he liked Jews. Why not like Jews? Because they smart and they're doing this. You might as well study them. You might as well study everybody. You gotta be students of the entire world. You can't just say, I'm catering this to blackness. You gotta be worldwide students regardless. Because if you don't, you will be at a disadvantage. And you got to be objective. Your main point before color, before anything, is objectivity. If you can't maintain a
Right.
certain objectivity, you're finishing the war and you're not competitive. Point blank. Period.
Period.
I
Hey, y'all
agree with
see how I
you,
peeped
Luke,
that though?
though, because
Hey,
to be
y'all see
honest
how I
with
peeped? I knew Pelu ain't had no journalism degree or no degree in communication, none of that other worthless bullshit. You know what I'm saying? African American history. That man got a real economics degree, nigga. See the one thing about them Africans though. Let me give a shout out to them Africans though, right? Cause see, a lot of Black Americans, right? See, we go to college and we get educated, quote unquote educated, but we get some of the most worthless degrees possible, right? Like we just think of the most worthless degree you could get, and we go for that bitch. You know what I'm saying? But see, them Africans, they at least know to concentrate their talents in certain areas. Where you go in engineering, get a foothold in engineering, get a foothold in, you know what I'm saying, some type of STEM medical type uh degree. You know what I'm saying?
Why
And
do
I
you
think that's more
Bo? Why do you think they think like that, Bo?
because they at least got common sense. I'll say that much.
Where the common sense come in at?
The no don't
Not
get no
is this.
worthless ass criminal
Because
justice
they got a
degree.
fucking country. They got a whole country.
Sound like
Then
victim
they know
All
how
blaming.
to
right,
build,
dumbass.
and they know
Africa
what's
in the country,
missing in the
nigga.
country. That's why they think
Africa in
like
the Africa
That's
in
that.
the country, nigga.
That's
No,
that.
it's
That's
all
that.
of us got to be more objective,
That's
pure and simple. It's
that.
not about even Africa or America. It's about everybody got to be. The word is objective. Like have objectives. Always have objectives behind things, no matter what. Even your objectives, not even good objectives, have objectives and work on it, and then
Hey, but
keep improving
hold
your
on a
objectives.
second.
You
Hold
not have
on a second.
objectives.
Let me say this. Let me say this. Because that victimology always creeps out. You know what I'm saying? By saying that, why do Africans have them degree? Because they got a country. Nigga, we got the greatest fucking country on earth with the greatest education system, nigga, that these
you're
Africans
not
will
even
toil.
listening to what I'm saying, man.
I'm
They
not
got they
I
got structure. We
we
don't have
bruh,
structure.
That
can you
nigga
just
said,
let
Why
me
are
finish?
you in Africa?
hey, my
Where,
brother
brother?
Mike,
Where are you
and,
telling us,
and, and,
man?
and let me interrupt, but brother Mike, I heard you saying you don't have structure, but the reason why you don't have structure is because you think it's okay to say you don't have structure. If you didn't
No,
even
it's
think it's
because
okay to
all these niggas is different. Because these niggas
How the
got
fuck?
different ideologies and they can't
How the
work together. That's
how
why we don't have
how the
structure.
hold on a second. Hold on a second. How the fuck does a broke ass Nigerian that ain't even got electricity got structure, nigga. America got the greatest structures on earth, nigga. We got Harvard, Princeton, Yale, fucking MIT, Cal. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? We got all the structures here we need, nigga. We got fucking
How many
Tuskegee.
black people
We got
in these
Tuskegee.
motherfuckers? What's
We
the
got
percentage of
Tuskegee.
black people?
We got
I bet it's more
Tuskegee.
Asians in the motherfuckers than black people.
Listen, a victim gonna always
You talking
find an
about some
excuse
shit
why
that
he
don't
fucked
mean
up.
nothing to us, that ain't benefiting us. I don't give a fuck because it look good in the eyes of the world. That shit ain't benefiting the masses
This,
of black
this why
people. That
this
shit
why
don't mean
niggas ain't gonna never
it's a
have shit.
motherfucking thing to me.
He
He's
keeps
a prime
saying
Fuck
we.
example
all,
of why
fuck
black
Prince,
people ain't got nothing.
fuck 'em all.
He's a prime example of why black people ain't got nothing. Cause they gonna find something to cry about and they ain't gonna look at what's right before their eyes and
And
take
I don't give
advantage
a
of it.
damn about these higher learning institutions, man. These traditional white
Hey,
institutions. I don't care about them.
Yeah, all right, brother.
in a great.
You need to go back
Okay.
to Africa. You need to ship your ass to Africa.
You need to quit acting like Jesse.
But we
Leave
just
people.
because we just spoke about Hersey Miller and Tennessee State University, and brother Mike, you know what I mean, you was there, right?
Yeah, I know about
Tennessee
them.
State, yeah, like so. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like you can get an education anywhere. If we're gonna do education, I'm gonna push for historically black colleges. If we're gonna
And
do the
who does
education,
the education benefit? What your economic education? Who you
Nigga,
work
the
for? What
education
white company
benefit
you
your dumb ass
benefiting?
in your community, nigga. What you
What
talking about?
white
It
company you
benefit you,
benefit?
man. This talking to niggas is a
I mean,
waste of
answer the
time, man.
question.
Bunch of crybaby ass
Answer the
goofs.
question. What white company you benefiting, bro?
Ask a cracker, man.
Your boss?
Hey, because you understand? Okay, stop. Okay, let me interject. Let me interject. If you're in America, realistically speaking, no matter how you slice it, you're going to be part of the American jurisdiction and the American system, unless you're trying to say that you're going to actually take a piece of land and exit seed. And then if you even attempt to do something like that, you'll be under the full force of the American military, and a lot of the American military, other black people will come and shoot your
Or
ass, shit like that. So to make a
or
long
you can
story
start
short, no matter
studying
what,
sovereignty, and we can have a situation where our people can learn to be sovereign.
you
You ever
can learn
had
to
that
be
conversation? Is
sovereign.
that a word that you know?
This why
My
niggas
whole
What
ain't
the
going around
definition of
packing,
that
point
one?
man.
is that my whole point is realistically speaking, Black America is not about to wage a physical war for separation in America. So stop fake. So let's work within the reality of what's really going to happen. And what's really going to happen is you have to make the best out of the American system. And the best way to learn the American system is to learn it in and out. And you can know how to navigate the best
Look,
way possible
hey
to get
Lou,
the
Man,
maximum
I
hey
swear to
Lou,
your
God,
people.
hey Lou.
let me just
I'll
say
do
this to
respect.
Lucian.
Hey Lou, you don't even have the standing to speak for black people in America. You're not one
Man,
of
fuck
us.
that. Yeah,
oh
yeah.
shit,
Nah,
oh
Paylu
shit,
Ados. Nah,
But I'm saying
oh,
to tell you the
oh
truth though.
I'm just
shit,
fucking with you, man. I'm just fucking with you, Paylo. I'm just
oh
fucking with
shit.
you. I'm just playing.
Yeah, but if you
Paylu,
want to take
yeah.
that argument, if you
Nah,
want to take that argument, you
Paylu
could.
Ados.
Argument.
Paylu done put in enough work. He done put in enough work. And
Yeah,
him
but
and
I'm just playing, Paylo,
yeah,
man. Don't take
yeah,
me
but when the
serious,
shit
man. I'm
start
just
coming
playing.
down the pipeline, hold on.
ain't no coming
When
down
the
the
shit start
pipeline.
coming down the pipeline, hey
Nah.
Lou, yeah, one of your cousins or your
Listen,
homies gotta get you.
the fact of the matter
Yeah,
is, if you
yeah.
want
I
to
mean, he
listen,
can say what he want.
man,
He can say what he want, bro. But
listen, brother, we
if we're
not even
gonna go
arguing that.
ADOS by lineage, we got to
No,
go by lineage. Come on, bro.
and we
Come on, bro.
adopted
We can't
Paylu.
flip flop, Bo. We can't flip flop on this,
Nigga,
Bo.
I'm telling you, Paylu Ados.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's what his
Yeah.
mouth say.
Yo,
What is
brother
No,
his
Mike,
that's what
brother
I
lineage?
Mike,
His
say.
lineage,
That's what
yeah,
I say. That's what
exactly.
I,
You
he
ain't
don't
the
need to be.
authority. You
He
not the
adopted.
authority. His lineage. We
No,
going by blood work, baby. Lineage,
man,
man.
Mike.
Paylu.
Yeah, his
If you
grandmama
look at,
can't tell. His grandmama
hey,
can't
bro,
tell
why
you
you
the
keep
same
on
story.
rambling, bro? Just relax.
His grandmama can't tell you the same stories my grandmama can.
No. See,
Listen,
no,
man.
I totally respect
Hey,
if
hold
you.
on, Paylu, hold on. Let me just say this. Paylu, like he said, he's living DC on Martin Luther King, and he went to Morehouse. Paylu probably got more been immersed in more ADOS culture than a lot of these niggas on here that be talking about African that
I
claim
beg
that
to
they
differ.
African American.
I beg to differ.
Yeah, I'm saying
Beg
like
to
from
differ.
the root.
But
So
hey, but
whatever
they
he
don't
done
change
went
the
and got
fact that they don't change the
it
fact that
don't
the
change the
nigga
fact of
ain't a
nothing.
baby. Yeah, ain't a baby still.
The
So it
fact of
don't
the
change
matter
the fact.
is
Stick to that right
What do
there.
you
The
say?
nigga
the
ain't
fact
a
of the
What you
baby
matter
say,
still.
is
Stick
LP?
on that right
the
there.
Hey,
fact of the matter is I would take
baby, I'm not
I
a
would take
yo.
Paylu I will take Pelu immigrant ass over every last ADOS besides maybe God or Jacob on this panel. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't. But you
If I
can't.
had if
I
I
mean,
had
I
to
know
build
that's
an
what your
ADOS
mouth
Let me ask you
say.
a
team,
question.
Oh,
Let me ask you a
oh,
question, Bo.
your mouth say
Bo, let me
that,
ask
but
you a
you can't
question.
do
Will
that.
you
You can't.
give
I
will
wouldn't
you
say
give
he.
Pelu hey, will you give Pelu a slice of that reparations pie?
you goddamn right.
Cool.
You a
That's his
motherfucking
pie.
lie. Stop
Brother
lying.
Mike,
Man,
You
brother Mike,
goddamn right.
brother Mike, you can't get
You
mad
gonna
at
tell
no,
Pelu to get
no,
the fuck
brother
on.
Mike. You can't get mad at no nigga for
Hell
who
no.
going how
Hell
he's gonna
no.
split his slice of his pie. He's
Damn
gonna
right,
yo,
split
Pelu.
brother
That's
Mike,
He's
right.
not gonna
Damn
do
right.
that, man. He
Yeah,
is eight outs.
I might throw
brother
Kim
Mike,
on
Bro,
something.
he
can
is
split.
8 outs from the core. He not finna do that.
I might throw
Brother
chemo
Mike, are you
stuff,
deaf?
man, and
Brother
Sosa.
Mike,
We go eat to my
Hey, the fact of
Caribbean
the matter
baby.
is, like I say,
We go
right?
eat.
One of the solutions I have, right? I would do like a census report, right? And I would start charging Black Americans with treason, and those that talk against America, don't want to be American, and feel like they're suffering under a system of white supremacy. I
Yeah,
would ship their ass right back to Africa on the Black Star Line, just like Marcus Garvey wanted to do, and get them out of here because I feel like a lot of them are an impediment to
yeah.
progress. You
You
know what
gotta
I'm
get
saying?
yourself in
With
position, though,
with
Bo.
that whole victim mentality
Yeah,
that they
nah, but
have.
Bo, it's
They're
cool,
a
Bo.
cancer. They're a cancer
Mm,
to our community.
mm. Yo, Bo, you just gotta get
Bro,
yourself
y'all
empowered.
victims, A-Downs, the
Just look,
descendants
Bo.
of
Listen,
slavery. Those are victims. What are you talking about?
stop crying, bro. You're a big man.
Shaka, what you
I'm
talking about,
just
Shaka?
saying, bro. What's
Shaka,
the deal?
hold on, Shaka, Shaka. Come on, brother.
But
It's
brother,
American conversation now, Shaka. You've been saying you know what I mean, doing your little sly remarks all night. I let you live, but now
I ain't
it's
dissing no
time to
America. I
relax,
haven't
bro.
dissed no
You
American
good though,
people.
brother. It's good, you know, you
I ain't
good, bro.
dissing no
So just
American.
kind
I'm
of
dissing.
relax, Shaka,
I don't
Shaka,
diss no America.
Shaka. Do me a favor, Shaka. Just kind of relax a little bit, brother. You know what I mean? You was freely and you was open and I let you throw the nigga word around freely. You know what I mean? I let you live, bro. Just now it's time to
Yeah.
just play it, but it's late, brother. And another thing is late
Am I
on
not allowed
your
to
end,
say
Shaka.
nigga?
Yeah, it's
Am I not
late.
allowed to say nigga?
It's just weird when you say it, Shaka. I ain't gonna lie, bro, because I don't really hear you
No,
say it nowhere
are
else.
we different type of blacks? Are we different type of black?
Yeah, I just don't hear you say it nowhere else, Shaka. That's why it kind of sounds weird to me, brother. If I'm gonna be honest, you know, I saw you on other panels and you never say nigga. You know what I mean? So it's cool. It's cool. It's just maybe I gotta
Because
get
white
used
people, I
to
don't
it.
say nigga to white people.
Yeah,
I don't call white people.
yeah,
But
but I'm
anyway,
just
I hear
saying.
you. But
Yeah.
brother Mike, can I ask you a question? You referenced a lot of Jesse Lee Patterson. Do you dislike the brother?
I don't dislike him, man. I just think he's
Man,
funny. I think it's
Jesse
just,
Lee is a clown, man. He's a clown. Jesse Lee Peterson is a clown. He's not conservative.
yeah,
He's a fucking
he's
clown on
funny to me,
YouTube.
man.
Yeah, he ain't
He's funny
nobody.
to me.
Fuck Jesse Lee.
He's super
I just
funny,
hate that he's
and
I
I
just hate
piss
that he's
off
a
of him.
Christian. That's
And
it.
it's sad
Say
too,
what?
man. But for a mother to think like that,
Yeah, I just hate that he's a Christian. That's it. Other than
Jesse
that,
Lee is
I
a
don't know.
clown all around. He's an all around clown. He's a puppet. That nigga
I hear
probably
you.
illiterate.
Yeah, he is a
I don't
puppet.
even
He's a
think
puppet.
he could read. He just got
Yeah,
some
he
little
is a
crackers
puppet,
in the
man. He's
background that
too,
write a script for him, and he just say the same thing over and over. Just say outrageous shit
he
on
looks
YouTube.
Indian. You know, he looks more Indian than, but he looks Indian to me, not black. I don't know, but that's a
I don't
different
know.
conversation altogether. But
Yeah, that nigga, he's a clown.
I remember you saying at the beginning that you're not really you're like what's it called? You're not really the extreme type of like black militant. Like you like I'm a bit more yeah, black supremacy. I'm into black supremacy. My whole narrative is only for black people. That's it. Anyone that's not black, I'm not really for them, except black people.
Is it global? Now, when you say black
Yeah,
supremacy, you
yeah.
say
People,
globally.
Fiji people, Samoan people, Samoa, like the Samoans, Caribbeans. They're all my people. Anyone else that's not them, they're not really my people. That's it.
See, I ain't with all that.
That's how I've always stand for, and
Yeah,
I'll stand for that till I die, blood.
yeah, I'm not into that. Samoan's
The
not
furthest I
black
go
to
is
me.
Pakistanis.
And
The furthest I go,
that's why I don't believe in global blackism, because once you start down that whole global black community bullshit, now you start absorbing a whole bunch of people with question marks. Now we talking about Fiji, Papua New Guinea, all type of Aboriginals in Australia. Like, man, fuck all
I
these
hear you, Bo.
miscellaneous ass groups.
Nah, I
Nah,
hear
they're
you,
my
Bo.
people, man.
But I think in
They're my
America,
people.
Bo, I think in America we know what black is, bro. I don't know. It's just a feeling. Like we know what black
This
is,
nigga
bro.
said
We
Samoan.
do it
If
like
you go to
yeah, nah, we
California,
ain't doing Samoan, Bo. Come on, Bo. I'm in Tennessee, bro. Can't no Samoan come around
Hey,
here.
hey, Bon, hey,
Man,
Bon, hey,
I'm
Bon,
telling you,
hey,
get the
Bon,
fuck out of here.
Bon.
We're not doing
I listen,
that.
Bon, yeah. Hey, Bon, I'll say something to you, yeah.
Go ahead.
If you know, because I kind of that day I left, yeah, I left you in hot water with 9 ether, yeah. And
Yeah,
sorry, I
James,
know we're not making
Jimmy, come on, Jimmy,
Well,
nah.
listen, just let
Now
me
you
flow,
doing,
bro. Don't
all right,
worry.
Jimmy. This what the people,
I'm
this
getting
what
to
the
a
people
point. I
talking
promise.
about, James. I just want to say this.
I'm
I want to say
getting
this
to a
before
point.
you speak. No,
Go on.
this is what the
Go on.
people are talking about, James, bro.
Okay.
For real, homie. This is the
Well, let
complaint
me
I'm
just finish
getting
the
about
point.
you. Like you've been cool for an hour on a panel, and now
All
you
right.
want to start
You're
saying
making it super deep. You're making it super deep.
I
When you
know,
mention more
but
people's
you
names,
could
I don't really
email
get.
me or something though, right? You could
I know,
email
but let me just finish. But you're being weird, bro. You're being
Nah,
weird,
you
bro.
being weird. You come in and say
You're
the
weird,
first
bro.
thing you say. The
Can
first
I
thing
finish
you
the
say is
sentence? I
another
love it,
name.
bro. Like I don't
I
know why
ain't
you're
hear
arguing.
nobody else's name, James. I'm gonna be
Don't
100,
worry,
brother.
you've already heard it, and you're still talking about it. So don't be so emotional. Yeah. The point I'm making is the conversation that was had after I left. One of the responses to that argument that I don't feel like anyone ever takes like considered seriously, yeah, is the ideology. So ADOS is an example. It's the ideology you share with the people that's of most importance, right? And Bo just evidenced it where he said, I would give it to this one over someone who may be ADOS, because you know what? I believe it's money well spent giving it to this person, and this person will help further my cause. Similarly, when you talk to like if I marry a white woman, for instance, right? And the usual argument is, I remember someone said once recently on one of these panels, I won't say their name so you don't have a fucking freak out, is oh, then you're compromised. Any black man that marries a white woman is compromised. But if you look at it from a purely logical point of view, and you say this woman wants the best for black people, let's say for instance, and man, someone says, how do you know that? We'll say, but I want the best for black people. So if she doesn't want the best for black people, then I wouldn't want this person. And if at any point this person doesn't want the best for black people, I wouldn't want this person. Similarly, anybody, it doesn't matter if someone's got is black, white, African, ADOS, no. If there's someone that doesn't share your ideology, they can't better your people as a collective anyway. So it doesn't matter if it's a white person that's helping you, if it's an African that's helping you, if it's a Jamaican, if it's a Polynesian, a Samoan, whatever. If they share the same ideology as you, that's the most important thing. And second from that, like what follows from that is their skin color. That's what it should
Yeah, but
follow.
what? Okay, but my
I
That's how
thing
agree
is,
with that.
Caucasians do.
I agree with that.
That's
I hear that, but
Caucasians do.
I hear that, but
Fuck them Caucasian. Fuck
I
them,
hear
man.
that, but in my personal life, then I tend to gravitate people with the same uniform that I wear every day.
But the way the
But that's logical.
Caucasians
But you
do,
know what?
they
That's
take
logical.
on a
Hey,
I'm
lot
not
of
hey,
telling
different
you.
people.
now
I'm
we
not.
can
Hey,
say,
wait,
hey,
boy, I'm not
we
telling.
build with
Can I just be
everybody
clear?
who's
I'm not saying.
like-minded. Listen, people tell me that all the time. We build with people that's like-minded. They're gonna be all different shapes and sizes and colors, and then I find myself fucking calling brother Mike every day and seeing how the fuck we can get some more money. And it's like,
But it's
damn, I just
logical.
find
It's
myself.
logical. It's logical that the people that think similarly to you will be in a similar circumstance to you. That's logic. But we know there's outliers and marginal cases, and because of that, it's fine to say that you know what, I'm not my whole sort of my fundamental position and philosophy is not undermined by the exclusion of one person that's supposed to be in my group. Man, you can't use that, wave that shit around and say, haha, see, I told you you're fake ADOS, or I told you you're fake this. Because really, what binds people is not really your descent. Because you could have an enemy, you can identify an enemy within your group. They can't say, "Well, we're here to fucking subvert this whole thing," but we're from the same, we're family, we descended from the same fucking ancestors. Like, so you're not part of the group
That's
anymore because you don't want the
hey.
best for the
Let
group.
me let me just let me just
You
say this
want
to
to
what you
bring that
said.
back up,
Caucasians
James.
do.
Let me just say this because I hate when people talk about unity. Like this whole unity bullshit. You always hear people, man,
Yeah.
black people, we need unity. We can't be divided. Like I believe like we need some clear cut fucking divisions. Like for real. And fuck unity. Like everybody don't need to get on this boat. Like some niggas gonna get thrown off the boat too if they find their way on there. If you talk to
James,
me,
you fuck white
in
girls,
my
James. You
opinion.
fuck white girls.
Now I'm asking, innit? Does it fuck white girls?
It seemed like that was what he was doing, huh? Like he was
Yeah,
trying to
man.
defend his.
Listen, man.
It came out of
Listen,
left. Yeah. It don't matter, bro.
my standards are
But
extremely low. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna come in. I
can
tried
we
to
look
back
at how
Braun.
they use
I tried to
Caucasians?
back Braun, but he threw it in my face.
But it don't matter though. His point stand though, because like you take a white girl like Rachel Dolezal, right? They made the whole big. Y'all familiar with Rachel Dolezal in the UK?
The fake black woman.
Yeah, but okay, on the surface, right? It sounds good, right? It's funny. Oh, she pretended to be black, but if you look at that cracker resume, that white hoe was putting in work. I'm talking about she was doing a lot within the black community and all type of stuff.
Yeah,
Head
she's a good
head
puppet. She's a good little
head
puppet.
of the end up. Yeah, all
There,
she was doing a
there is
lot of
so
stuff.
many.
Like what?
So
But look at all these
Like
cases,
what?
these famous cases that white lawyers and
Like
stuff have
what?
taken pro bono to help black kids, to help black people, civil right, like Bo was talking earlier about a lot of these lawyers that
right,
contributed for this for the civil rights movement. Well, a lot of these people are white, and what you got to ask yourself is, it doesn't really matter. Like if the goal is the main, if this is of most importance, what's the goal for improving the
right,
conditions of black people? If somebody
right.
else will assist with that, like bro, black people helped to build America. White people didn't have any issue with fucking utilizing the black workforce, did they? They didn't seem to have any problem with doing that. So it should be the same. It should go hand in hand.
You're right, James. She's a good
They
little
didn't have
white
no
puppet,
problem
innit?
unifying either under
Listen,
the
man.
word
Are you saying that
America
Caucasian.
is
Rachel? Are you saying
America
Rachel is a
is.
good little puppet?
I'm saying she did her thing. What I'm saying is I swap her out for a lot of these motherfucking good for nothing ass niggas that's over here that just like talking. I mean
Yeah,
that
man. That's it.
if I had to build a
We need
squad,
more white girls.
if I
We
had to
need more
build a
white girls that
squad, she damn sure could join it.
yeah, we need
Yeah,
more white girls we need more white girls that we can use like that.
right. She put in work.
Bro,
She
look
was
how many,
actually
look how many mixed race or mixed heritage. I apologize. I need to stop saying that. Look how many mixed
Yeah, man.
heritage people are responsible for progressing the struggle as well, though.
right.
Like
I hear
there
that,
is
bro.
I don't yeah, that's what I'm saying about. So regardless, right? Like I feel like it's, and you know what? Let's be honest, yeah. Like no disrespect, don't take this personally, but beggars can't really be fucking choosers. Do you know what I mean? Man is not really in a position, and man doesn't really possess the leverage to be able to stop refusing help or refuse. You know what I mean? Refusing sort of things that will catalyze the process. No one's really in that position. So while you can say this is my preference, whatever, and everyone that has these different views, you have to respect it because it's your choice, isn't it? It's your choice fundamentally, yeah. But then
I'm
on the
just
flip side,
saying,
you
just
can't start demonizing a black. Like I hear it all the time, like black man or white or black woman has a husband or blah, blah, blah. It's like, bro, you can't start demonizing people when if their views are in line with yours, that
yeah.
should be the only thing that you
And
care about.
acting,
What they do in their
views
bedroom.
and
You know the
acting.
funny. You know, I just thought about Jupiter, but actually, her husband is actually she's using her little black husband as a fucking puppet instead of other way around. You should be using her, but she's using him. Heck
Right.
yeah.
I agree with that. I agree with that. And just historically, if you know about the history of America and John Brown and the different abolitionists, you know what I'm saying? Like Harriet Tubman is Harriet Tubman because she had a fucking network of crackers that allowed her the Underground Railroad was a network of crackers that was down with the struggle that helped Harriet Tubman smuggle niggas out of the South. You know what I'm saying? So we can't get all caught up in this whole blackity black bullshit where we don't recognize how to play the game and we forget that it's about the mission and the goal. It ain't about being black and all this fucking hotep babble. You know what I'm saying? It's about a
I
mission and the
50-50
goal for the
I 50-50
collective.
agree with you.
Jesse. So you're saying that
You
Harriet
understand what
Tubman
I
wouldn't be
said?
shit without the abolitionists?
You goddamn right she wouldn't be shipped. She would have been dead. What the fuck you talking about?
So basically, what you say about her actually going down in that motherfucker in the belly of the beast? There wasn't no fucking abolitionists around helping her then on them plantations.
Man,
What are you talking about? She slipped
You,
in and out on her own. But
bro,
what about when she first ran away, not knowing who the
bro,
fucking abolitionist was or where to
you watch,
go? What are you
you watch
talking
too,
stop
about?
making this,
you watch too much TV,
bro.
bro.
I
You
don't
watch
watch
too
Stop
much
making these
TV.
movies,
people
bro.
cry,
I
man.
don't watch TV at
That's
all,
common
brother.
sense.
Bro, stop making these people cry, man. You're being a bad person, man.
I'm
Stop
saying,
it, bro.
is that not common
Bo
sense
just
though,
being Jesse Lee Peterson over here, man.
brother? Hold on, wait a second. Let me say this. If during the height of slavery, you don't think that Harriet Tubman had the aid and support of a network of white people in order for her to be able to do what she did? What you think she actually ran around with a pistol through the swamps, going through the swamps, walking by
Oh,
herself with a
I
trail
didn't
of niggas?
ask you that.
Like
You said that Harriet Tubman wouldn't be shit without the
she wouldn't.
abolition. That's the question I
She would have
asked
been
you, and I'm
dead.
telling you that's a damn lie.
She wouldn't.
That's a
She would have.
goddamn lie. Listen, bro,
All right, brother. All
them
right,
people would
brother.
have figured out a way to get up out of there no matter what.
All right, brother.
When
All
you
right,
fight for
brother.
freedom, you creative. You wouldn't be fight. You it wouldn't be an underground railroad without the passengers. What are you talking
Assalamu alaikum
about?
to you, my brother. Assalamu alaikum.
I don't know nothing about that. I don't subscribe to that. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
lost. I'm not lost. I know who I am.
Do you want to maintain America? Is that your motivation?
Man,
Yeah,
You
I
want
don't.
to keep America in power, basically, and just be subjected to, the trinkets that they give
man. Actually, you know what? Yeah, what I've noticed,
All
you.
actually,
Yes,
it's
right, we
sir.
got to
okay
wrap
for
this up, though.
My bad.
I couldn't
wrap
hear
it up
anything
then.
over there. Close it.
Close it.
Hey, listen.
all right, man. We gotta wrap this
What
up
happened?
though. Yeah, we gotta wrap this up though, man. It's midnight on my end, man. Brothers, powerful conversation. Me and me. The uncle I see 3 dip. He didn't come back. It's midnight. I'm getting my ass in the bed, man. I'm not fucking with y'all tonight. Jack Daniels is not in the building, so it ain't one of them.
You ain't doing
It's
no
Hey yo,
15
hey,
hours
hey,
tonight,
hey,
is you, huh? You ain't doing
it,
15
hey, yo,
hours, huh?
not tonight,
hey,
man. Jack
hey,
Daniels didn't pull up.
hey,
Jack
Rich,
Daniels didn't pull up tonight, so
Rich,
yeah, man.
you watch the finals? You watch game one?
I didn't. I was fucking with this, so I didn't fuck
Okay.
with it. I didn't, man. I seen who won though. I mean, CP. Yeah, CP. The Phoenix
Commiseration.
gonna win.
Huh?
I said CP. The Phoenix gonna win. It's time for CP to get on one, man.
Two broken hands. Still balling 32 pop. I think like 32 and 8 or something.
Yeah, that's how you
Really.
do when you're in your 30s and you ain't never won. You know what I mean?
That's
You got to
me.
give it all you got, man. So shout
Yo,
out to
if this man wins, if he sweeps these boys and he does it
All
with
right,
two
it's
broken
time to go
hands,
watch
coach.
pornography.
Nah, he gonna sweep them. And shout out to Denmark. Shout out to Denmark tomorrow. Do your thing.
Inshallah, brother, inshallah. You get me?
Yeah,
What's
do
What
your
your
y'all
view on
talking
thing.
Black
about?
Brothers
Soccer
watching?
or some shit?
Yeah, what they call it football, but I told them real men play football with their hands.
Because
So
that makes
they
sense.
play that
You
weak
don't.
That
ass
makes
soccer.
sense.
This nigga done
They
went
That makes
full
sense.
Brit on us. You
they
talking about
went they
soccer?
went weak ass soccer, man, and yeah, they
Come play rugby. Come play rugby.
man,
You know,
rugby.
boy.
We
Yo,
don't we
I'm
trying to
not.
help. That's too much, man. These sweaty white boys. I don't want no sweaty white boy hugging me, man. We ain't got no
That's a
pads.
South African
Bro,
thing, huh? Rugby.
Man,
That's in the UK. Ain't
rugby's
that
a
like
British thing, man. It's a British thing.
yeah,
But
I ain't doing no sweaty white boys
Britain?
hugging. We ain't got no pads or nothing,
nah,
bro.
it's
You
cool.
just
It's
sweaty
okay,
white
bro.
boys.
If you can't hack it, bro, it's okay, man. If you can't hack the sport, come on, bro.
We
It's
ain't
a real
doing that.
men's sport, man.
No, I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah,
Hey, Shaka, rugby is gay as hell. Though. I ain't even gonna lie.
Yeah, we ain't doing that, man.
But I play
Rugby
rugby,
is
man. But them rugby brothers are tough, bro.
yeah, they're tough because they're all fucking gay. But anyway, except for Motion. Sorry, big up, Motion. Big up wherever you are, brother. But yeah, no, big up everyone. Anyway, I'm
Hey,
not
I
gonna say.
see three never said what is thing. Y'all ain't let I see three give his position, man, on the what you call.
He doesn't give
But
position. He just shows us like
Nah,
time.
I
oh, he
see
just
three
look for
setting up his
solutions.
thing. I see three setting up his background, man. He's showing us something.
Hey,
I
so
see
King
three.
Shaka,
I
King
see three
Shaka.
talking to us, man.
Hey,
Yo,
King Shaka. So now you understand my position from that last conversation we had when I was talking about African Americans and Pan Africanism and all that bullshit I was talking about.
yeah. Now I get why you were not really agreeing with why you've answered it to what I said. Yeah, I hear you. 'Cause, yeah. Even if I tried asking him a question, I wasn't really. Yeah, it was a lot of.
So it's a total different. That's why I say Pan Africanism on the continent is totally different with a different agenda and framework than what you see in America with African Americans. It's
I
totally
think
different.
Africa, because
Malema,
we want more.
Malema would have been got stoned if he didn't have if he was on this Hotep Babble shit all day. Now he do a lot of Hotep babbling and a lot of stuff people know he can't do, but he's still somewhat coherent. But if you
Who?
want
Malema.
Malema, but over here,
Uh,
this is what you get. This is how sign up for Sonetta channel. Go on Sonetta channel. This is the type of shit you hear all day in different
no,
versions.
I
Until
don't. I
and
think
then listen to me now. Let me just say this last point. And they talk all that shit long enough to talk all that black unity, come together shit they find enough stupid niggas that'll give them some money, and then they scam the whole community. That's the framework. That's how it happened.
I don't think that's what Malema's on though. Malema's not
That
on
ain't
No,
that.
I'm
happened.
not
That
saying I'm
ain't
not
happened to
saying Malema.
everybody, but hey, but salute.
I'm not saying
Still,
everybody,
yeah.
but
It's
but
12,
yeah,
man. It's after
man.
midnight, man. Fam. Yeah, let's go ahead and shut it down, man. We
I'm gonna
gonna get
go
on
watch some
7.
white
We done
some white
did
girl pornography.
20 different conversations today, man. I hope the people enjoyed it. You know what I mean? We opened up the door, let the people in. I hope everybody enjoyed it.
Shout
Salute.
out to all the Hotep babblers, man.
Shout out to Bo. Shout out to King Shaka. I see 3 God of Jacob, brother Mike, Black Peace, Eugene, Sister Sosa pulled up. Man, shout out to everybody who pulled up, man. Great show. Great show, man. I see 3. Y'all make sure y'all fuck with IC3, man. You catch him on your local platforms. You see what he stand for. He don't bend, he don't break, he don't move. He's the immovable object that we call IC3, man. So shout out to that brother, man. Shout out to y'all, fam. And look, man, hit the like button on your way out. Where my banner at? Man? Hit that up. Hit that up on the way out. Man. Yeah, we out. Let me see if I can find them. Do I got music? I ain't got music. I'll play this. Fuck it. All right, bam. Let's go here.
This is ownership, this is ownership. Can't take it from me now. Can't take it from me. Can't take it from me now. Yeah, I'm talking about buildings, houses, and all of our cars. We did it all over our children. We did it all over the stars. If you relate to the feeling, then you relate to our cause. We put our face to the ceiling. We threw our fingers to the low. We ain't have a spot to piercing. Now we got a spot with the Pistons. Cop the block, that's the mission. Intercontinental visions. They wasn't seeing our visual. We were just hitting our pinnacle. We stacked the odds in all intervals, but we pushed our squad, so they went into everything we see.
It's about being able to set up a business, take care of your family, help out your community. This man has his own business, community events. He does programs for children, for his kids, his family. He has fun. As you personally, I'm super excited to talk to you. Finally, got to see it. The last time in Nashville, it wasn't open. Now that we got here, got to see it open. Got to see the everybody loves the schools. Like you can just stand in front and ask people like what you see a lot of good. We got a lot every time you come.
Right. All right, yo, what's up? It's your boy, man, Mr. McGee. We live in Nashville, Tennessee. Fannie Mae's Hot Chicken and Pork. You know how we do it. I'm rocking with my barbecue butter. Sayed to the movement from Tennessee to New York. Salute.
You can see us working on the manpower. You were relate if you know. You were relate if you know. Pushing our pay till I go. Pushing our pay till I slow. Everything we see, we own it. Everything.